I am the king of the sea in American comics. Chapter 1 Clock-in System. In the vast ocean, a luxury cruise ship was riding the wind and waves, and it was sailing fast on the sea. On the deck at the top of the cruise ship, accompanied by a faint light, a young Asian man appeared on the deck. Am I traveling through time? Looking at the cruise ship, the endless sea and the two foreigners on the bow, Han Shaoqing couldn't think of a second possibility. He felt very strange. He just went downstairs to buy a bag of salt, and when he opened the door, he landed here. It was too casual to travel through time. But then again, the two foreigners and the scene seemed familiar. But the distance was far, and Han Shaoqing, who had more than 400 degrees of myopia, didn't wear glasses, so he couldn't see the facial features of the two people clearly. He could only roughly tell from their body shapes that they were a man and a woman. The wind was strong on the sea, and the distance was far, so Han Shaoqing couldn't hear what the two were saying at all. He just found that the two people began to touch each other. The man held the woman's hand and let her stand in front of the railing, with her feet on the railing and her arms open, as if she was about to take off. Lovers finally get married, and I saw it with my own eyes. I am Han Shaoqing, bringing salt for myself. No, this ship. Titanic? Han Shaoqing reacted and felt as if he had traveled to the world of the Titanic, the ship that was said to be unsinkable but sank after hitting an iceberg on its maiden voyage. It would be fine if he just traveled here to eat dog food. This might cost him his life. Pa, it's his life. After briefly recalling the plot of Titanic, Han Shaoqing remembered that Rousey and Xiao Litzi showed their affection in the sunset, and 6 hours later, the Titanic sank. A typical show of affection, death is quick. Han Shaoqing had no interest in the tragic love story of the two. What he was thinking about now was how to save himself. Go tell the captain that the Titanic would hit an iceberg and sink? He would probably be regarded as a psychopath by the other party. What's more, he traveled here and was an illegal resident. If he went to find the captain, he would probably be arrested before he even saw the captain. Moreover, in this era, Chinese people suffered from discrimination. If he came forward, the only outcome would be to be locked up in a room for interrogation, and then sink to the bottom of the sea with the Titanic to feed the fish. What to do? What to do? Han Shaoqing was so anxious that he scratched his head and finally set his sights on the lifeboat. If he hid in the lifeboat in advance, there should be a great chance of survival. As for escaping in advance by driving the lifeboat, it was not very realistic. First, the chance of being exposed was too great, and second, there was no food. In the vast ocean, Han Shaoqing lacked survival experience and estimated that he would not live long. Now his location was relatively safe. Han Shaoqing made plans and prepared to sneak onto the lifeboat at night. As for the people on the cruise ship, at most he left the message that Titanic may hit an iceberg, and that was all he could do. Speaking of which, others who traveled through time all had golden fingers, and at the very least they had a good father or grandfather. Why did I have no reaction when I came here? Han Shaoqing was also confused about how he came here. He had no idea how to go back, and how to live in the future was also a problem. Time passed by little, and Rousey and Xiao Litzi had returned to the cabin to create art. Han Shaoqing could only blow the cold wind on the top of the ship. The cool breeze blew gently into my clothes quietly. The summer sneaked away and I couldn't hear the sound. The days passed by quickly, which made me feel a lot of emotions. I missed that colorful scene. Han Shaoqing was thinking about it, and suddenly a bunch of lyrics that fit the scene popped up in his mind. He felt more and more desolate in his heart, and he wanted to write a big miserable on the deck. As the sky got darker, the temperature began to drop. The lights on the Titanic were on, and there were very few people on the deck. Han Shaoqing, wearing a thin piece of clothing, was shivering with cold. Carefully climbed down the railing to the top of the ship, took a suitcase, and took a thick piece of clothing from it and put it on. Then he walked towards the lifeboat hungry. When passing the aisle, he found a bucket of paint and a brush. Seeing that there was no one around, Han Shaoqing wrote furiously, leaving the information that the Titanic would hit an iceberg on the deck. As for whether anyone would see it, and whether they would take it seriously and take corresponding actions after seeing it, Han Shaoqing didn't care. After diving into the lifeboat, Han Shaoqing tied his waist with the rope on the ship, tied a slipknot, and then covered it with canvas. He had done what he should do, and the rest could only be left to fate. After a while, a patrolling crew member found the message left by Han Shaoqing and told it to Captain Smith. The deputy said, "Captain, we did receive an iceberg warning before, should we change the course?" "Don't worry about it, speed up, I have 26 years of sea experience, my judgment will not be wrong." Smith has full confidence in his experience. He is confident that he can see the iceberg that is big enough to sink the ship in advance and turn in time. Wipe off the paint, find the alarmist little mouse, and don't alarm the passengers on the ship. After saying this, Captain Smith continued his work. When the captain opened his mouth, the crew ran away. But the crew had no idea who wrote the message. They were looking for people like headless flies. It would be strange if they could find them in a short time. After avoiding a perfunctory search, Han Shaoqing curled up quietly in the lifeboat and waited. If the captain turned back in time, it would be the best. At worst, he would be caught, but at least the possibility of survival was still very high. As for the rest, it was useless to think about it. Unfortunately, the captain was stubborn and accelerated forward, with the momentum of not turning back until he hit the wall. After a while, Han Shaoqing heard the sound of the alarm bell. Is it inevitable? Knowing the result, Han Shaoqing held the handle of the lifeboat tightly with both hands. The crew on the ship had already seen the iceberg, and the alarm bell rang. "There is an iceberg right in front of us. Quick, full rudder again. Turn the rudder quickly, turn it hard. Close the throttle. Hold steady. Now, start reversing the engine." The captain personally took charge, but the Titanic was large and the rudder was small. By the time he reacted, he couldn't turn around in time. In addition, he had been running at full speed before, so he couldn't stop in time. It hit. Boom! The hull collided with the iceberg, and the Titanic shook violently. The right side of the hull seemed to hit something hard and broke directly. Ang! A melodious roar sounded in the sea, rippling waves. At the same time, the hull of the Titanic began to tilt, and a large amount of seawater poured into the cabin. Han Shaoqing swayed left and right in the lifeboat. If he hadn't held on tightly and tied a rope, he might have been thrown out. Fortunately, he was on the left side of the hull and did not collide with the iceberg. The captain ordered the closure of the cabin's waterproof gate in time, temporarily stabilizing the hull, but it was not enough to drain the water. It was only a matter of time before the entire ship sank. After stabilizing, Han Shaoqing lifted the canvas and planned to lower the lifeboat to escape. As for the others, they were all in a difficult situation, and Han Shaoqing had no time to care about them. Ang! The deep and melodious voice sounded again, and this time Han Shaoqing heard it clearly. He stood up and looked at the sea, and found that a large area of strange blue light appeared in the sea, and it was approaching the Titanic. A huge bubble rose on the water surface, and when the bubble burst, rows of staggered huge fin-like objects appeared in front of Han Shaoqing. Godzilla? Are you kidding me? He never expected that traveling to the Titanic was ridiculous enough, and he could even see Godzilla on the Titanic. What kind of world is this? Godzilla doesn't care about what humans think. He was pushing the iceberg to put out the fire, but he didn't expect that a large piece of the ice in his hand would be broken for no reason. If he doesn't take revenge, how can he survive in the monster world in the future? Boom! Godzilla's dorsal fin hit the side of the Titanic, like a sharp blade that directly tore a huge gap in the hull. The violent shock caused Han Shaoqing to fall off the lifeboat. Because the rope was tied around his waist, Han Shaoqing was thrown into the air. Seeing that a broken steel plate was about to hit him, Han Shaoqing had to untie the rope and fall into the cold sea water. Gilyalu. Being in the ocean, Han Shaoqing had no choice but to swim upstream. Just then, he saw a blue light appear below, and then Godzilla's big flat head gradually enlarged. Godzilla didn't care about such a small thing as humans, and he just emerged from the sea. Han Shaoqing pried at the gap on Godzilla's flat head. After emerging from the water, he vomited several mouthfuls of seawater and gasped for breath. At this moment, Han Shaoqing's heart was beating wildly, and he didn't know what to do. Although standing on Godzilla's head was a feat, what should he do next? The appearance of Godzilla was completely beyond his expectations. Although Godzilla is the righteous side in the movie, Godzilla's justice is to stand on the balance point of the Earth. He is the guardian of the Earth's ecological balance. In Godzilla's eyes, humans are like humans looking at ants. How many people care about the life and death of ants? Just when Han Shaoqing was at a loss, a mechanical sound suddenly came from his mind. Ding! The check-in system is bound. Ding! The host is currently on Godzilla's head and meets the check-in conditions. Do you want to check in? Chapter 2 Aquaman and Godzilla. Hearing the sudden voice, Han Shaoqing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly reacted. This is the Gold Finger. Han Shaoqing had read a lot of time travel novels before, and later when he was working, he would take time to read them during breaks to relax. For the system, the Gold Finger is still familiar. In this situation, no matter what it is better than nothing. After coming to his senses, Han Shaoqing was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, and hurriedly said, "Check in." Checking in, count down 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, check in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super physique, telepathy, and Neptune's trident of Aquaman Arthur. Do you want to receive it? Prompt. There is also a line of annotation below. Super physique, as a hybrid of the Queen of Atlantis and humans, Sea King Arthur not only has a special physique that is at least 20 to 50 times stronger than that of ordinary Atlanteans, but also has the ability to survive on land for a long time. Telepathy, can telepathically sense and control the ocean and the creatures in the ocean. Neptune Trident, a weapon passed down from generation to generation by the King of Atlantis, cast by the first King Atlan with enchanted end metal. It is powerful enough to pierce the skin of the new god and manipulate and convert energy in various forms, such as launching energy bombs or generating energy shields to resist magic. Looking at the series of information in front of him, Han Shaoqing was overjoyed. The ability of the Sea King is so powerful that each one is enough to make people jealous. Receive it. The moment Han Shaoqing chose to receive it, he felt a majestic energy injected into his body from the void, and in an instant, his strength, physique, and induction were greatly improved. At the same time, a 5-bladed trident with a golden halo appeared out of thin air in Han Shaoqing's hand. At this moment, Han Shaoqing gained the power of the Sea King, and his muscles bulged with explosive power. Holding the Neptune trident, Han Shaoqing slowly opened his eyes, with golden light flashing in his eyes. This feeling is very wonderful. Standing on Godzilla's head, Han Shaoqing holding the trident, as if he is the master of this sea. At the same time, Godzilla noticed the little guy on his head, and he actually felt a hint of danger from the other party. It's like a person walking on the road, an ant falls on his head, and he doesn't pay attention, so he doesn't take it to heart. But a poisonous spider appears on his head, that's another matter. With the physique and equipment of the Sea King, Han Shaoqing has become a powerful fighting force. The Neptune trident in his hand is enough to pierce Godzilla's skin and cause damage to it. Godzilla, who felt threatened, didn't indulge Han Shaoqing, and raised his claws to slap his forehead. This simple action, performed by Godzilla, is fatal to most living things. Although Godzilla in the movie has short arms, in reality, Godzilla's front paws are at least 30 meters away. If the head is bent a little, it can still hit the top of the head. Han Shaoqing didn't have time to ask about the punch-in system and adapt to his own increased strength. He quickly jumped from Godzilla's head and landed on Godzilla's shoulders. Although Godzilla is huge and nearly 100 meters tall, his movements are not slow at all. It takes less than a second for the huge claws to rise and fall on the head. Fortunately, Han Shaoqing's physique has been greatly improved, so he barely escaped from the gap between Godzilla's claws and landed on his broad arms. Godzilla, don't do it, I'm not your enemy. When Han Shaoqing fell, he immediately used the ability of telepathy to communicate with Godzilla. Although Godzilla is a monster, he has wisdom beyond mortals. It's just that Godzilla generally disdains to communicate with humans, and humans can't understand his animal language. Han Shaoqing's telepathy can directly connect with Godzilla's mind and release goodwill. In fact, if possible, Han Shaoqing wants to use telepathy to control Godzilla directly, but he can't do it now. First, Han Shaoqing has just acquired the ability of telepathy and cannot use it flexibly. Second, Godzilla is not an ordinary marine creature. It has lived for countless thousands of years. To some extent, it can even be called a god. Little guy, who are you? Feeling Han Shaoqing's kindness, Godzilla stopped and began to communicate with Han Shaoqing in his mind. This way of communication is not verbal, but from the heart, so there is no language communication barrier. In all these years, except for those titan beasts, this is the first time Godzilla has communicated with humans. It feels quite novel. My name is Han Shaoqing. I am not your enemy. If possible, I hope you can help save people. When Han Shaoqing was communicating with Godzilla, the situation of the Titanic was not good. It sank very quickly and many people did not have time to escape to the lifeboat. If he had no ability, Han Shaoqing would choose to stay out of trouble, but he was willing to contribute when he could. Save people? Why should I save them? It was the iron guys made by those little things that broke my ice. I am lucky that I didn't kill them all. Godzilla looked indifferent. He didn't like the human race very much. Because the existence of humans is constantly destroying the balance of nature, but the degree of destruction is still within Godzilla's tolerance. Once the endless destruction of humans exceeds Godzilla's bottom line, Godzilla will launch a great purge against humans. To some extent, Godzilla can be regarded as the embodiment of nature. Human morality is not worth mentioning to Godzilla. As long as Godzilla has no morality, humans cannot restrain him with morality. Han Shaoqing heard this and didn't know how to persuade him. He said helplessly, "Since that's the case, I can't force you. I just hope you don't attack others again. Are you teaching me how to do things?" As the flat-headed brother in the monster world, he is either fighting or on the way to a fight. A little guy wants to teach me how to do things. Does he really think that I am just a cat or a dog that can be ordered around at will? Godzilla is very arrogant. What do you want? Han Shaoqing shook his hand. Holding the trident tightly, he was still a little weak in the face of a behemoth like Godzilla. The height of Brother General, nearly 100 meters, was enough to shock people. Compared with Godzilla, Han Shaoqing's body size was similar to that of humans and ants. Although he had acquired the physique of the Sea King, he was still unsure when it came to fighting. Let's play with you and see what you can do. Perhaps because he had lived too long, Godzilla was very lonely deep in his heart. In this world, all of K's fellow tribesmen have died. The only ones who can talk are the Titans who once fought side by side. Unfortunately, the radiation energy in this world is not high and is not suitable for Titans. K has not had an open-hearted communication with others for a long time. Han Shaoqing was a little speechless. Playing with Brother General, you can die if you are not careful. You said that you are a beast that has lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, How can you be like a child of tens of thousands of tons? Have you considered the risks that my small body has to bear? Obviously, Godzilla didn't consider it. Or in Godzilla's opinion, if you don't have some skills, you are not worthy of playing with. Chapter 3 Brothers' Approval. Han Shaoqing is still young, still passionate, courageous, and a little conscious. In addition, he wants to verify his own strength, so he said, "How do you want to play? I will accompany you to the end." "Okay, I like people who are straightforward." Godzilla's voice was transmitted to Han Shaoqing's consciousness. Han Shaoqing glanced at the sinking Titanic. The cold sea water poured into the cabin, ruthlessly sweeping away the people inside. In the face of death, everyone is equal, whether it is a millionaire or a low-level crew member, there is no difference at this moment. Because of the impact of Godzilla's dorsal fin, the Titanic sank much faster than in the movie. The cruise ship, which was almost broken into 2 sections, began to tilt, and the items and people placed in the cabin began to fall. Some unlucky people were crushed by the sliding tables, chairs, and pianos, and some people were piled on top of each other, and the scene was in chaos. Jack. Ruth. The 2 men and women in love were separated by the crowd, shouting each other's names. It seemed that in their eyes, there was only each other. Outside the wheelhouse, Captain Smith held the railing with both hands, looking at the culprit who crashed the Titanic, with shock and anger. Where did this monster come from? The deputy ran over breathlessly. When he saw Godzilla looming in the darkness, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Oh my God, what kind of monster is that?" Another crew member said in horror, "Just the body exposed above the water is hundreds of feet long. I can't believe how huge it is. How can such a monster exist in the world?" Smith retracted his gaze and looked at the deputy. "Mizia, what's the situation now?" Mizia heard the words, gathered his mind, and didn't bother to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He replied, "The hull is seriously damaged. Within 3 minutes, the cabin will flood over the keel. The 3 bottom cabins and the number 6 boiler room are all destroyed, and the 5 watertight cabins are flooded. The hull will not last long and will soon break from the position of the number 3 cabin. The water will quickly overflow from the cabins on both sides of the E-clamp. We can no longer save it. It is estimated that the ship will sink completely in half an hour at most." Smith sank for a moment and asked, "How many people are on board?" 2,200 lives. 3 bottom cabins and the boiler room were destroyed by the monster's impact. Now it is estimated that there are about 2,000 people left." Mizia replied in a hoarse voice. Smith heard this and looked at the giant beast in the distance, almost going crazy, but now all he can do is to save lives. "Gather people immediately, distribute life jackets, and board the lifeboat as quickly as possible. Save as many as you can." "Captain, do you want to give priority to ladies and children?" Mizia asked. Smith hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Of course." On the other side, Godzilla looked at Han Shaoqing on his arm and thought, "You can try to attack in my palm. If you can hurt me, you will pass. Is it that simple?" Han Shaoqing was a little surprised. He even thought that Godzilla wanted to trick him into his palm and then crush him to death. "You think it's simple?" Godzilla seemed to be in a good mood, examining Han Shaoqing. The conditions of the case seemed simple, but they were not. As a titan beast, Godzilla's body density was extremely high, and its defense was super high. Missiles hitting his body were just scratches, and even if he was hit by a nuclear bomb head-on, there would be no smoke or injury, but he would be full of energy. You can imagine how strong his defense was. "Well, I'll try. Time waits for no one. If you delay for 1 more second, many people may die. Then come on." Godzilla opened the claws of his right hand. The huge front claws had only 4 claws, and each one looked extremely thick to Han Shaoqing. Jumping into Godzilla's palm, Han Shaoqing felt like Sun Wukong fell into the palm of Tathagata Buddha. I'm going to do it. Don't be angry if I hurt you. Humph, talk about it first if you can hurt me. Hearing Godzilla's somewhat arrogant voice, Han Shaoqing turned the trident in his hand, gripped the handle tightly, and struck hard. Neptune's trident made a sound of breaking wind, pierced straight down, pierced Godzilla's hard cortisol, and most of the fork head instantly pierced in, until it stopped at the place where Han Shaoqing held it. After obtaining the physique of Aquaman, Han Shaoqing's strength has unknowingly reached an extremely terrifying level. You must know that Aquaman in the Justice League, Buddha person who can lift a 160,000 ton cruise ship with bare hands under the impact of tidal waves. His strength may not be as abnormal as Superman, but it is not much less than Wonder Woman. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. Compared with Godzilla's huge body, Neptune's trident is not even a toothpick, but the trident is a divine weapon after all, and Superman will be broken if hit. Although Godzilla's defense is strong, it is not necessarily stronger than Superman. The most important thing is that it contains special energy, which makes Godzilla feel painful and wave his claws subconsciously. I said I won't be angry. Godzilla shook his hand, and Han Shaoqing was like riding a roller coaster without a seat belt. It was so exciting that he was thrown out with the trident and flew at least 2 miles before falling into the sea. Han Shaoqing, who fell into the water, did not receive any damage except that his clothes were damaged. Godzilla, on the other hand, had some blood flowing out of his palm and fell into the sea. Puff! Han Shaoqing emerged from the sea. At this time, the surrounding sea water was close to 0 degrees, and some thin ice could be seen on the sea surface. But Han Shaoqing didn't feel cold at all while soaking in the water, but just felt refreshed. Godzilla turned his head and looked in the direction of Han Shaoqing, with a faint blue light coming out of his body. No way, if you are really angry, you won't spray me with atomic breath. Humph! Godzilla snorted 2 clouds of gas, and then thought to himself, I recognize you, are you interested in being my little brother? Hearing Godzilla's voice, Han Shaoqing was a little speechless. I haven't accepted you as a mount yet, and you actually want to accept me as a little brother. Then he shook his wet hair, decisively cut his palm with the trident, raised his bleeding palm high, and then conveyed his voice. Brother, you are a man of great stature and brave. I have admired you for a long time. I am grateful that you have not abandoned me. Today, we will swear an oath of blood. From now on, you are my elder brother. We will share happiness and difficulties. If you violate this oath, you will be struck by lightning. Han Shaoqing righteously acknowledged Godzilla as his elder brother. Brother, you are still very strong. There is a thick thigh of dozens of meters. It is a waste not to hug it. He has lived for countless tens of thousands of years and can be called a living fossil. It is not a loss to call you elder brother, and it is also an eldership. The world we are in now seems to be not simple. Maybe we will encounter strong enemies at any time. When we fight in the future, it is a pleasure to have more powerful helpers. Okay, from now on, you are my second brother. Today, for your sake, I will help these people. In addition to eating, sleeping, and fighting monsters, Godzilla likes to be the boss. In the movie Godzilla 2, King of the Monsters, Rodan, a traitor, had troubled Godzilla in the early stage, but when he finally recognized Godzilla as the boss, Godzilla gladly accepted it. This is evident. Chapter 4 You Can Call Me Aquaman. Godzilla has a long lifespan. Different versions of Godzilla have different abilities and personalities. For example, Godzilla in Godzilla, Planet of the Monsters has a hot temper and drove humans who destroyed nature out of the earth, causing the earth's ecology to change. Han Shaoqing is not sure which version of Godzilla he is in front of him, and there are still many doubts in his heart that have no answers. I don't know if Brother Zone recognized him as his younger brother because he was a sudden impulse or just bored and wanted to find a companion. Han Shaoking's telepathy can sense the voices of marine creatures and control them, but it cannot fully see through Godzilla's thoughts. The current situation is still ideal. It is beneficial for Han Shaoqing to have a good relationship with Godzilla. On the other hand, the people still alive on the Titanic were terrified, and no one knew whether they would say goodbye to this world in the next moment. The cruise ship was sinking, and everyone's hearts sank with it. Creaky creaky. The deck on the ship was already overwhelmed, making a sound that made people's teeth ache, and the tilt of the hull became more and more serious. Everyone on the ship swarmed to the deck, and the band was very dedicated. At this critical moment of life and death, they did not forget to play music. Then the fireworks burst. Don't get me wrong, this is not a celebration, but a distress signal, hoping that passing ships can see it. But the Atlantic Ocean is so vast, and the nearest ships are hundreds of miles away, and no one else pays attention. Captain, there are people making trouble on the fifth deck and trying to force their way onto the lifeboat. Captain Smith was not surprised to hear the report from his men. At the critical moment of life and death, not everyone can remain gentlemanly. A communicator came. Sir, the Carpathia said they are currently traveling at 17 knots, which is already the fastest speed. Only one ship responded. Yes, this is the only one, and they said they can arrive within 4 hours. 4 hours, too late. While Smith was speaking, he looked in the direction of Godzilla and saw that Godzilla suddenly waved his hand, and something seemed to fly out. But the distance was too far to see clearly. There were no heavy weapons on the cruise ship, otherwise Smith would have wanted to pull the Italian guns over to fire a few shots. Sir, the monster is moving. It's coming towards us. God bless you. Quick, put the lifeboat, put us down quickly. Don't squeeze. Ah! Seeing the unknown monster approaching, the already panicked crowd became even more panicked. The crowd crowded on the deck, and the crowd pushed and shoved, causing the ropes in the hands of the sailors to drag, and the half-fallen lifeboat capsized, and almost a person screamed and fell into the sea. Don't panic, everyone. Back off. Get out of the way, let me go up. Mom. Mom. I'm a lady, let me go up first. I'll pay 10,000 pounds, give me the seat. Being rich is amazing, get out. In the face of death, human nature is exposed. The once polite gentleman, now struggling to get a seat, blushed. That was the lady who began to fight in the crowd. Some people closed the passage to survive, just to give themselves more opportunities. Those who were locked up roared and cursed angrily, but it was useless, and they smashed the door frantically. Some broke the glass of the lounge and ran out from other places. Under the shadow of death, many people burst out with a strong desire to survive. Some people were desperate and huddled in the corner waiting for death to come. Some believers prayed to God to save them. Rose and Jack were also trapped below, and they ran in the passage as the water was about to flood over them. At this moment, they saw all kinds of people, all kinds of life. After running for a while, they came to another passage, but it was also chained. These bastards want to kill us. Jack was very angry. He had just found love, and he should have a happy life with Rose. Unwilling to accept this, Jack got angry and took a few people to dismantle a chair, knocked open the iron door, and then dragged Rose out. Oh my God! As soon as she came to the deck, Rose saw Godzilla with blue light on his body. What a joke! Jack was horrified, and felt his hands and feet cold. Godzilla twisted his body and approached the Titanic. Ah! There is a monster! Help! The survivors didn't know that Godzilla was going to lend a hand. Seeing the giant approaching, the ladies instinctively felt fear, and their faces turned pale. Some of the timid ones fainted directly. Han Shaoqing swam quickly in the sea, just like a swordfish sprinting at full speed, and his speed in the sea was no less than Godzilla. However, compared with Godzilla, he was too small, and it was difficult for ordinary people to see him in the dark. After Han Shaoqing approached the Titanic, he saw many people who fell into the water floating on the cold sea. They were struggling hard and looking for a life-saving straw. Some grabbed the edge of the lifeboat, and some grabbed the broken planks. Although they were trembling, they dared not let go. Because once they let go, they might be a corpse when they floated up again. Han Shaoqing sprinted in the water a few times, jumped to the tail of Godzilla, and then ran quickly on Godzilla's body, and soon came to Godzilla's head. Standing here, you can see the situation more clearly. Before, Godzilla hit the Titanic, causing the cruise ship to almost break apart, and many people died on the spot. As the cruise ship sank, many people began to jump into the sea. Some wanted to survive, and they had some confidence in their swimming skills and wanted to give it a try. Although it was dangerous to do so, they knew that if they did not jump into the sea in time and stay away from the Titanic, when the cruise ship sank, the vortex generated would drag everything around into the seabed. Some were simply squeezed down, or accidentally fell into the water during the shove. It was already late at night, and the sea surface temperature was very low, reaching several degrees below zero. Most people could not hold on for long in the cold sea water. Some people who could not swim did not wear life jackets, and sank to the bottom of the sea after struggling for a while. Don't jump into the sea, stay on the boat. Seeing that more people were jumping into the sea, Han Shaoqing immediately shouted in English. The situation was critical at the moment, and in such a situation, a choice must be made. He and Godzilla were both very strong, but they could not save everyone, so they could only find a way to save more people. Hearing the sound, the people on the boat all looked at Han Shaoqing on top of Godzilla. At this time, Godzilla was only more than 20 meters away from the Titanic. Then, with Godzilla's own blue light special effects, the people on the boat could see Han Shaoqing's figure. Is there someone on the head of that monster? How is this possible? Who can stand on the head of such a huge monster? What should we do now? The people on the boat talked a lot, and most of them lost their sense of proportion. Who are you? Captain Smith asked loudly. You can call me the King of the Sea. Stay on the boat and don't move. Godzilla will help you move to the iceberg. While Han Shaoqing was talking, Godzilla had already started to move. Chapter 5 Commanding the Beasts. As an ancient creature that has survived from ancient times to the present, Godzilla can actually understand human words. Without caring about the screams and exclamations of the people around him, Godzilla controlled his speed, stretched out his huge claws, grabbed the two sides of the broken cruise ship from bottom to top, kicked his two hind legs, shook his tail, and lifted up the half-sunken Titanic. The huge hull was like a large toy in Godzilla's hands, and with the buoyancy of the sea water, it didn't take much effort for Godzilla. As the hull rose, most people on the ship stopped jumping into the sea. After all, the outside temperature had reached several degrees below zero, and jumping into the sea was dangerous. Han Shaoqing stood on Godzilla's head with a trident in his hand and shouted, "Don't panic, try to grab whatever you can, keep your body steady, don't panic. Oh God, is he the angel you sent to save us? How did he do it? Saved? Don't be fooled by him, he is a devil, it was that monster that sank the cruise ship just now, I saw it with my own eyes." What, it was the monster that sank the cruise ship? He attacked the cruise ship and now he is pretending to be kind, what is his purpose? Shut up, if we offend him, we are all finished. Are we just going to watch? The ship was in a mess, with fear, doubt, suspicion, and many people's eyes began to change. Han Shaoqing's hearing was enhanced, and he could clearly hear the discussions of these people. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Quiet!" His voice was like a kind of magic, clearly transmitted to the minds of the people on the ship, and the noisy voices suddenly quieted down. It was Godzilla that hit the cruise ship before, but it was an unintentional mistake. When Han Shaoqing said this, he heard Godzilla's voice. "No, I did it on purpose. Who let them break my ice? Han Shaoking's mouth twitched slightly. The arrogant Godzilla couldn't afford to be hurt. Then he changed his tone, I don't want to make excuses. If you don't want to die now, do what I say immediately. While speaking, seeing many people struggling in the sea, Han Shaoqing immediately jumped into the water to save people. In the ocean, Han Shaoqing can breathe freely, which is one of the special abilities after obtaining the Sea King's physique. In a few breaths, Han Shaoqing swam to the side of a drowning person. Raised the trident in his hand, let the other party grab the handle of the trident, and then swam to another drowning person. Han Shaoqing can save 4 or 5 people at a time, but compared with the survivors in the sea, this number is a drop in the bucket. At this time, at least 200 or 300 people fell into the water, and Han Shaoqing was really overwhelmed. At this moment, Han Shaoqing in the sea sensed several killer whales swimming through the sea, and were curiously watching him. Killer whale father, this man swims so fast. Killer whale mother, children's father, this man looks difficult to deal with, let's take the children away. Through the ability of telepathy, Han Shaoqing can read their voices. With a change of mind, Han Shaoqing erected the trident, and a special wave spread rapidly in the sea water. In the ocean, Han Shaoking's telepathy can be transmitted more than 10 nautical miles, and with the amplification of the trident, it can spread to a longer distance. The marine life within a radius of 50 nautical miles received the news at the first time, and they all moved and swam in the direction of Han Shaoqing. There are whales, sharks, dolphins, and giant squids. With the help of marine life, those who fell into the water were quickly carried to the surface. Chris was one of the people who fell into the water. He was pushed to the surface of the sea by a giant wolf shark. Do you ask him if he is moved? He didn't dare to move at all. Chris didn't understand the current situation and shivered while climbing on the shark's back. There were many people around him in the same situation. Some were lifted up by killer whales, and some were rolled up by octopuses, swimming towards the iceberg or the nearest lifeboat. A strange and spectacular scene appeared in this sea area, with countless marine creatures rescuing humans and animals seemed to be in harmony. Such a strange scene was breathtaking. But at the critical moment of life and death, people's desire to survive was above everything else, and they had no time to care too much. Godzilla carried the damaged cruise ship and swam towards the iceberg. Han Shaoqing reminded, "Brother, be careful." "I know." Godzilla took the Titanic and carefully approached the iceberg, slowly leaning the hull against the iceberg. Han Shaoqing jumped out of the sea like a dragon, and directly jumped onto the deck of the ship several dozen meters high, shouting to the panicked people around him, "Take clothes and supplies and move to the iceberg immediately. At the same time, contact the passing ships nearby. The temperature outside is very low now. Everyone should try to huddle together for warmth." The survivors on the Titanic were still in shock. The eyes looking at Han Shaoqing and Godzilla were both curious and fearful. Han Shaoqing ignored these people, turned around and jumped into the water, pulling some of the people who fell into the water onto Godzilla's back. Then he used Godzilla's back as a bridge to help these people get back to the ship as soon as possible in exchange for dry clothes. The Titanic was temporarily stabilized by Godzilla on the edge of the iceberg, and the people on the ship talked about it. "Did you see that? He jumped more than 10 meters high just now. Is he a superhero? Like Captain America? He looks like a young Chinese man. He asked us to gather on the iceberg. Is he planning to let the monster eat us? Probably not. If he wanted to eat us, why did he save us? Maybe it's because we were on the boat before, so it's inconvenient to eat. Now it hits us on the iceberg, so it's convenient to eat. Maybe he likes to eat iced food. Don't scare me. Maybe it's possible. I saw with my own eyes that it was the monster that crashed the Titanic. I saw it too. What should we do? We are on the sea now. It's so cold. Without a ship, where can we run to? Maybe the monster really hit the cruise ship accidentally. Now it's making up for it. We should think positively. Why think about these things? I'm almost freezing to death. Don't think about these things. If we don't make a fire to keep warm, we won't be rescued before we will freeze to death here. Don't just stand there, get on the iceberg first, the cruise ship may sink at any time. Don't all get on the iceberg, there are 3 lifeboats, some of you get on the lifeboats. I'll get on the lifeboat. I'll get on the lifeboat. Don't argue, let the women and children get on the lifeboat, and the rest of you get on the iceberg and wait for rescue. Miss Haya has contacted a ship for rescue, as long as we hold on for 4 hours, we can be rescued. Really? That's great. 4 hours, I don't know if we can hold on. Under the arrangement of Captain Smith, the crowd gradually calmed down. Some people went on lifeboats, some went on icebergs, and some people rescued those who fell into the water. It is not safe on the iceberg. The place is so small and it may sink at any time. Coupled with the cold weather, it is not friendly to the survivors. In such an environment, cold is the biggest threat to people. Especially for those who fell into the water, their clothes were soaked and their body temperature was rapidly declining. If they did not warm up in time, their lives would be in danger. Human life is too fragile, precious and cheap. Han Shaoqing jumped into the water again and saved many people. In fact, he himself did not like these foreigners. Titanic. Most of the rich people on the iceberg are extravagant and indulge in luxury. There are also capitalists who take advantage of others' misfortunes. Many of them deserve to die. But Han Shaoqing's telepathy is only for marine life. He can't see through people's hearts. He doesn't know which ones should be saved, which ones are not worth saving. But we can't give up on everyone just because there are some scumbags among them. After rescuing everyone who can be rescued, Han Shaoqing saw Rousey and Xiaolizi snuggling together as soon as he arrived at the iceberg. Both of them were shivering with cold and pale, but they didn't forget to gnaw each other for warmth. Han Shaoqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. The sour smell of love can cause invisible critical damage to single dogs like him. Saving a person can force a handful of dog food. Where can you go to seek justice? Chapter 6. A group of weirdos. The survivors have reached the iceberg one after another, and some are floating on the sea in lifeboats. The sinking of the Titanic has become a certainty, and Godzilla cannot keep holding up this severely damaged cruise ship. After Han Shaoqing rescued the people on the iceberg, his body was soaked. The cold sea breeze blew, but he felt like a spring breeze and did not feel the cold. Others did not have the physique of Aquaman. Those who fell into the water were shivering. After reaching the iceberg, they quickly changed their clothes with the help of others, but even so, they were still pale. Some people have been frozen unconscious, and it is unknown whether they can survive. In this regard, Han Shaoqing had no choice. He couldn't let Godzilla use atomic breath to warm these people. You all leave. After rescuing the people, Han Shaoqing stood on Godzilla's dorsal fin, looked at the surrounding marine life, and released telepathy. After regaining self-awareness, the marine life fled in all directions at the first time. Can I put this thing down? Godzilla's voice came. Having acquired the physique of the Sea King, Han Shaoqing's hearing and vision have been enhanced. Although he can't monitor the whole world like Superman, he can still hear clearly what is happening within a few miles. He can hear the movement of people on the cruise ship, and telepathically said, "Wait a minute, I'll go in and pull them out." After that, Han Shaoqing sprinted quickly, jumped up, broke the glass directly, and entered the cruise ship. This place has long been a mess. Han Shaoqing looked around and found that these people were actually collecting money, and his brows frowned slightly. It's time, these people are still thinking about making a profit, they really don't know how to live or die. Putting the trident on the ground, Han Shaoqing shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and take refuge on the iceberg." Wait, wait, my luggage is still down there. A blond man with a big back hair spoke. A lady also said, my jewelry fell off, it's very important to me. There was also a sly-looking person holding a lot of things, and it was obvious that he had taken them from somewhere else. I trademark. Han Shaoqing saw this and really wanted to stab them with a fork and send these weirdos up to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. What kind of people are these? In addition to these weirdos, there are some people trapped, and they are the ones who need to be rescued. Han Shaoqing was too lazy to pay attention to these greedy people who wanted to empty the cruise ship, and followed the cry for help into the cabin below. Some crew members were also rescuing, and it must be said that these people were very well educated. At a locked corridor, Han Shaoqing found several survivors. Help! Please, save us! The few survivors who were huddled at the entrance of the corridor had no idea what was happening outside. When they saw Han Shaoqing passing by, they hurriedly asked for help. Han Shaoqing didn't waste any words. He stretched out the iron door with his claws and pulled it down. You go out from this direction. There are people waiting for you there. After pointing out the direction, Han Shaoqing continued to go deeper into the bottom. This place has been flooded by seawater. Although some seawater flowed out after being lifted by Godzilla, some seawater still remained. Some rooms have become fish ponds. Help! Help! Franks was trapped in the room. The seawater flooded most of the room, and he could only float on the water and put his head close to the ceiling to breathe. It's not that he didn't try to open the door. But because of the water pressure, he couldn't open the door from inside the room. After the room was closed, the air was thin, and Franks felt that he was almost out of breath. Han Shaoqing, who heard the noise, rushed over and smashed the door with a punch. The seawater immediately poured out through the hole. If you look carefully, you can find a few small fish. After quickly checking the cruise ship from top to bottom, Han Shaoqing carried an unconscious young woman and brought 2 children to the deck. It was found that there were still those people who were not satisfied with moving things, as if they would not stop until the Titanic was emptied. Godzilla looked at the actions of these little guys, and his nostrils had already snorted several times, obviously impatient. Han Shaoqing shouted, "Get on the iceberg now! Yellow monkey, who do you think you are?" An American middle-aged man who was rescued from the cabin heard this and immediately showed an arrogant look. His eyes swept over the trident in Han Shaoqing's hand, and greed flashed in his eyes. "You lowly guy, how dare you steal my things?" Tom had just been rescued and had not yet discovered Godzilla in the outside world, nor did he know Han Shaoqing's deeds. He had been accusing Han Shaoqing and wanted to seize the trident. The crew members around heard this and immediately stepped forward to hold him. "Sir, please don't make trouble." Tom was still shouting, "Why are you pulling me? I'm a VIP. Hurry up and catch this damn thief. He stole my things." Han Shaoqing was too lazy to talk nonsense with such people. He put down the unconscious young woman, recognized other people to accept the 2 children around him, and then came to Tom. The crew members next to him consciously stepped aside, looking at Han Shaoqing with a little admiration and awe. After Tom got away, he took out a revolver from his waist and tried to force the Asian boy in front of him to hand over the trident. He could see that this thing was very valuable. But before he could raise the pistol, Han Shaoqing grabbed the barrel and squeezed it hard, flattening it. Tom looked at the deformed barrel, his throat moved, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and stammered, What do you want to do? I am an American citizen." "I know, you don't need to emphasize it again, I just think you need to calm down." While speaking, Han Shaoqing put his hand on Tom's chest and pushed hard. Ah! Tom felt as if he was hit by a speeding train, and the whole person flew backwards uncontrollably. Everything happened so suddenly that the crew members next to him had no time to stop it. In Tom's sight, he only felt the wind blowing by his ears, and the scenery in front of him was rapidly receding. Suddenly, he saw Godzilla standing next to the cruise ship. His mouth opened unconsciously, and then his body began to falling into the water with a shrill scream. Han Shaoqing looked around and said coldly, "Everyone, hurry up and get on the iceberg, otherwise you will sink into the Atlantic Ocean with the cruise ship." Everyone was much more honest after hearing this. Human nature is to bully the weak and fear the strong. Sometimes you have to be a little stronger to calm the situation. A few minutes later, all the survivors got on the iceberg. Han Shaoqing stood on the iceberg and telepathically sent a message to Godzilla, "Thank you for your hard work, brother. Please tow the cruise ship away and put it down. We are all brothers, you are welcome." Godzilla responded, towed the Titanic away from the iceberg, and swam away. Otherwise, if the Titanic was allowed to sink near the iceberg, the vortex generated might cause the iceberg to sink with it. On the iceberg, the survivors gathered together and saw Godzilla towing the cruise ship away, and they immediately exploded. Why did the monster drag the cruise ship away? What does it want to do? What is going on? The crowd was in turmoil, and Captain Smith began to calm everyone down. Among these survivors, we can see different attitudes towards disasters. Chapter 7 Chaotic Timeline. In times of crisis, some people only know how to cry for help, some give up on themselves, some choose to live and die with their loved ones, and some escape with difficulty, never giving up until the last moment. Now the survivors have all boarded the iceberg and lifeboats. At this time, the number of survivors is about 1,700, and most of them are huddled together on the iceberg for warmth. There are also several dedicated musicians playing violins in the ice and snow. The music was interrupted only when someone hit them. One of the violinists sighed, "What's the point? No one is listening to us." The white-haired violinist Wallace seemed to have seen through the ways of the world and didn't care. "They didn't listen carefully when we were dining before. Come on, keep playing, it's warmer." In Wallace's view, those rich people are just pretending to be cultured and don't know shit about music. Another violinist heard this and also set up his violin and asked, "What should we play?" Wallace shrugged, "Orpheus in Hades." Then the light music sounded, but the people around were almost frozen to death, and no one appreciated it. Several musicians didn't care. This time, they played music for themselves, and they were moving their bodies, which did make them warmer. What an optimistic person! Han Shaoqing felt relieved when he heard the music. But the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds, and it's easy to cause trouble when there are too many people. Especially those who like to make trouble for no reason, always think that they are the center of the world and the whole world should revolve around them. You must give me a reasonable explanation today. I am the Great British Empire, comma, 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 comma. Smith saw the situation was chaotic, raised his gun and fired several shots at the sky, and the crowd quieted down. "Everyone calm down, we will be fine, be patient, the rescue ship is coming to us. In times of crisis, we can only survive by keeping warm together." After Captain Smith calmed the crowd, he asked the crew to go down to rescue people, and then looked at Han Shaoqing who was on the independent side. At this time, Han Shaoqing's clothes were soaked. Han Shaoqing was not afraid of the cold, but it was uncomfortable to wear them, so he tore off his clothes and threw them aside. In fact, it was not comfortable to wear wet pants, but there were so many people here, Han Shaoqing couldn't meet people naked. After hesitating for a while, Smith took out a set of clothes and a bottle of wine and walked forward, saying, "Sir Sea King, put on your clothes, drink some wine, and warm up a little." Sea King was the name Han Shaoqing had called himself before. Smith remembered that there was nothing wrong with calling Han Shaoqing like this. "Thank you, but the clothes are not needed, give it to those who need it." Han Shaoqing took the bottle and took a sip. It was whiskey, and the taste was very pure. As for clothes, he didn't need them. The physique of the Sea King was far better than that of ordinary people. Even in the Arctic Circle, he didn't need to wear clothes to keep warm. Besides, he would go into the water soon, so there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Hearing this, Smith saw that Han Shaoqing didn't seem to be afraid of the cold, so he handed the clothes to someone else and said, "Sir Sea King, can I ask you a few questions?" Han Shaoqing took a sip of wine and looked at Smith. "Just speak frankly. I heard you call the monster Godzilla before. Is this its name? Why did it hit the cruise ship?" Smith must ask this question clearly. This was the biggest accident he encountered in his sailing career. Hundreds of people died. Even if he went back alive, his career would be over. Now he just wants to find out the cause of the incident. Otherwise he will die with regrets. "Yes, Godzilla is its name." Han Shaoqing nodded. "As for why Godzilla hit the cruise ship, it's your fault." "Me?" Smith wondered, how did this matter involve him again? "Of course, I reminded you before that the Titanic would hit an iceberg, but instead of changing the course, you accelerated. If something happened, it is of course your responsibility as the captain." Han Shaoqing said. "Was it the information you left on the ship before?" Smith recalled the previous events, and the crew did find the information that the Titanic would hit an iceberg. At that time, he didn't take it seriously, but insisted on his own way and accelerated, resulting in a collision with the iceberg. But is there any inevitable connection between the cruise ship hitting the iceberg and Godzilla hitting the cruise ship? It was indeed his mistake that the Titanic hit the iceberg, but if there was no Godzilla's collision, the damage to the Titanic would not be so great. Han Shaoqing turned his head to look at Godzilla's back and said, "Of course it is related. The iceberg was used by Godzilla to reduce fire. It was lying flat in the sea, and you suddenly drove the ship and hit it. If it were you, would you not be angry? Even if there was no Godzilla, the ship would sink sooner or later given the damage it suffered after hitting the iceberg. It is a blessing in disguise that most people are safe now." Smith opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Han Shaoqing returned the bottle to Smith and said, "It's too late to say these things now. Think about how to keep these people alive. I also have some questions to ask you. Please go." Smith felt mixed emotions. Most of his anger towards Godzilla had been vented, and he felt more self-blame. However, he tried to maintain his demeanor in front of Han Shaoqing. "What year is this year?" Han Shaoqing asked casually. Smith was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to ask such a simple question. He replied, "It is 1962 now." 1962? Are you sure? Han Shaoqing was slightly surprised when he heard this. Smith said with certainty, "Of course, although I am old, I am not confused. Today is April 14, 1962. Now it is past midnight, so it should be the 15th. I will never forget this day." Han Shaoqing fell into deep thought. He remembered that in the movie Titanic, the Titanic sank in 1912, a difference of 50 years. If Smith was not joking, then the timeline of this world is very abnormal. But think about it, Titanic hit Godzilla, it would be strange if it was normal. And when Han Shaoqing was saving people before, he heard someone say Captain America, which made Han Shaoqing think of the Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe is not an independent universe, there are countless parallel universes, including Godzilla. The comic version of Zilla vs. the Avengers. If this assumption is true, then the water in this world is much deeper than imagined. Chapter 8 Marvel's Aquaman. Smith's words made Han Shaoqing think a lot. After a moment of silence, Han Shaoqing began to consider where to go. He would not follow this group of people, and he did not know how powerful humans are in this world now. How many powerful black technologies are there? For safety reasons, leaving alone is the best choice. Involving the Marvel world means that there are many extraordinary powers in the human world, and the ability of Aquaman alone is still not very guaranteed. It's okay in the early stage, but the bosses in the later stage are more perverted than each other. Even if you find a place to hide honestly, you may be wiped out by Thanos' snap of his fingers. Although it's still a long way to find a plot, you have to be on guard. Han Shaoqing doesn't want to gamble on luck with a 50% chance of death. What's more, there is Godzilla, which means that the monster universe also exists. You don't have to care about the handsome guy on Skull Island, but King Ghidorah may come out to harm humans at any time. According to the information obtained so far, the world he lives in is mostly the comic version of Marvel, which is more dangerous than the movie version. If you want to become stronger, the best way is to keep punching in through the punch-in system and get rewards. By now, Han Shaoqing has roughly figured out the function of the punch-in system. Punching in is not available anytime and anywhere. It must be triggered at a specific location or when encountering a special person. What Han Shaoqing didn't know was that at the same time he traveled through, a bald wizard in a secret temple in the Himalayas had noticed his existence. This wizard is called Gu Yi, nicknamed the Supreme Wizard. He is an existence that can watch the timeline at any time. He is currently the ceiling of the Earth's combat power and is also one of the guardians of the Earth. Because of Han Shaoqing's appearance, the original timeline has undergone drastic fluctuations, extending many time branches. Although it did not collapse, it produced a time explosion and destroyed the universe. But the timeline fluctuated so drastically that it was difficult not to attract Gu Yi's attention. As the guardian of the Earth, Gu Yi did not act. To be precise, he acted, but not completely. Because when he made his move, he encountered a warning from a powerful being in a higher dimension, not to reverse time and return to the original trajectory. In the Atlantic Ocean. After abandoning the cruise ship in the distance, Godzilla swam back and thought to himself, "Second brother, let's go, I'll take you home." Home? The center of the Earth. Han Shaoqing has no home in this world, and thought that the home Godzilla was talking about was his home. Not long before crossing, he watched Godzilla vs. King Kong, and there was a setting in the movie. That is the center of the Earth. There are huge holes inside the Earth, where those giant beasts with a body length of tens of meters live. It is the home of the monsters. Only by chance will they reach the surface through a long tunnel. Godzilla replied, "Of course, you also know the inner world, but I'm not talking about the inner world, but Atlantis. Aren't you an Atlantean? Didn't the continent of Atlantis sink? Didn't the Atlanteans become extinct? And I don't think I said I was an Atlantean." Han Shaoqing felt a little strange. Although he had obtained the physique and trident of Aquaman, if he was in the DC world, it would be understandable to be mistaken for an Atlantean, but shouldn't this be the Marvel world? Could this world also be integrated with the DC universe? Godzilla thought to himself, the continent of Atlantis did sink, but the Atlanteans did not become extinct. Some of them survived under the sea. I see that your physique and abilities are similar to theirs. Don't you know it yourself? Atlanteans under the sea? Is it a fusion of the DC world? Is it the comic version of the Marvel universe? There are many legends about the continent of Atlantis. Han Shaoqing remembered that Atlantis also appeared in Marvel Comics. It's just that there is no movie, so it is not well known. Thinking of this, Han Shaoqing telepathically said, "Brother, can you take me to Atlantis to have a look?" "Of course, no problem, I am the sacred beast they worship. If you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life." Godzilla has the style of a big brother. It's a pity if he doesn't go out to mix with the society. Just then, Han Shaoqing heard the sound of a helicopter coming from a distance. It was a bit unexpected, but reasonable. Think about it, it's right. Now it's 1962, and it's still the Marvel world. It's normal for technology to be more advanced. Turning to Smith, "Captain, rescue will arrive soon, and I should retire. After that, under the attention of everyone, he jumped from the iceberg to Godzilla's back, holding the trident in his right hand and grabbing the edge of Godzilla's dorsal fin with one hand, and sank into the cold sea with Godzilla. Rose and Jack saw this scene with complicated expressions, but more of them were happy to have survived. Although they were not completely out of trouble at the moment, at least they were still together. Carl was so angry that his face twisted when he saw his fiancée being held in the arms of someone else. Others were mixed. The existence of Godzilla brought them a lot of pressure. Even if Godzilla did nothing, just floating on the sea, their hearts could not help but beat faster. Most of them had fear, and some admired him. Looking at the gradually calm sea, Smith fell into deep thought. Mizia next to him stepped forward and said, "Sir, who do you think this Aquaman is?" Smith fell into recollection, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Mizia, do you remember the Raiders?" When talking about the Raiders, Mizia became excited and said, "Of course I remember. The Raiders was organized by Churchill and consisted of superheroes such as Captain America, Bucky, Human Torch, Toro, and Namor. They attacked the Axis camp led by Nazi Germany during World War II. They are all my idols." Smith nodded and said in a deep voice, "In fact, Namor has another title." "What?" Mizia asked curiously. Smith said seriously, "Aquaman." "Aquaman, do you mean that there is also an Aquaman in Atlantis?" Han Shaoqing sat on the Godzilla and sank all the way. In his spare time, he listened to Godzilla talking about Atlantis. As a living fossil, Godzilla is definitely knowledgeable. Although he sleeps most of the time, he can't stand living for a long time. In order to eliminate the destroyer among the monsters, Godzilla's footprints almost covered the world, and he also knew many unknown secrets. Godzilla thought, "Yes, speaking of it, your ability is very similar to his, and the weapon is a trident, but that guy is not a good person. He actually wants me to be his mount. If it weren't for the fact that Atlantis has worshipped me for generations, I would have killed him with a breath of atomic breath. He has the same ability as me and a trident. What's his name?" Han Shaoqing thought. Godzilla thought, "It seems to be Namor. Max something." Han Shaoqing thought, "Namor? Mackenzie? Yes, that's the name." Godzilla nodded his flat head and accelerated to sprint to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 9 Namor. Marvel and DC are a pair of old enemies. They have loved and killed each other for many years. They often copy and learn from each other. They have produced many superheroes with similar abilities. For example, DC has Superman and Marvel has Sentinel. DC has Batman, Marvel has Iron Man. DC has Flash, Marvel has Quicksilver. If you want to say which superhero has the most similar experience and ability, then Aquaman can definitely be ranked at the top. Hearing Godzilla's words, Han Shaoqing recalled the deeds of Namor Mackenzie. Namor Mackenzie is the first mutant created in the history of American comics. The birth of Marvel Aquaman Namor is basically the same as that of DC Aquaman Arthur. Namor is also a hybrid born of humans and the Queen of Atlantis. Rather than saying that he is a mutant, it is more appropriate to call him a hybrid. Leonard Mackenzie's father, Leonard Mackenzie, is an American captain. In 1920, when Leonard went to Antarctica for an expedition, the route was blocked by floating ice, so Leonard asked the sailors to use explosives to smash the floating ice. This inadvertently caused serious damage to the underwater ancient country of Atlantis. King Takur of Atlantis ordered his daughter Finn to investigate the cause of the explosion. During the investigation, Finn was accidentally injured and was taken in by Leonard. They lived on the ship for several weeks. During this period, the two fell in love and did everything they should and shouldn't do. After losing the news of his daughter, King Takur was worried that his daughter was killed or kidnapped by the land people, so he sent people to search the sea and found his daughter Finn on the ship. King Takur hated the land people and mistakenly thought that his daughter was captured by the other side, so he ordered an attack on Leonard's ship, resulting in the death of all the crew members including Leonard. Finn was taken back to Atlantis, and a few months later, she gave birth to a son, Namor Mackenzie. Because he was a mixed-race child, Namor's skin color was close to that of humans, which was different from the light blue skin color of other Atlanteans. Therefore, Namor was discriminated against by his tribe since he was a child and was identified as a low-level alien and was given the title of freak. He was eventually expelled from the imperial city of Atlantis by the priest. Namor's mother did not dare to challenge the thousands of years of tradition, so she took Namor to hide in the slums of Atlantis. But here, because of his skin color, Namor was still ridiculed and bullied by other Atlanteans. Later, Namor's mother was forced to marry an Atlantean under pressure. After giving birth to Namor's half-sister Namora, the family fled to Manhattan. After adulthood, Namor found that his power was getting stronger and stronger, and he returned to Atlantis. After a series of struggles, Namor got the Neptune Trident, regained the throne, won the recognition of the Atlanteans, and became the king of Atlantis. Since then, Namor has taken protecting the ocean and his people as his mission. When World War II broke out, they accidentally captured the Atlanteans and used them as experimental subjects, resulting in their tragic death. Namor did not know the situation on land. Seeing his people being killed by the land people, he launched a tsunami to attack New York in anger. Seeing that the event was about to happen, the first generation of the Human Torch stepped forward to stop it. After that, Namor and the Human Torch got to know each other, and together with the newly rising Captain America and some superpowers, they formed the Invaders to fight against the. In terms of ability, Namor and Arthur, the two Sea Kings, have basically the same abilities: super strong physique, super high movement speed in the seabed, can talk with marine life, and use tridents as weapons. The only difference is that Namor has two pairs of small wings on his feet, which can fly in the air, but Arthur can't. But Namor can't stay on land for a long time, and he has to return to the water every once in a while, otherwise he will lose his life. Arthur does not have this shortcoming. The two brothers are equally matched. However, compared with DC's Aquaman Arthur, Marvel's Namor, the Sea King, is not very popular because of his unpopular personality. Although he is a veteran superhero of Marvel, he has not yet released an independent movie, so he is not well known. If Han Shaoqing had not read Marvel Comics, he might not have known that there is also a Sea King in Marvel. Now that Han Shaoqing has obtained the power of the DC Sea King, there is also a Sea King in this world, so naturally he has to go and pay a visit. Godzilla didn't know Han Shaoqing's thoughts and dived down with bubbles. As an ancient Titan monster, Godzilla's physique can be called abnormal. The speed at which he swims in the sea can break the speed of sound at the fastest, but under normal circumstances, Godzilla is slow. Because Han Shaoqing has the physique of the Sea King, he can breathe freely in the water, can resist and withstand extreme cold and heavy pressure, and his eyes can see things clearly in the dark. His strength, speed, and reaction speed are far beyond ordinary people, but because he has just obtained the physique of the Sea King, many abilities have not yet been developed. Theoretically, Han Shaoqing now also has a very high talent for magic, but he doesn't know how to use it. At most, he can use the Neptune Trident to launch energy bombs and control water, but he can't fly yet. Although he knows the details of the Sea King Namor, how strong is Namor now? Han Shaoqing is also unclear, and the information in the comics can only be used as a reference. This time, following Godzilla to Atlantis is mainly to check the location and see if he can punch in. If possible, it would be good to defeat Namor and seize the throne of Atlantis. Anyway, Atlantis needs a king, why can't that king be me? Han Shaoqing is still quite ambitious. To be fair, he likes this colorful world a little. The reason is just two words: excitement. From appearing on the Titanic, to meeting Godzilla, obtaining the punch-in system, and having the ability of the Sea King. Everything is like a dream. Han Shaoqing has a feeling that it is not real, but this feeling fascinates him. The powerful power also makes him a little inflated. At this time, it has reached 5,000 feet below the sea. It is difficult for ordinary submarines to reach this depth. The sunlight cannot reach here, so the deep sea is relatively dim. Looking around, in Han Shaoking's eyes, the dark environment is still extremely clear, and many marine creatures and vegetation with their own lighting effects can be seen along the way. Among them, jellyfish are the most common. At the bottom of the sea, you can also see many sunken ships, on which many marine creatures live. There is a big monster, run! You will be eaten, run, run! I don't want to move, it's so big, it shouldn't be interested in my little meat. In the deep sea, Han Shaoqing can listen to the voices of the surrounding marine creatures. Compared with humans, these marine creatures are much simpler. Godzilla doesn't care about those marine creatures. Its main food is nuclear radiation material, and under normal circumstances, it does not need to hunt. Chapter 10 Check in Atlantis. Atlantis is located on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Like many legends, Atlantis in this world also sank, but the Atlanteans survived tenaciously. The Atlantis in the Marvel world has a similar background to the Atlantis in the DC world. It is an empire with highly developed technology, and even developed and utilized unlimited energy on a large scale. After the sinking of the Atlantis continent, the Atlanteans turned their technological direction to the ocean, that is, water control technology, and developed many high technologies, such as nanotechnology, ultra-pure water membranes, energy cannons, technological weapons, biotechnology, control and taming of organisms, transformation research, etc. Relatively speaking, among the countries on Earth, perhaps only Wakanda, which owns mines, can be compared with Atlantis. Godzilla went west all the way, and after passing through a narrow submarine canyon, a magnificent underwater city entered Han Shaoking's eyes. This is Atlantis, it is really spectacular. It is hard to believe that in the deep sea tens of thousands of feet deep, you can see a majestic city with bright lights. The existence of Atlantis is like a miracle of life. The unique architectural style, various unprecedented technologies, many strange marine creatures, and those blue-skinned Atlanteans all made Han Shaoqing feel refreshed. For example, the king crabs that are more than 10 meters long, how many meals do you have to eat? Compared with the Atlanteans in the DC world, there is not much difference between Atlanteans and humans. The Atlanteans in the Marvel world have light blue skin, pointed ears like elves, and gill-like respiratory organs on their necks, allowing them to breathe freely in the water. Atlanteans usually feed on seaweed and raw fish, live in caves and reefs, and only the nobles can live in luxurious buildings. Today's Atlanteans have fully adapted to living in the deep sea. If they leave the ocean and do not have special protective clothing, it is difficult for these people to survive for more than 5 minutes after going ashore. Very few powerful beings can live longer, but their lifespan will also be shortened. Perhaps because their ancestors lived in the deep sea, the harsh environment accelerated the evolution of the Atlanteans, making them very strong. They are 10 times stronger than ordinary people on the ground and swim very fast in the water. It is easy for them to withstand the pressure and extreme cold temperatures on the seabed. Han Shaoqing learned from Godzilla that Atlantis was once a small land in the Atlantic Ocean and the cradle of advanced civilization. About 20,000 years ago, Atlantis sank into the sea due to an earthquake. Because of the timely start, the energy shield saved the people on the continent of Atlantis, but they were also trapped in the dark deep sea. If it weren't for the advanced technology, the people of Atlantis would not have survived at all. About 10,000 years ago, perhaps due to the pressure of survival, a part of the human branch gene mutated and evolved into the Atlanteans today, giving them the ability to survive freely underwater. About 200 years ago, due to an undersea earthquake, a hard connection point appeared between the inner world and Atlantis, and some underground monsters ran out. In order to protect the safety of his people, King Taku removed the capital to the vicinity of Antarctica. Today's Atlantis is considered an old site. As for the monsters that ran out, they have been solved by Godzilla. It has to be said that the path of evolution is amazing. Most of the Atlanteans still retain the human form and appearance. If it weren't for the light blue skin and the fish gills on the neck that look like tattoos, they would not look much different from humans. But a small number of them mutated more seriously and became half human and half fish. This is why the mermaid legend of this world came about. Han Shaoqing said, "Brother, I always thought you were a homebody, but I didn't expect you to know so many secrets." "That's right, I don't have any ability, I just can survive. When those Atlanteans sacrificed me, they often nag about these things, which is annoying." Hearing Godzilla's Versailles voice, Han Shaoqing smiled. As Godzilla approached, the people in Atlantis also discovered Godzilla's arrival. "It's the Lord Guardian. The Lord Guardian is here, go and notify the priest. I'm so lucky to see the Lord Guardian with my own eyes. Welcome to the Lord Guardian." Many Atlanteans saluted Godzilla respectfully. It can be seen that Godzilla was not bragging before. In Atlantis, Godzilla's face is very popular. Here, Godzilla is like a star surrounded by stars, sought after by people, and has his own fan club. Aang! Godzilla roared proudly, the water waves rolled, and the surrounding fish scattered. Ordinary Atlanteans did not have the ability to communicate with marine creatures, and could not understand what Godzilla meant, so they all bowed their heads respectfully. Han Shaoqing understood the meaning of Godzilla's roar. It was nothing more than saying, "Little brother, do you think I am awesome?" What else could Han Shaoqing say? He could only say, "Big brother is mighty." Godzilla was fooled by this, and his neck unconsciously raised a few centimeters, and then swam to an underwater platform with ease. On the way, Han Shaoqing could see many huge artillery platforms on the walls of Atlantis, and in the distance there were traces left after the war, as well as some huge unknown monster wreckage. From the ribs of more than 10 meters, the size of this monster must have been large when it was alive. Atlantis has been renovated, and Han Shaoqing did not see anything unusual when he came here for the first time. After passing through a huge bubble-like protective cover, Godzilla walked upright and came to the platform. The space here is not much different from that on land. There is no water pressure and air. Even ordinary people can survive here. Ding! The host is currently on the Atlantis sacrificial platform and meets the check-in conditions. "Do you want to check in?" Hearing the sudden system prompt, Han Shaoqing was delighted. "Check in." Checking in, countdown 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, check in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden armor. Golden armor, the armor left by the sea god, made of enchanted end metal, has extremely strong protective power. Do you want to receive it? The golden armor of the Sea King. Because it is a special place, the risk level is not high, so the reward obtained is far less than the reward on Godzilla's head. In fact, it is not easy to punch in Atlantis. If Han Shaoqing does not have the physique of the Sea King, he will not be able to withstand the strong pressure of the deep sea. If Godzilla does not lead the way, it will be difficult for him to find Atlantis under the sea. However, the reward is equivalent to a free gift, so Han Shaoqing naturally accepts it with pleasure. Receive it. As soon as the words fell, a set of golden armor was attached to Han Shaoqing's body out of thin air, which was very noble, and also exposed him to the sight of other Atlanteans. Chapter 11 Meeting of the Two Kings. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. After putting on the golden battlesuit, Han Shaoqing's overall image immediately went up a level. It is true that gold shines everywhere. Look, even at the bottom of the deep sea tens of thousands of feet deep, the golden light of the golden battlesuit cannot be concealed. The surrounding Atlanteans were attracted by the golden light and looked at Godzilla's back. A blue-skinned Atlantean pointed at Han Shaoqing's position. There is someone behind the Lord Guardian. Who can stand on the back of the Lord Guardian? An old Atlantean looked up, surprised. Ancient monsters like Godzilla have existed longer than the history of the Atlantis Empire. From ancient times to the present, even the legendary sea god Poseidon has never subdued Godzilla. Godzilla and Atlantis have a mutually beneficial relationship. Before the Atlantis continent sank, Godzilla protected Atlantis from persecution by other Titan monsters. As a condition, the Atlantis Empire will provide Godzilla with the necessary nuclear radiation energy as a sacrifice. Sacrifice to Godzilla. To put it bluntly, it is to pay protection fees. This has become an unchanging tradition of Atlantis for thousands of years. After the sinking of the Atlantis continent, it encountered many attacks from deep-sea monsters in the deep sea. Most of them were attacked by Godzilla to help Atlantis settle the matter. Otherwise, Atlantis would not have been able to continue to this day. As the saying goes, the king changes, but Godzilla remains. In the Atlantis Empire, Godzilla's status is extremely high and he is worshipped. His status is even higher than that of the king, and he is on par with the sea god Poseidon. He is the well-deserved patron saint of Atlantis. Now someone is standing on the body of their patron saint. How can these Atlanteans not be surprised? One of the Atlanteans was sharp-eyed and saw Han Shaoking's skin color from a distance. He was even more surprised. Flesh-colored skin means he is from the earth. Another guard with a five-pronged halberd in his hand was surprised. An earthly person? How could an earthly person come to the deep sea without the help of tools, and he was holding a golden trident? The old Atlantean said, "Have you forgotten your majesty the king? Is he also a mixed, half-blood?" Most Atlanteans actually have some complaints about the half-blood sea king Namor, but they dare not express it. Is he the descendant of the man in the legend? An old Atlantean's face changed slightly. Are you talking about the usurper? I'm afraid he is not a good person. Go and inform the king and the high priest. After a commotion among the Atlanteans, someone immediately went to report the situation. The usurper. Hearing the talk of these Atlanteans, Han Shaoqing was a little confused. However, judging from the looks of the people around him, most of them were hostile. If there was no Godzilla, these Atlanteans would have rushed up to arrest him, the illegal immigrant. But due to the existence of Godzilla, they did not dare to show their weapons directly, which would be disrespectful to the patron saint. Godzilla is the patron saint of Atlantis and also a powerful destroyer. No one can afford the consequences of angering Godzilla. While these Atlanteans were observing Han Shaoqing was also looking at these Atlanteans. These people looked similar to humans, with light blue or dark blue skin and gorgeous clothes. Even ordinary Atlanteans had pearls, gems, and other decorations, and a few had fish scales on their bodies. Most of the men wore armor and held weapons like harpoons, and some held strange-looking guns in their hands, which should be some kind of energy weapons. Some wore luxurious dresses and rode various marine creatures. These marine creatures are all quite large, such as the seahorse that is more than 3 meters long, the mantis shrimp that is 5 meters long, the crab that is 7 or 8 meters long, and the sea turtle. I don't know if these marine creatures are originally like this, or the result of the transformation of the Atlanteans. The king is coming. Not long after, a black-haired man wearing black armor and holding a golden trident appeared on the stage riding a 23-meter-long mosasaur, surrounded by the Atlanteans. His trident is the same style as the trident in Han Shaoking's hand, and it is also shining with golden light, but the handle is spiral and the tail end is flat. The trident in Han Shaoking's hand has a round handle and a triangular barb at the tail end. From the opponent's appearance and the name of the surrounding Atlanteans, it is not difficult to judge that this white-skinned person is Marvel Aquaman Namor Mackenzie. As for his mount mosasaur, it should be an extinct species. I don't know where Namor found it. Han Shaoqing was not surprised by this. After all, Godzilla already existed, so the appearance of the mosasaur was nothing. This mosasaur was obviously tamed, with a saddle and reins on his body, and looked mighty and domineering, but compared with Godzilla, it was just a small witch meeting a big witch. The two sea kings looked at each other from a distance, and in an instant, it seemed as if an invisible electric current flashed through their eyes. This is a strong enemy. It is also a destined opponent. This feeling seems to come from instinct. At the moment of meeting, Han Shaoqing and Namer had the same feeling at the same time. Some are like relatives who have not seen each other for many years, but with natural hostility. This feeling is very mysterious. Namer, standing on the back of the mosasaur, spoke first. I can't believe that we will meet in this way. It seems that you are ready to challenge the throne, right? My cousin, Imachi. Who is Imochi? Hearing Namer's words, Han Shaoqing was confused and a little confused. The other party obviously misunderstood something. However, Han Shaoqing did not explain, and said, Imochi is dead. My name is Han Shaoqing. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. In that case, then come on. Namer is a man with a bad temper, outspoken, likes to fight, always puts the interests of Atlantis first, and is very protective of his shortcomings. He is the kind of ruthless person who will kill the whole clan if someone kills me. More than 20 years ago, Namer's uncle Gran, dissatisfied with Namer's rule, launched a large-scale rebellion when Namer was away, and was eventually defeated and expelled by Namer, who was driven back. Gran was unwilling, but he knew that he could not defeat Namer, so he chose to go ashore and wanted to learn from Namer's mother, combine with humans, and give birth to a powerful hybrid. It is rumored that Gran arrived in Asia and gave birth to a son with an Asian, named Imochi. This incident was once a famous gossip news in Atlantis. After all, Namer's strength is obvious to all, and the hybrid, although he was rejected by many traditional Atlanteans, Namer's power was obvious to all. Therefore, many people wanted to try to combine with the people on land, but ordinary Atlanteans could not adapt to the local climate and were powerless. If the people on land were taken back, they would not adapt to the local climate either. Only those with strong royal blood could live longer on land, but royal blood was rare, and most of them were conservative and easily criticized, so there were only a handful of hybrids between Atlanteans and humans on land. It was reasonable that Han Shaoqing would be mistaken for Imochi by Namer. Chapter 12 The Battle of Kings. Han Shaoqing didn't know the old stories of Atlantis. He had not read many Marvel comics, and comics were comics after all, and it was impossible to cover everything. This was a real world, and everyone had flesh and blood, their own ideas and past. This gave Han Shaoqing a starting point. He was worried about his illegal status, but fortunately he made the best of it. Anyway, he never admitted that he was Imogen, and it was all his imagination. Now he was thinking about whether he could win in a duel with Namer. To be honest, Han Shaoqing was not sure. With the physique of Aquaman, Han Shaoqing thought that his strength and ability were no worse than Namer. But Namer is at least in his 40s now, and has been the king of Atlantis for at least 20 years. He has lived in the deep sea for many years and has experienced countless battles since he grew up, accumulating rich combat experience. On the other hand, Han Shaoqing has only recently obtained the ability of Aquaman, and his combat experience is pitifully small. He can't even use the trident in his hand. In comparison, Han Shaoqing obviously does not have an advantage. But what does it matter? If you don't accept it, just fight. Whoever is cowardly is a bastard. Offer sacrifices to the guardian. Namer was very decisive. Seeing Han Shaoqing agreed to the challenge, he immediately ordered his men to provide nuclear materials for Godzilla, and then looked at Han Shaoqing, as for you, let's fight in the duel arena in the ancient way. Okay. Han Shaoqing did not show weakness, holding the trident with a fighting spirit. Then he saw several Atlanteans driving 5 giant octopuses, carrying more than a dozen exquisite cans in front of Godzilla. Each kin was more than 5 meters high and weighed several tons. After putting the things down, the Atlanteans hurriedly drove the octopus away. Because these barrels were filled with dangerous nuclear waste, Atlantis had advanced technology and was inspired by titans such as Godzilla. It mastered nuclear technology 20,000 years ago. In recent years, Atlantis has developed more advanced and pollution-free new energy, but in order to sacrifice to Godzilla, it still did not dismantle the original nuclear power plant. On the one hand, the nuclear power plant can provide energy for Atlantis. On the other hand, it can provide food for Godzilla, which is the best of both worlds. It can be said that everything is used to its full potential. Second brother, you can go without worry. I will eat first. Call me if you have anything. After seeing the neatly arranged nuclear waste, Godzilla was refreshed and successfully awakened into a dry rice beast. After the voice came out, he began to eat with relish. The scattered nuclear radiation was absorbed by the K and would not spread too far. But if you get too close, there is still a certain risk. Not everyone has a perverted physique like Godzilla. The harm of nuclear radiation is very great. Even if Han Shaoqing has the physique of the Sea King, he is unwilling to get too close. He immediately jumped away from Godzilla's dorsal fin with the trident. Big brother, take your time eating. I'm going to fight Namor first. After saying that, Han Shaoqing came to the edge of the platform, and with a thought, he controlled a killer whale to swim outside the platform, jumped up, controlled the killer whale, and followed Namor to the duel arena. The duel arena is in the ruins of the old city of Atlantis. After a period of preparation, many Atlanteans gathered here to watch the Battle of Kings. In the lounge, only Han Shaoqing and Namor were left. From the appearance, except for some differences in skin color, the two are more similar. At least compared to those blue-skinned Atlanteans, the two stand together and do look more like brothers. The Atlanteans have a long lifespan. Namor perfectly inherited the advantages of the Atlanteans. Although he is 42 years old, he looks like he is only 27 or 28 years old. He is a little taller than Han Shaoqing, and his eyes looking at Han Shaoqing are a little complicated. There has always been a legend circulating here that Godzilla is the king of monsters. Even Poseidon, the god of the sea, has never subdued Godzilla. Whoever can truly subdue Godzilla will become the master of this world. Atlantis needs this power. Relying on Godzilla, Atlantis can conquer the world, both on the ground and underground. Han Shaoqing heard this and looked at Namor. So, what do you want to express? You know, your father is a bastard, but I don't want to kill you, Imogen, or Han Shaoqing. Now I will give you one last chance. Leave Atlantis and never come back. You can't win this duel. You have to give it a try. Han Shaoqing held the trident in his hand and looked at Namor, with flames shining in their eyes. Because they all knew that there could only be one Sea King. Dong dong dong. A round of war drums sounded, and the portal of the duel field opened. The two swam into the duel field from the opened portal. The Colosseum retains the most original appearance of Atlantis, somewhat like the ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by some broken stone pillars and huge statues, with circular stands on the edge. Thousands of Atlanteans gathered here to witness this battle of kings. Namor raised his trident and shouted to the audience around him, "People of Atlantis, tell this son of the usurper who is your king, long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! Defeat the descendants of this usurper! Traitor! Get out of Atlantis!" As Namor's voice fell, the surrounding Atlanteans began to boil and shouted to cheer for Namor. Some people spoke ill of Han Shaoqing, as if he had done something that angered the heavens and the people. It seems that the identity of an impostor is not very popular. As soon as he appeared, he was pointed at by thousands of people. Han Shaoqing, who was caught in the crossfire for no reason, could only admit it. Who asked him to impersonate? If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to get it, you always have to pay something. In the history of Atlantis, there have been 5 kings' wars, the most recent of which was the duel between Namor and Gran more than 20 years ago. Although Atlantis has many fine traditions, sometimes these traditions seem to be a joke. The alternation of power between kings is solved by the most primitive force, which itself has a big problem. It seems that Wakanda is also the same. It has advanced technology, but it advocates primitive collisions. For Han Shaoqing, this is a chance to ascend to heaven in one step, provided that Namor is defeated. After the two appeared, a holographic image appeared in the air, playing the identities of the two. Han Shaoqing, Imoki, son of Gran, grandson of King T'Kur. Namor, son of Queen Fin, current king of Atlantis. In the eyes of outsiders, both of them have the royal blood of Atlantis and are also mixed blood. If Namor wins, he will consolidate his power. Most people are not optimistic about Han Shaoqing, but if Han Shaoqing wins, they will still follow the tradition and worship him as the new king of Atlantis. Of course, how many people will pretend to obey but secretly disobey, that is unknown. At the same time, when Han Shaoqing stepped onto the dual field, the punch-in system sent a prompt. Chapter 13. When you are sleepy, you will get a pillow. Ding! The host is currently in the ancient dual field of Atlantis sacrifice, and meets the punch-in conditions. Do you want to punch in? Hearing the system prompt, Han Shaoqing secretly said, "It's true that when you are sleepy, you will get a pillow. Punch in. Punch in, count down 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, punch in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fighting skills of Deathstroke and mastery of all types of weapons." Fighting skills: Deathstroke is a very powerful opponent. He can even defeat Batman and Nightwing in hand-to-hand combat. He is also a tactical master. Mastery of all types of weapons: Deathstroke is proficient in the use of all types of weapons, including pistols, rifles, cold weapons, knives, guns, swords, and halberds, and can fully utilize the advantages of each weapon. Do you want to receive it? Of course, I will receive it. With a thought, he chose to receive it, and immediately a stream of information merged into Han Shaoqing's mind. Then Han Shaoqing found that a memory about fighting skills and using various weapons emerged in his mind, as if he had practiced it countless times in his mind, and even merged into his muscle memory, allowing Han Shaoqing to instantly understand the essence of it. Namor, who was standing opposite Han Shaoqing, glanced at Han Shaoqing, and seemed to feel that the person in front of him seemed different just now. Dong 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 dong. At the edge of the dual field, a big octopus waved its tentacles and beat the war drum rhythmically. Han Shaoqing glanced at the octopus brother who was beating the drum to cheer, and felt that this scene was very similar to the King duel in the DC Aquaman movie version. It's just that he and Namor are the ones fighting. Under the auspices of the High Priest, the duel officially begins. Dang! The two golden tridents collided with each other, and the sound spread, causing the surrounding water to surge. Where did you get the imitation? Although it is very powerful, a fake is just a fake after all. After a collision, Namor found that the trident in the opponent's hand also had divine power, which was a bit incredible. As far as he knew, there was only one Neptune trident. The one in his hand was the real one, and the one in the opponent's hand must be a replica. However, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can do to make a replica to such a degree. How do you know that the trident in your hand is not a replica? Han Shaoqing naturally would not tell Namor that the trident in his hand came from another world, and at the same time wanted to use it to hit the opponent's confidence. Whether it is true or not, we will know it in one battle. Namor has been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he be shaken by a few words? He turned the trident, jumped up, held the handle with both hands, and chopped down at Han Shaoqing's head. Han Shaoqing sank his feet, stabbed the trident with both hands, and used the hook fork to block Namor's powerful blow. The moment the two tridents collided, a shock wave was immediately set off, and the water waves spread throughout the field with the shock wave, making the Atlanteans watching the battle around gasp. Crack! The ground under Han Shaoking's feet cracked due to the heavy pressure, but Han Shaoking's arms only bent and sank slightly, and then the force rose from the ground, and with the help of the recoil force, he pushed Namor out in one fell swoop. After the first round of collision, the strength of both sides was known. Generally speaking, Han Shaoking's strength is stronger, while Namor's speed is faster. As for skills, Han Shaoqing, who has obtained the fighting ability of the Death Knell, is better than Namor. Namor and Han Shaoqing were equally matched in the battle with the trident. The murderous aura permeated the field, quietly and silently, like the calm before the storm. The Atlanteans in the viewing stand fell into silence, and then burst into thunderous cheers. Although they did not know Han Shaoqing and were somewhat repulsive to him, it did not prevent them from cheering for a wonderful duel. The strong can win respect there. At this moment, Han Shaoqing won the recognition of some Atlanteans with his strength. It seems that I underestimated you. I will not show mercy next time. After being pushed 25.8 meters, Namor stabilized his body and rushed towards Han Shaoqing quickly. The trident in his hand tore through the surrounding water flow, and the speed was so fast that it caused a sonic boom in the water. When he was close to 10 meters, Namor swung the trident in his hand to a full moon, and the force of the swing was so strong that in a flash, the water in front seemed to turn into a crescent-shaped high-pressure water cannon and killed Han Shaoqing. Come on! Han Shaoqing swept the trident in his hand, and a flash of light passed by, with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. Boom! The two water blades collided fiercely, and the moment they crossed, it was like a storm hitting the shore, stirring up a turbulent flow. Under the impact of the violent water flow, many Atlanteans were swept away. Han Shaoqing saw this and said, "It seems that the battlefield here is too small. How about changing places with me to fight? That's exactly what I want. I haven't met an opponent like you for a long time. Let's fight to our heart's content." Namor cares about the safety of his people. He knows that if the two continue to fight here, before the winner is determined, some of his people may be killed by the aftermath of the battle, so he nodded in agreement. Now Namor's eyes are full of fighting spirit, and his eyes looking at Han Shaoqing have become serious. He himself has a hot temper and loves fighting. But in the past 20 years, he has been able to do a lot, but he can't find an opponent who can let him fight happily. Han Shaoking's appearance made Namor excited, and even gave birth to some sense of identity, as if he saw himself when he was young. Swoosh! Swoosh! The physique of both of them was far superior to that of ordinary Atlanteans. They swam very fast, just like a sharp arrow quickly shuttling through the water. They soon left the range of the Atlantis protective shield and swam towards the sea surface. At this time, Han Shaoqing was also extremely excited. The exciting battle made his blood boil, and his spirit was both nervous and happy. Seeing that Namor and Han Shaoqing did not play with them, some Atlanteans left the duel field immediately, drove underwater spacecrafts to chase behind, and watched from afar. Such a battle is rare in a century, so they naturally don't want to miss it. Han Shaoqing and Namor stayed about 100 meters away from the sea surface, chopping horizontally and vertically with the trident in their hands, and sometimes picking, plucking, teasing, and stabbing. Each blow was enough to split mountains and rocks. The surrounding water flow rolled endlessly under the aftermath of the battle between the two people, causing huge waves of more than 10 meters high on the sea level. Fortunately, this place is far away from the iceberg, and the survivors of the Titanic have been rescued. If they were a step slower, Rousey and Xiao Litzi would definitely be wiped out. Han Shaoqing, who was so excited about the fight, had completely forgotten about this matter. The fierce battle with Namor was like two dragons fighting in the water. The same physique, the same ability, the same weapon, and the fight was difficult to distinguish for a while. The trident whizzed past the two people, and if you were not careful, you might become the soul of the other party's men, which was extremely thrilling. Dang dang dang! For a while, the clanging sound was endless, as if even this area of Water was about to be blown up. The scene of the fierce battle shocked the Atlantis people who were watching the show in the distance. In addition to shock, they also had other things in their hearts. Chapter 14 The King Cannot Be Humiliated. After a round of fierce fighting, Namor, who did not get any advantage, quickly retreated and launched the next wave of offensive. In the previous rounds of head-on confrontation, he suffered a little loss because of his inferior strength. The palms of his hands were numb and his hands holding the trident were shaking slightly. He knew that his strength was at a disadvantage and he could not fight anymore. He immediately used the advantage of speed to launch guerrilla warfare, occasionally using the trident to shoot a few energy bombs from a distance. The power of these energy bombs is not weaker than that of rocket launchers, and has a strong impact. In fact, the trident in Han Shaoking's hand also has this function, but he has only obtained the trident not long ago and doesn't know how to use it. Facing Namor's long-range attack, Han Shaoqing can only dodge and use the trident to resist. He tried to get close several times, but was avoided by Namor with his speed advantage. It seems that you haven't mastered the power of the trident, or your imitation does not have such ability, am I right, cousin? Namor kept moving, and the trident in his hand was like a mobile turret, constantly outputting, and one energy bomb after another shot out as if it was free. In the hail of bullets, Han Shaoqing dodged left and right. If he couldn't avoid it, he used the trident to resist. Although the shock force guaranteed by the energy bomb was not enough to be fatal, it would never be pleasant to be hit by a shot. Namor, you are just a little bit capable. Don't you even have the courage to fight me in close combat? Han Shaoqing squeezed. Namor didn't care, this is a duel between kings, not a child's play. If you admit defeat now, I can spare your life. As a king, Namor's temper is a little hot, but he is not stupid. Using his own strengths to overcome the enemy's weaknesses is the quality of a qualified warrior. Fighting recklessly is the behavior of a reckless man. Han Shaoqing was a little helpless, and immediately swinging the trident, he mobilized the water flow as a weapon to attack Namor. Daddy said that only magic can defeat magic. Han Shaoqing has not yet mastered the means of energy bombs, but Neptune's trident can mobilize the power of the ocean. This does not require any technical content and can be completely done from the heart. The water flow rolled, forming a spiral water column, from bottom to top, sweeping towards Namor with a suction force. It's useless. Namor held the trident and held it upright in front of him. The trident flashed a golden light, and the stirred sea water was immediately calmed down. SHH. Taking this opportunity, Han Shaoqing sprinted with all his strength, turning into a phantom and going upstream, but in the blink of an eye, the trident in his hand stabbed Namor's chest like a heavy artillery. Namor held the trident with both hands and blocked it with the handle of the trident. Due to the 3-point force, he was pushed up by Han Shaoqing and finally broke through the ice. Voila! The two broke through the ice and flew into the air. When they reached Jaedun, which was about 50 meters high, Han Shaoqing and Namor's momentum slowed down and began to fall. Only Han Shaoqing landed, while Namor flew in the air with the small wings on his feet. The fin-shaped small wings at Namor's ankle joints are like decorations on children's shoes. It is unscientific that such small wings can drive a person to fly. However, the Marvel world is not a simple technological world. It has many supernatural powers, so Han Shaoqing did not make a fuss. Seeing Namor flying, Han Shaoqing knew that the trick used by Aquaman Arthur to defeat his younger brother Ocean Lord would not work on Namor. First of all, Namor's overall strength is stronger than Ocean Lord, and the trident in his hand is genuine, which can control water, release energy bombs, create lightning, etc. Secondly, Namor has the ability to fly and can fly even if he leaves the water. But Han Shaoqing does not have the ability to fly. Compared with being in the water, Namor has a greater advantage after landing. Unless Han Shaoqing can drag Namor to the shore until he runs out of oxygen, there is basically no hope. Namor is a mixed race. The setting in Marvel Comics is that his strength will weaken after leaving the water for an hour. If he stays on the water or land for too long, he will suffer from hypoxia, which will cause Namor to be manic, depressed, and have mood swings. If he is completely out of contact with water for more than a week, he will be in fatal danger. I don't know if this setting will work for Namor in this world. Namor didn't know Han Shaoking's thoughts. He flew in the air, raised his trident and shot several energy rays downward. Han Shaoqing raised the trident high, stimulated the divine power in it, and formed an energy shield to block it from above. After offsetting the attack, the energy shield did not break, but the ice under his feet was shattered. Get up! Han Shaoqing controlled the sea water to stabilize his body, waved the trident, and rolled up a water tornado to hit Namor in the air, but Namor easily avoided it. Namor flew down, and the trident swept down from the sky, smashing down with a force of 10,000 pounds. Han Shaoqing waved his halberd to resist, and in an instant, under the huge force, the two were still tied. Han Shaoqing had no time to control the water flow under his body. When he lost weight, he was kicked in the abdomen by Namor, and the whole person flew sideways and hit the iceberg 100 meters away. The strong impact made Han Shaoking's abdomen cramp, and his body directly collapsed half of the iceberg. Han Shaoqing had just stepped away from the ice that was several tons, and he saw Namor standing in the air holding up the trident, and the sky was rolling with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Boom! The thunder roared, and a huge red and white lightning fell from the sky. Han Shaoqing jumped up and was hit by lightning, and the strong current filled his body. Fortunately, the trident and the golden battle suit blocked most of the damage, but even so, Han Shaoqing was still electrocuted and screamed, and his black hair was electrocuted into a ramen head, emitting white smoke. It seems that you really can't beat me. Are you bullying me for not having magic output? Boom! The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the red and white lightning struck again. Han Shaoqing had no choice but to use the energy shield to resist and passively take the beating. At this moment, Namor turned from a warrior into a mage, constantly outputting remotely, and hitting the drifting glacier with holes. Everyone has his own place, and you shouldn't appear in Atlantis. Namor may have less oxygen intake. This person is a little neurotic, like a hot-blooded middle school boy, not only outputting magic, but also starting to output mouth cannons. After defending for a long time, Han Shaoqing changed his strategy and plunged into the sea after resisting several attacks. Since you have come to Atlantis, you should pay the price for your recklessness. While speaking, Namor also dived into the sea, and at the same time controlled the sharks around him to attack Han Shaoqing. You are old, don't be so hot-blooded, okay? Han Shaoking's eyes burst into a burst of golden light, and the sharks swarming around him suddenly became a group of good babies. You can also control marine life. It seems that he really succeeded. Now kneel down, I can accept your surrender. Namor felt that the cousin in front of him was too similar to his own ability, just exactly the same. Just when Namor was intoxicated, Han Shaoqing had already approached and stabbed him with a fork. The king cannot be insulted. Even if I don't know magic, I, Han Shaoqing, am still invincible in the world. Chapter 15 The World Under the Earth. I can't fight, but I am the first in pretending. After being on the internet for so long, who doesn't know a few dirty words? Saying the king cannot be insulted, Han Shaoqing stabbed him with a fork, and Namor waved his halberd to resist. At the stalemate, Han Shaoqing raised his halberd, leaving Namor wide open, and kicked Namor in the abdomen, knocking him as he went out. He then rolled up the trident in his hand and knocked Namor's trident away. Before Han Shaoqing could make a move, the trident seemed to have spirituality and automatically flew back to Namor's hand. Your close combat ability is indeed very strong, but I will not give you another chance to get close. Namor touched his blue belly, used the trident as a Gatling gun, and shot dense energy bullets at Han Shaoqing. Facing the unethical Namor, Han Shaoqing had to hide from place to place and was chased and beaten by Namor. Such a situation was obviously not good for him. In desperation, Han Shaoqing had to use telepathy to communicate with Godzilla. "Brother, save me." Godzilla, who slept after eating, heard Han Shaoqing's call, looked up, blinked his eyes, and then swam. "Roar, don't hurt my brother." Godzilla roared and swam towards Han Shaoqing. The other Atlanteans didn't understand what Godzilla wanted to say, but Han Shaoqing and Namor knew it clearly. Han Shaoqing soon joined Godzilla. Namor saw Godzilla coming out, so he stopped. "Lord Guardian, we are holding a king duel, I hope you don't interfere." Namor can also communicate with marine creatures, so it's no problem for him to communicate with Godzilla. Godzilla thought to himself, "This is my half-brother, can you bully him?" God trademark half-brother. Namor's face was gloomy. "Do you have to protect him? You don't accept it? Even if your grandfather sees me, he has to be polite. Look at your shame, you still want to hit me, try to touch me, you have no respect for your elders. Brother, ignore him, let's go." Godzilla was very arrogant. After saying that, he didn't care about Namor's reaction and left with Han Shaoqing, who was a little embarrassed. The Atlanteans in the distance felt a little unsatisfied when they saw the battle ended in vain, but they did not dare to stop Godzilla. They could only watch the man and the beast leave. "Thank you for your help, brother. I was careless." Resting on Godzilla's dorsal fin, Han Shaoqing's originally inflated mind calmed down a lot. The sudden power made Han Shaoqing a little floating. After this battle, he realized that relying on the power of Aquaman alone was far from enough. In the Marvel world, Aquaman Namor can only be regarded as a mid-level player, which is not as good as the top, but better than the bottom. Perhaps it is already a strong existence on Earth, but it is not enough to look at the universe. But even such a Namor can suppress himself in battle, which shows that he still has a long way to go. Thinking of this, Han Shaoqing looked at Godzilla, who was swimming towards the deep sea, and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "Go back to the center of the earth to sleep," Godzilla said as a matter of course. As a fat otaku, K's life is very monotonous, eating, sleeping, fighting monsters. Now that he is full and there are no monsters to fight, he can only sleep to kill time. The center of the earth. Han Shaoqing is still quite curious about the center of the earth, mainly to see if he can punch in the center of the earth. It is the biggest waste to have a punch-in system but not use it. As for the center of the earth, Han Shaoqing knows something. Before crossing, he happened to watch the movie Godzilla vs. Kong. In the setting of the monster universe, the center of the earth is located deep in the core of the earth, with a strange geological environment. It is the origin of all monsters in the monster universe, except cosmic monsters. There are many channels connecting the center of the earth. In order to hunt down the destroyers among the monsters, Godzilla often takes shortcuts through the channels of the center of the earth and travels from one end of the world to the other. Because the channel connects to the center of the earth, gravity will change in the channel, so the channel leading to the center of the earth is also called the anti-gravity channel. Anti-gravity channels are usually very hidden, with huge space, connecting the center of the earth and the surface of the earth. In the movie Godzilla vs. King Kong, Godzilla once used his atomic breath to directly spray to the center of the earth in one breath, and challenged King Kong in the air. This made Han Shaoqing wonder if these anti-gravity channels were sprayed one by Godzilla for convenience. Given Godzilla's wisdom and ability, the possibility is very high. Just thinking of this, Godzilla has arrived in front of the anti-gravity channel in the Atlantic Ocean. This channel is very large, with a width of 300 or 400 meters, extending straight downward, and it is bottomless. Even with Han Shaoqing's enhanced vision, he can't see the end. Because it is in the ocean, the channel is filled with seawater, and Godzilla begins to dive. Han Shaoqing took a ride and didn't feel it at first, but after reaching a certain distance, the channel seemed to lose gravity, and Godzilla's speed suddenly increased to a terrifying degree. The scenery in front of him quickly retreated, as if he had entered a time and space channel. After Godzilla sprinted for 5 or 6 minutes, the gravity in the channel changed again, as if two pulling forces were generated, which gradually slowed down Godzilla's speed. Han Shaoqing felt his body being torn apart by an invisible force. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough, otherwise he would probably be torn apart by this force. After moving forward for a distance, the tearing force weakened, followed by a sense of weightlessness. Not long after, Godzilla and Han Shaoqing surfaced. Logically speaking, under the strong pressure of the deep sea, these waters should rush into the center of the earth like a high-pressure water gun, but because of the reversal of gravity, the water flow was absorbed here. Perhaps it was because of the different gravity of the Earth's center, and the gravity on this side of the channel was lower, so Godzilla and Han Shaoqing surfaced. After Shaoqing came out of the water, he felt very little gravity. Godzilla's limbs climbed on the stone wall and moved forward quickly. When they entered the passage, they were head down, but when they reached this side of the passage, they seemed to have lost their heads and came out head up. It's not quite accurate to say that they were upwards. After leaving the cave, Godzilla and Han Shaoqing fell freely downwards. Han Shaoqing grabbed the trident with one hand and a gap in Godzilla's dorsal fin with the other hand, and fell with Godzilla. However, the speed of falling was not fast, and the body seemed very light. Due to the peculiar geographical structure, the underground world still maintains the most primitive environment, divided into the upper edge and the lower edge, with the atmosphere in the middle. The upper and lower edges are full of strange plants, and the sky and the earth are difficult to distinguish. It's like two worlds. The upper and lower edges are both mountainous structures. The flowing lava in some areas brings light to the underground world, full of ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Godzilla and Han Shaoqing fell from the upper edge to the lower edge. The place where they landed was the territory of the flying snake Nezuki. Nezuki is a huge titan snake. An adult Nezuki can reach 130 meters in length. Its appearance is similar to the Teng snake in ancient Chinese mythology. There are two red membranous wings on the upper part of its body, which extend all the way down along the upper body. This pair of wings gives Nezuki the ability to fly, allowing it to move quickly in terrain with huge drop differences. Perhaps a long time ago, a Nezuki escaped from the inner world of the earth and was discovered and recorded by people on the surface. So it is unknown whether the legend was left behind. Chapter 16 – Adventures in the Center of the Earth. Monsters like Nezuki are very aggressive, but when they see that the uninvited guest is Godzilla, these Nezuki are decisive and leave consciously. In the inner world of the earth, Godzilla is the well-deserved king of monsters. Nezuki may be fierce, but when facing Godzilla, he decisively admitted his weakness and fled. Because of Godzilla's strength and body structure, Nezuki is simply completely suppressed. As a titan snake, Nezuki's attack methods are similar to those of a python, mainly relying on its body to wrap around its prey, wrapping its prey with its wing membrane, suffocating it to death, or eating it alive. But these attack methods are completely ineffective in front of Godzilla. Godzilla's dorsal fin is like a sharp sword. Nezuki wants to wrap around and strangle Godzilla, which is tantamount to hanging himself on a southeast tree. Secondly, Godzilla has extremely strong defense, and Nezuki's fangs are difficult to break through. Nezuki's strongest attack method is almost ineffective against Godzilla. On the other hand, Godzilla is huge, thick-skinned, and powerful, and has a powerful long-range attack skill such as atomic breath. There are only a handful of monsters that can suppress Godzilla, but Nezuki is definitely not one of them. Perhaps there have been monsters in the inner world that dared to challenge Brother, but these monsters were either physically influenced by Brother or physically transcended by Brother. Brother, the social brother, specializes in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. Titan snakes like Nezuki, if they don't provoke Godzilla, it's okay, but if they really provoke Brother, they will become spicy strips in minutes. Seeing several Nazuki flying away, Han Shaoqing just looked at them curiously for a few times and then retracted his gaze. Jumping off Godzilla's huge back, when Han Shaoqing's feet touched the ground below, he did not hear the system prompt. It seems that some specific places are needed. Thinking of this, Han Shaoqing looked at Godzilla. Brother, do you know where the Titan Kong family lives in the inner world of the Earth? I know, if you want to go, I'll take you there. Speaking of the Kong family, Godzilla seemed very unhappy, but still walked away. Han Shaoqing jumped onto Godzilla's tail, found a relatively comfortable position to lie flat, put the trident under his head, and telepathically said, "Brother seems to be dissatisfied with the King Kong clan, can you tell me about it?" Godzilla opened up and thought, in ancient times, although King Kong and our Godzilla clan were both guardians, the relationship between them was not good, and no one was willing to obey each other. Originally, this was nothing, but those hateful monkey cubs actually wanted to use our Godzilla's dorsal fin as a weapon, and hunted down one of my elders by ganging up on them. So a war broke out between the Godzilla clan and the King Kong clan. Although these monkey cubs were not as strong as our brothers, they Godzilla, but they are more numerous and have created weapons to restrain us. After a hard battle, my ancestors defeated these monkey cubs. Later, the Kong clan was afraid of being exterminated, so they moved their families and used Titan technology to peel off a continent and escaped from the inner world, and disappeared. About a few thousand years ago, I wandered away from the surface world and found an island suitable for survival. The people there worshipped me as a god. As a result, I met Kong. I was defeated and expelled from the island by Kong. Later, when I grew up and wanted to go back for revenge, I found that the island had drifted away with the ocean current. I don't know if the Kong on it is still alive. Godzilla's tone was a little sad and regretful. I can actually defeat you, big brother. Is Kong really that powerful? Han Shaoqing quickly thought of the plot of Kong Skull Island. The island mentioned by Godzilla should be Skull Island. I am afraid of no one in a one-on-one fight. Even if it is 1 against 2, I will not lose. Godzilla said unconvinced. Han Shaoqing asked in confusion, then why were you driven off the island? There were 3 of them. Godzilla got angry at this point and stamped his feet, shaking up many huge hermit crabs. Hearing this, Han Shaoqing smiled. It seemed that his brother was still upset about being defeated by King Kong. He could not help but mourn for the handsome guy on Skull Island for 3 seconds. Calculating the time, it is now 1962, and the plot of Kong, Skull Island takes place in 1973, 11 years apart. Logically speaking, the handsome guy is probably still in his infancy, and his height should be less than 30 meters. His parents are dead, and he has become the only child of the King Kong clan. However, the timeline of this world is a bit weird. Without seeing it with his own eyes, Han Shaoqing cannot be sure to what extent King Kong has grown. If there is a chance, you can look for the location of Skull Island, maybe you can check in and get new abilities. While walking and talking, Han Shaoqing saw many strange creatures in the inner world. For example, the wings of Icaros that appeared in the movie Kong, Skull Island. Icarus wings are similar to pterosaurs, but smaller in size, with leaf-like wings. They like to live in groups under the cover of trees on the top of the mountain. They are a group of aerial killers, with strong anesthetic ingredients in their long nose spikes, and like to attack their prey by falling vertically from high altitudes. For Godzilla, these Icarus wings are equivalent to mosquitoes, but for ordinary people, Icarus wings are monsters that are enough to endanger their lives. Perhaps because of the reflection of the Neptune trident and the golden battlesuit on Han Shaoqing's body, several Icarus wings flying in the sky noticed Han Shaoqing's existence. These Icarus wings have lived in the center of the earth for many years and have never seen humans. But the instinct of the creatures told them that this thing is edible. And it is also rich in protein. Generally, monsters with larger bodies dare not provoke Godzilla, but Icarus wings are smaller in size, with a wingspan of only 2 meters, and are just a group of insects to Godzilla. Just like humans don't pay attention to ants on the ground, Godzilla usually doesn't pay attention to these little things. But Han Shaoqing couldn't ignore it. The sharp beaks of these Icaros wings were extremely sharp, and flying at high speed was enough to dismember the body. Han Shaoqing didn't want to try to use his body to resist the damage, so he stood up and waved his trident to kill several blind Icaros wings. Killing a few Icaros wings was like digging up a hornet's nest, and the surrounding Icaros wings swarmed in. "Roar, get out of here!" Seeing this, Godzilla roared at the top of his voice. The Icaros wings, which were originally aggressive, immediately scattered like birds and beasts. "Don't worry, brother. I'll protect you. No beast dares to touch you." Hearing Godzilla's voice, Han Shaoqing retracted the trident. "Big brother is mighty. Ha ha ha, I just like your honesty." Godzilla was very happy to receive Han Shaoqing's praise, and his steps became lighter unconsciously. Chapter 17 The Monarch Organization intervened. The United States, CIA Headquarters. 9 hours after the sinking of the Titanic, most of the survivors had been properly settled, and some people cooperated with the investigation. After all, hundreds of people died, including celebrities and wealthy people. This is not a trivial matter. What's more, it involves extraordinary powers. People from the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau also intervened and talked to Captain Smith and some crew members. The content of their conversation revolved around Han Shaoqing and Godzilla. In this world, the existence of extraordinary powers is not a secret. During World War II, extraordinary forces from various countries appeared. The United States has Captain America and the Human Torch. Has the Red Skull and the Flame Man. Europe has werewolves, vampires, and wizards. China has Wan Zongxia and Xiaoxia. Island ninjas and yin-yang masters. Some mutants wander around various battlefields, and the most famous one is the immortal duo, brothers Logan and Victor. These two brothers fought on the European battlefield from World War I to World War II, and their comrades changed batch after batch, but these two brothers never died. These are not secrets to the top leaders of various countries because of their extraordinary abilities. It's just that communication is not well developed in this era, and ordinary people know less information. On the other side, in the interrogation room, Jack is drawing a sketch in front of a huge drawing board. On the drawing paper is a huge monster floating on the water with its upper body exposed, and a pair of huge arms dragging the broken Titanic. There are little blue lights on his body. On the head of the monster, there is a small figure. He holds a golden trident, his upper body is naked, and he is holding a child in his arms. There are many corpses floating on the water below, and some marine creatures carrying survivors. I have to say that Jack's painting skills are amazing. He painted Godzilla and Han Shaoqing very vividly. Jack had just finished the painting and had no time to color it. Ruth, who was waiting outside, and Carl, who heard the news, started arguing. "Enough, Carl, we're over." Ruth's tone was very decisive. She had found the true love of her life and didn't want to be a victim of marriage. Carl was angry and jealous when he heard this. He couldn't control his anger and said, "What's good about that poor boy? He can't give you the life you want. Being with him is the life I want. A woman in love will always do anything. For love." Ruth dared to say no to the powerful. Jack was afraid that Ruth would be hurt, so he hurried out and looked at Carl. The air was filled with gunpowder. At this moment, a white uncle in his 40s and a black assistant in his 20s came over. The middle-aged man looked at Jack and said politely, "Excuse me, you are Mr. Jack, right? I want to talk to you, are you free?" Carl looked at the uninvited guest and seemed a little afraid when he saw the badge on his chest, glared at Jack fiercely, and whispered in his ear, "Just wait, this matter is not over yet, I will make you regret it." As he said that, he glanced at Ruth beside him, and found that she didn't see him at all. He secretly clenched his fist and left in anger. Jack looked at the middle-aged uncle in front of him, and realized that the person in front of him was extraordinary, and asked, "Who are you?" "We are from the Imperial Organization, this is my business card." The middle-aged uncle handed over a business card, and Jack took it and saw that it said William Bill Landa, a doctor of biology, and a senior consultant of the Imperial Organization. Jack said, "I'm sorry, Dr. Landa, I haven't heard of the Monarch Organization. I don't know what you want to talk to me about." Dr. Landa turned his head and looked through the window at the painting in Jack's hand, and said, "We are here for, K." Lucy took Jack's hand, stood with Jack, and asked, "Do you know Godzilla?" "Godzilla? Is that K's name? We have seen it before." Dr. Landa lit his pipe, took a puff, and entered the room with his black assistant, Jack and Ruth. After sitting down, Dr. Landa said, "The Monarch Organization is a global paleontological paranormal research organization that has been committed to finding the legendary giant ancient creatures. In 1943, the Laron I was on was attacked by a mysterious giant beast, and I was the only survivor of this incident. After that, I began to look for the truth about the mysterious giant beast. As more and more witnesses saw the giant beast appear, the US authorities began to pay attention to it. These monsters have existed since ancient times. In ancient times, a small star hit the Earth, causing the Permian mass extinction. At the same time, the radiation concentration on the surface of the Earth is permanently reduced, and some titans such as Godzilla enter unknown areas and sleep. In 1945, after the United States dropped the Little Boy atomic bomb on the island country, the surface radiation increased, awakening a sleeping titan. A group of unidentified creatures flew over Hiroshima, and the Icelanders who witnessed the scene called it the Death Swarm. Because wherever they pass, they bring only death. Just when humans were helpless, K appeared, an ancient creature that existed since ancient times, which is what you call Godzilla. K drove away the Death Swarm, but it also brought great panic." Dr. Landa paused, took a puff of cigarette, and continued, "In 1952, the Death Swarm flew over London, and the airflow driven by its wings caused the famous fog incident. Godzilla is also chasing the Death Swarm, but has never been able to kill it because the Death Swarm has a perverted regeneration ability. You can understand that the Death Swarm is composed of countless individuals, and each individual has an independent life. So unless all the individuals are killed, they will be given a certain amount of time to recover and regenerate, and reassemble into a huge monster. Although Godzilla has killed the Death Swarm many times, he has never been able to completely kill the Death Swarm. After that, the Death Swarm will be reborn in other places. The Death Swarm seems to be always hungry, more like a single-celled organism with only the instinct of eating left. It is either absorbing radiation or on the way to absorbing radiation. In theory, as long as there is enough nuclear radiation, the size of the Death Swarm can grow to the extent of covering the sky and the sun. At that time, even Godzilla will find it difficult to deal with it." Hearing this, Jack and Rose were terrified. They didn't expect that there are such terrifying creatures in the world. Dr. Landa understands the feelings of the two very well. When he deduced this conclusion, he also felt cold hands and feet. If the Death Swarm is not eliminated in time, it will be a doomsday disaster for mankind. Fortunately, Godzilla's tireless pursuit has prevented the Death Swarm from reaching the terrifying size in theory. 2 years later, our Monarch organization has been tracking the Death Swarm and trying to destroy it with a nuclear bomb. Finally, Godzilla was found fighting with the Death Swarm on Monsta Island. So the military used the name of experimental nuclear explosion to launch a hydrogen bomb called Castle of Cheers, to destroy the two monsters in one fell swoop. Ruth was surprised. "I didn't expect that the nuclear test back then would use such a secret, but Godzilla is still alive. Can't the nuclear bomb kill him?" Chapter 18 Mythology. Yes, the nuclear bomb explosion killed the Death Swarm, but Godzilla's biological structure is extremely special. After years of research, we found that Godzilla likes nuclear radiation very much. Nuclear explosions are a delicious meal for him. Speaking of this, Dr. Landa seemed a little excited. Godzilla disappeared after the battle with the Death Swarm, and the Earth returned to peace. This is a good thing. But without the monsters, the position of the Monarch Organization has become very awkward. For the United States, the Monarch Organization has become a chicken rib. In recent years, the U.S. government's funding has been decreasing, resulting in a large reduction in the number of Monarch Organization personnel, and the equipment has not kept up with the times. It may be disbanded at any time. But now the situation is different. Godzilla reappears, which rekindles Dr. Landa's hope and enthusiasm. Jack frowned and looked at Dr. Landa. This should be confidential, why are you telling us this? Dr. Landa smiled and said, because I want to invite you to join the Monarch Organization. Only those who have seen the giant beast with their own eyes can understand that the ancient giant beast is not a legend. There are still many secrets in this world. Waiting for us to discover? Where did the ancient beasts come from, and what role did they play in the process of human evolution? Don't you want to explore these mysteries? Jack and Rose looked at each other and were indeed a little moved. They are at the age of youth and passion, with a strong desire for knowledge. In addition to love, life also needs life and goals. Especially after seeing Godzilla with their own eyes, the two were both afraid and fascinated by such ancient creatures. Since you are pursuing excitement, then go all the way. And Jack also wants to make a career. He himself is very adventurous. Now that the opportunity is in front of him, of course he wants to give it a try. Landa is an experienced person. After seeing that the two are interested, he said seriously, tell me about your experience in detail. This is very important to the Monarch Organization and even to all mankind. The big hat was put on, which made Jack and Lucy feel a sense of mission. The black assistant on the side secretly gave a thumbs up to Dr. Landa. It felt that this wave of deception was stable. In fact, Dr. Landa was helpless. Now it is the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. The Imperial Organization has been slow to produce decent results. Those capitalists can't see the return, so they are naturally unwilling to invest. And the good resources are divided up by the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau and other departments. If he hadn't run fast, he probably wouldn't even get a bowl of soup. After leaving his contact information, Dr. Landa hurried to find other survivors, and their words were similar. However, most of the rich people ignored it, and only a few were interested and chose to join the Imperial Organization. Not to mention the changes in the outside world. The world under the earth. Along the way, Han Shaoqing was amazed. We are almost there, the ancestral land of the King Kong clan is just ahead. Godzilla's voice came. Han Shaoqing quickly climbed onto Godzilla's shoulder, looked out, and saw a magnificent scene. In front of the plain, there was a towering mountain. From a distance, the lower peak seemed to be only a line away from the upper peak. It was as if the sky and the earth were connected, which was really spectacular. Han Shaoqing couldn't help but open his mind when he saw this scene, and thought of the myths and legends he had read before crossing. For example, Nuwa mending the sky. According to the records of the Grand Historian, supplement to the records of the three emperors, the water god Gonggong rebelled and fought with the fire god Zhurong. Gonggong was defeated by Zhurong, and in anger, he hit his head against Mount Buzhu, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink, and the water of the Milky Way to flow into the human world. Nuwa couldn't bear to see the lives of the living beings suffer, so she refined 5 colored stones to repair the sky, broke the feet of the divine turtle to support the 4 poles, calmed the flood and killed the beasts, so that all the spirits could live in peace. In the past, when I listened to mythological stories, I just listened to them as stories, but I still felt that there were some unreasonable places. After entering the inner world of the earth, Han Shaoqing suddenly had an idea that if the person who recorded Nuwa mending the sky at that time was in the inner world of the earth, then everything would seem much more reasonable. The inner world of the Earth is a spherical internal space, located below the surface world, and there are connection points with the surface world, such as Mount Buzhu, Mount Kunlun, Chengdu Zaishan, Jianmu and other pillars. Gong's collision with the pillar of Mount Buzhu will inevitably make the inner world unstable, which is for the Earth. For people in the inner world, it is like the sky is falling and the Earth is sinking. And the water of the heavenly river is injected into the human world, but the premise is that the water must be above the human world. It can be seen as a huge anti-gravity channel after the collapse of Mount Buzhu, and a large amount of mountain and river water, or sea water, poured into the inner world through this channel. Coincidentally, there have been records of great floods destroying the world in foreign history. It just says that God saw that the earth was full of corruption, violence, and illegal evil behaviors, and gradually couldn't stand it, so he decided to launch a great flood to cleanse all living things in the world. There was a good man named Noah, who was the 9th-generation grandson of Seth mentioned in the previous article. His behavior followed God's teachings, which made God feel that the world was still worth saving, so he issued a decree to order Noah to build an ark and bring every creature in the world on board. 1 male and 1 female, to avoid the disaster. In the end, they escaped through the ark and re-established order. Is this really just a coincidence? Perhaps this is what happened in the same period, so there are many similarities, but the human records are relatively one-sided, and with their own imagination, they have become different myths. If this hypothesis is true, then the origin of mankind is likely to be in the center of the earth. According to Darwin's hypothesis of evolution, apes evolved into apes, and apes evolved into humans. However, no transitional fossils have been found in the stage where apes evolved into humans. In other words, between 7 and 20 years before apes evolved into humans, traces of humans disappeared from the earth for 130,000 years. Where were humans during this period? Let's make a bold assumption that in the ape period, in order to avoid some major disasters, some apes used some means to reach the center of the earth. After many tens of thousands of years of evolution, they became humans and eventually gave rise to civilization. As for how humans came to the ground from the center of the earth, there is also a story in mythology that matches this question, that is, the Jedi Tian Tong. According to the classic of mountains and seas, in ancient times, there was no distinction between humans and gods, demons were rampant, and many races lived together in one place. Later, Zhuangzi cut off all the passages between heaven and earth. Since then, the gods could not go down in disorder, and the demons could not offend. This can be seen as that in ancient times, humans lived with the monsters in the center of the earth, and later under pressure, they returned to the surface. Then the passage was cut off to prevent the monsters in the center of the earth from coming out to harm people. Later, I don't know what happened, and the records were lost. Or maybe it was once the ancestors of mankind were afraid that their descendants would open the anti-gravity channel connecting to the inner world and release the inner world monsters, so they deliberately concealed this history. As the world progressed, the secrets disappeared with the death of the ancestors of mankind. Of course, these are all Han Shaoqing's idle fantasies. Han Shaoqing didn't know what the original world was like, but in the Marvel world, God and the Eastern Heaven really existed. However, when Han Shaoqing asked Godzilla whether there were humans in the inner world of the earth, Godzilla's answer was that humans had indeed lived in the inner world of the earth, and they worshipped the Titan monsters as gods or totems. Chapter 19 King Kong's Ancestral Land. Han Shaoqing was a little curious about the underground people who had appeared in the underground world, so he asked a few questions. Godzilla answered them one by one. Later, Godzilla also revealed some unknown secrets. In this world, there are indeed some advanced races that are superior to humans, such as the gods of Asgard. Heaven and hell also exist. The more Han Shaoqing listened, the more frightened he became. The framework of this world is extremely huge. The earth seems ordinary, but there are many bigwigs who have walked out of the earth. In front of these real bigwigs, the Minister of Family Planning Thanos can't even rank. At the same time, Han Shaoqing thought of a question: has his existence been exposed to these bigwigs? What will their attitude be towards him as an outsider? Thinking of this, Han Shaoqing couldn't help but look up. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. He always felt that there were invisible eyes watching his every move. It's terrifying to think about it. But on second thought, he has been here for a long time. If these bigwigs really want to make trouble for him, they would have done it long ago. Since nothing happened now, either they don't care about this little character, or they haven't found him at all, or they have some scruples and are still watching. Whichever one, at least it's safe for the time being. Instead of thinking about these things that don't know when they will happen, it's better to think more about punching in more, get more rewards, and strengthen yourself is the kingly way. This punching system is good everywhere. But it won't actively prompt you where you can punch in, you need to explore it yourself. Godzilla continued to move forward. The speed of moving on land was much slower than in water. With a body weight of tens of thousands of tons, every step he took was a fatal threat to most lives. Bang bang! The heavy footsteps stepped on the ground, causing some rock crabs on the ground to make way in a hurry. These rock crabs are smaller monsters in the inner world of the earth. They are small in size, but that is relative to other large monsters. In fact, the length of adult rock crabs is generally 6 to 8 meters. Very few emperor rock crabs can grow to a height of 20 meters. If they are placed on the surface of the earth, they are definitely real monsters. Rock crabs are large arthropod vertebrates. It is estimated that they have evolved from invertebrates to vertebrates due to the influence of the inner world radiation. In order to avoid being hunted by natural enemies, they have also evolved a shell as hard as rock. Two powerful crab claws can easily dig up the rocks on the surface and dig caves to hide. In addition, their shells have evolved into the appearance of surface rocks. If you don't look closely, you might think they are a pile of stones. These rock crabs are omnivorous creatures with all the characteristics of crabs. Their 8 legs can not only walk sideways, but also change direction quickly while moving at high speed. Usually rock crabs feed on plants, but sometimes they also eat dead large monsters or prey on some small monsters. When those large monsters die, these rock crabs will come like vultures, and then divide and eat the corpses of the monsters at the fastest speed. In general, these rock crabs are numerous, and they also have shells and camouflage. But for large predators in the inner world, they are still food. For example, the 3 salamandra in front basically eat a rock crab in one bite, which is crispy. Salamandra is also called a 4-legged lizard. Its skin texture and facial structure are very similar to Godzilla, and it is a distant relative of Godzilla. But compared to Godzilla, they are far behind in size and intelligence. The largest of the 3 salamandra is only more than 40 meters long, which is already a behemoth, but in front of Godzilla, it is just a group of younger brothers. Salamandra usually crawls on all fours, feeds on rock crabs, and has sharp teeth and bite force. Although it cannot breathe atomic breath and is far less powerful than Godzilla, there are many species, and it is a distant relative of Godzilla, so it has received some care, and ordinary titan beasts will not easily provoke it. Watching the salamandra eating rock crabs with relish, Han Shaoqing felt a little hungry. He immediately targeted a rock crab that was nearly 6 meters tall and 10 meters long. Han Shaoqing jumped off Godzilla, swung his long halberd, and knocked off the right claw of the rock crab with one blow. Then he picked up the big claw that was thicker than his waist and ran, and jumped back to Godzilla in a few seconds. The rock crab was so angry that it jumped up and down, but it could only run for its life because of the salamandra chasing it. Han Shaoqing hung the big crab claw on Godzilla's dorsal fin, but he was not in a hurry to eat it. He planned to roast it over a fire after reaching the ancestral land of the King Kong clan. Godzilla took some effort to climb to the top of the mountain. This is the place closest to the upper and lower edges of the Earth's core. At this location, the gravity is almost zero. Standing here, it feels like being in space, and you can float up with a step. 2. The peaks are about 500 meters apart, and you can see a huge peak that looks like a palm. There are many minerals with purple light floating in the air, which seem to contain mysterious power. Godzilla jumped up and flew up. In the air, Han Shaoqing, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, took a piece of earth core ore and then jumped from the lower edge to the upper edge with Godzilla. After passing through the gravity balance zone, affected by the gravity of the upper edge of the Earth's core, the gravity began to reverse, just like the sky and the Earth were upside down. After reaching the upper edge, the lower edge seemed to be above. And this feeling would make people feel a sense of direction contrast for a while. Han Shaoqing adjusted this sense of contrast almost instantly. After a distance, Godzilla came to a huge temple. It is not known whether the temple was built by the King Kong clan or the underground people in the past. The whole is extremely huge. The nearly 300-meter high stone door comes into view. Standing on Godzilla's shoulder, Han Shaoqing can see a huge bloody handprint on the door. It should be a trace left by one of King Kong's ancestors. It's here. Godzilla had mixed feelings when he came to the ancestral land of the King Kong clan. Let me try first. Looking at the heavy stone door, Han Shaoqing jumped down from Godzilla's shoulder carrying the trident. The height of nearly 100 meters did not cause any harm to Han Shaoqing now. After landing, Han Shaoqing stuck the trident into the ground and tried to push the stone door. The stone door was heavy, estimated to weigh tens of thousands of tons. Han Shaoqing mustered up his strength to push open a gap that people could pass through. Godzilla said, "Let me do it." After that, Godzilla stretched out his sturdy front claws and pushed the two doors open without much effort. The difference in strength was clear at a glance. The long-abandoned temple was opened again, and there was a huge empty space inside. Han Shaoqing stood in front of the door and felt like he had come to the land of giants. He seemed so small. Chapter 20 The Power of King Wanli. The temple covers a large area, almost hollowing out most of the mountain. Even the huge Godzilla does not feel crowded when entering it. Roar, these monkeys are only good at building homes. I'll sleep for a while. If there is anything, wait until I wake up. Hearing Godzilla's words, Han Shaoqing was a little speechless. Godzilla sleeps for at least 100 years as long as there is no external interference, and it may sleep for 10,000 years. When you wake up, most people don't know how many times they have been reincarnated. Thinking so, Han Shaoqing did not mean to disturb Godzilla's hibernation. Godzilla, the big brother, is still good. He has taken good care of his brother. He can't let the other party listen to his arrangements in everything. That's not a brother, it's a slave. Mutual respect is the most basic principle of friendship. Han Shaoqing pulled out the trident and took the big crab claw from Godzilla's dorsal fin. "Brother, go to sleep peacefully. I'll take a walk by myself." Godzilla hummed softly, walked into the temple, found a flat ground and lay down at random. Soon he fell asleep deeper than a pig. It is estimated that even if someone set off firecrackers on his head, he might not be able to wake up. The quality of sleep is really good. With a slight sigh, Han Shaoqing looked at the temple. There are obvious signs of artificial processing here. There is a huge stone chair standing in the center of the hall right in front of the gate, surrounded by many huge stone pillars. These stone pillars are very flat, each with a diameter of no less than 30 meters. There is a conveyor belt paved with purple geocentric energy ore in the center, which leads from the ground to the top. It should be the so-called Titan technology. As for the specific use, it is unknown. There are also many purple energy ores in the surrounding mountains. Han Shaoqing guessed that these mines should carry some kind of radioactive substances. But it is much softer than nuclear radiation and will not cause much harm to the human body. Most Titans feed on radiation energy. King Kong is as smart as humans. It makes sense for them to make this place their homeland. Godzilla chose to sleep here because it is convenient to absorb energy here. It must be said that Godzilla is the boss of the lying world. He doesn't have to worry about housing and eating. He can upgrade while sleeping. This is really enviable. Boom! The sky is changing with thunder. The mountain is only a few hundred meters away from the atmosphere. There is a panoramic skylight above the stone chair in the temple hall. The lightning flashing in the sky is constantly changing colors on the stone chair due to the refraction of the clouds, and it has its own lighting effects. Walking down the long ladder with a section of 10 meters, there is a huge platform below. Part of the place is sunken, revealing a 7 or 8 meter wide pit. There is hot air and red light coming out of the hole. I think there is lava below. Walking on it, there is no feeling of burning feet. There are many fossilized bones on the platform. Judging from some relatively intact bones, there are King Kong and skeleton lizard. Logically speaking, skeleton lizard should not be able to beat King Kong. Perhaps in ancient times, the King Kong clan and Godzilla clan fought a great war, and their strength was greatly damaged after the war, so the skeleton lizard clan took advantage. On the skull of a huge skeleton lizard fossil, there is a battle axe made from Godzilla's dorsal fin. This battle axe is nearly 40 meters long, and the handle is made of the leg bones of an unknown titan beast, which contains the special refining technology of the King Kong clan. The battle axe is too big. Although Han Shaoqing can lift it, it is inconvenient to use and not easy to carry. With the trident, he certainly won't take a fancy to this battle axe. But it can be used by Godzilla. He remembered the battle axe can become indestructible by injecting atomic breath. In the movie Godzilla vs. Kong, Kong held a battle axe to fight Mechagodzilla at the beginning, and the output was exactly the same as scraping. But after Godzilla enchanted the battle axe with atomic breath, Kong swung the battle axe and easily cut Mechagodzilla into 8 pieces, which shows the difference between blank equipment and enchanted equipment. Although Godzilla is not a primate, his wisdom is higher than that of humans. His claws can also hold the handle of the battle axe, but his flexibility is not as good as King Kong. If Godzilla had this legendary weapon, his combat power could at least be greatly improved. Turning his head to look at the sleeping Godzilla, Han Shaoqing shook his head. Let's talk about it later. Holding the halberd in one hand and the crab claw of the rock crab in the other, he came to the stone chair in the center of the hall. Han Shaoqing bent his legs and jumped suddenly. When he jumped onto the stone chair dozens of meters high, the clock-in system finally responded. Ding! The host is currently in the temple of the King Kong clan in the inner world of the earth. It meets the conditions for checking in. Do you want to check in? Check in. Checking in, count down 10 seconds, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, check in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the control of gravity of the King of Power. Control gravity. Gravity can be applied to any object, and can form a gravity field, control universal gravitation, and at the same time allow oneself to generate extraordinary physical strength and endurance. Do you want to receive it? Han Shaoqing was moved when he saw this. Controlling gravity is a good thing. The 4 basic forces of the universe are strong nuclear force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and universal gravitation. Universal gravitation ranks at the bottom. But it does not hinder its strength. Although it is not as good as Magneto's electromagnetic force, it is a rare superpower for Han Shaoqing today. Han Shaoqing recalled the relevant plot of the King of Power. Wan Li Wang is a supervillain under Marvel. His real name is Franklin Hall. He is an outstanding physicist. Because of an experimental accident, gravity particles merged with his body, giving him the ability to control gravity. After that, Franklin Hall called himself Wan Li Wang, and he was considered a strong enemy of the Avengers. Gravity has many uses. It not only changes the weight of matter, but also creates a gravitational field, so that unrelated objects attract each other, and controls gravity to fly freely under breathing conditions. Under the protection of the force field, it can even enter space. In a real fight, it may not be inferior to Magneto. Receive it. As the words fell, a black spot of light merged from the void into Han Shaoking's body. The whole process was very fast. In just one breath, Han Shaoqing gained the superpower of controlling gravity. This is a very special feeling, as if the body can be transformed into a black hole. It can generate strong gravity on the surrounding objects with itself as the center, and can also apply invisible gravity to objects, making them overwhelmed and eventually collapse. Because he had just acquired the ability, he was still unfamiliar with how to use it. He needed time to practice before he could flexibly control gravity and the various abilities that came with it. Chapter 21, Holy Tiger King Seeking Votes. It was actually quite difficult to punch in the ancestral temple of the King Kong clan. For ordinary people in the world, even if they obtained the punch-in system, they would not be able to reach the center of the earth without knowing the plot. Even if they reached the center of the earth, they might not be able to find the temple. Even if they found the temple, they might not be able to enter. Han Shaoqing was able to successfully punch in the temple, which also took up a lot of luck. Punching in on Godzilla's head at the beginning gave him the physique of the Sea King, and later he became brothers with Godzilla, with excellent starting conditions. In addition, as a time traveler, he had foresight and many advantages, which made it so smooth. At the same time, he had the physique and equipment of the Sea King, plus the fighting skills of the Deathstroke, and the gravity control of the King of Power. Han Shaoking's strength was tantamount to a big step up. Han Shaoqing, who was in a good mood, used his trident to stab the crab claws on the throne of the King Kong clan, and then found some unknown hay to cook. Ga. Ga. The fire woke up the frightened vultures living on the top of the mountain temple. The frightened vultures, also called Insnea falcons by some people, got their name because their heads resemble vultures. The frightened vultures are related to the wings of Icaros, but are larger. They are aerial predators. Their streamlined bodies look scary. When they fly down, they make strange noises. They are numerous and black. When they see living things, they will come down and take them away. They don't care whether they can digest them or not. They will take them away first. The length of the frightened vultures is generally about 2 to 3 meters. A soft tissue wing membrane extends above the hard bone structure. When it is opened, it is like a solid piece of metal. The wingspan can reach 4 to 6 meters. Perhaps because they have lived in a dark environment for a long time, their visual nerves have degenerated, but they have evolved a unique thermal induction that allows them to detect the temperature of their prey's blood in the night sky. The slender bones activate echolocation by emitting a series of taps or low humming sounds. After discovering Han Shaoqing, they swarmed and attacked. As for Godzilla, who was generally sleeping soundly, they ignored him. They might be afraid of Godzilla's breath and might feel that they couldn't bear it. You really think I'm a soft persimmon? Looking at the whistling frightened vulture, Han Shaoqing used the gravity control he had just acquired. Suddenly turning on the gravity force, the gravity within the surrounding 50 meters suddenly increased tenfold. The sudden gravity caused the vultures to lose control and fall to the ground like dumplings. Han Shaoqing had a stand to protect him and was not affected by gravity. He only needed to avoid the vultures that fell. In a battle, Han Shaoqing did not even use the trident, and was very calm. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Godzilla was sleeping. After Han Shaoqing dealt with some of the vultures, he left the temple and began to explore the inner world. As for whether the remaining vultures would hurt Godzilla, Han Shaoqing was not worried at all. It was hard for these stupid birds to scrape Godzilla. During the 3 months in the inner world, Han Shaoqing had gradually mastered several abilities obtained by punching in, his strength was steadily improving, and he had a lot of experience in the use of gravity and trident. He could use the gravity stand to fly freely, apply 10 times the weight to the set target, or perform anti-gravity operations, and he could also launch energy bombs through the trident to create lightning and control water flow more skillfully. Even in the inner world of the earth where monsters are rampant, Han Shaoqing can dominate one side and make the beasts flee. If Han Shaoqing fights Namor again, he is confident that he can defeat Namor in a short time. This is the power of the cheater. The southern mountainous area of the inner world. Roar. The tiger roars in the mountains, and in the dense jungle, two skeleton lizards flee in panic. Behind them is a holy tiger king with a body length of more than 30 meters. The appearance of the holy tiger king is somewhat similar to the legendary white tiger. It is huge in size, with mostly white fur and some black stripes. The most special thing is that it has a pair of white jade antlers on its head. The holy tiger belongs to the monster that guards one camp. Although it is not a titan, it should not be underestimated. They are the most elegant creatures in the underground world. They like to hide in the depths of the jungle. The skin of their bodies is covered with serrated leaf-like hair, which shines brightly under the breeze from the mountains, which is extremely gorgeous. When observing the holy tiger up close, ordinary creatures will experience many extraordinary physiological phenomena, including dizziness, ecstasy, and hearing the heartbeat of the holy tiger, as if it is right next to their ears. In the Monster Universe series of movies, there are also holy tigers on Skull Island. The local primitive tribesmen have offered the holy tiger and named it Your Highness in the Wind. First, the holy tiger runs as fast as the wind. Second, it is because of its beautiful appearance. People are all appearance-oriented. The skeleton lizards that the holy tiger king is chasing are destroyers among monsters. They are cruel and bloodthirsty and often hunt other monsters. Although the holy tiger clan also preys on monsters, it is for survival. Under normal circumstances, they will not kill indiscriminately. The skeleton lizards are different. They have no restraint. Even if they are full, they will hunt other creatures. They are greedy and evil, fierce and brutal, and especially depraved. The height is between 4 meters and 36 meters, the length is between 10 meters and 60 meters. With a snake-like tail, 2 thick lower limbs, a skeleton face, and amazing bite force. Perhaps because the radiation energy in the inner world is relatively sufficient, the skeleton lizards here are generally larger than those on Skull Island. In Kong, Skull Island, the skeleton lizards are King Kong's nemesis and the strongest opponent of the handsome guy. In fact, these two skeleton lizards are not without the ability to fight against the Holy Tiger King. The reason why they fled in a panic was because of Han Shaoqing flying in the air. At this time, Han Shaoqing had grown a lot of stubble and his hair had grown longer because he had not shaved for 3 months. In addition, he looked a bit like a primitive man because he had been sleeping in the open air. He held a trident and wore a golden battle suit. His eyes were fixed on the two skeleton lizards below, and the tip of the trident pointed at one of them. Swoosh! The tip of the trident flashed with golden light, and an energy bullet shot out, hitting the neck of the skeleton lizard accurately, blasting a blood hole the size of a bowl on it. This blow broke the spine and throat of the skeleton lizard, killing it directly. During this period, Han Shaoqing wandered around the center of the earth and checked in several other places. The best reward he got was a Qunkan ring. The Qunkan ring contains a square space with a length, width, and height of 10 meters. The space is not large, but it is still no problem to put some personal belongings. The other things are some dispensable daily necessities, not worth mentioning. As for why Han Shaoqing and the Holy Tiger King chased the skeleton lizard together, it has to start from a week ago. Chapter 22, Leaving the Center of the Earth. A week ago. At that time, Han Shaoqing had just arrived in the southern mountainous area and saw a cute little tiger in the forest. As a cat lover, Han Shaoqing couldn't help but want to pet it. As a result, he was caught petting the cat illegally by the tiger's mother, the Holy Tiger King. The scene was awkward for a while. Han Shaoqing's telepathy is only useful for marine life, and has no effect on terrestrial monsters in the inner world. Even if they could communicate, the tigress might not believe Han Shaoking's words that he just wanted to pet the cat. The Holy Tiger King is not a ferocious monster that is easy to kill, but it is a monster after all. A mother is strong, let alone a tigress. So a fight was inevitable. As expected, the Holy Tiger King was easily defeated by Han Shaoqing, who had greatly improved his strength. Fortunately, Han Shaoqing was not Wusong, and did not beat the Holy Tiger King to death. He just touched the little tiger's furry head. There was no way. Seeing this furry little cutie, Han Shaoqing couldn't control his hands. Not to mention, it felt pretty good. Under the pressure of Han Shaoking's power, the Holy Tiger King dared not speak. Having satisfied his desire to take action, Han Shaoqing no longer felt embarrassed. The mother and son continued on their journey, while looking for places to check in the center of the earth, while practicing gravity control. Not long ago, I reunited with the mother and son of the Holy Tiger and found that they were besieged by a group of skeleton lizards. Although the Holy Tiger King was fierce, he was no match for the large number of skeleton lizards. When Han Shaoqing arrived, the cute little tiger had been bitten to death by a skeleton lizard, and the Holy Tiger King was also wounded. The natural world is cruel and follows the law of the jungle. If it were other monsters fighting, Han Shaoqing would not intervene even if he couldn't bear it. But the skeleton lizards are different. The skeleton lizard race is extremely aggressive, cruel, greedy, and ugly. If left alone, the skeleton lizards will grow stronger, not to mention that it will be a disaster for other creatures in the center of the earth. Just their appearance also affects the overall image of the center of the earth. So Han Shaoqing decisively drew his sword to help, swung his trident and stabbed 3 skeleton lizards to death on the spot, saved the Holy Tiger King, and then chased the other skeleton lizards with the Holy Tiger King. At this time, the Holy Tiger King was furious because of the pain of losing his son, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. He accelerated and pounced on the last skeleton lizard, and fought madly with the skeleton lizard that was more than 10 meters tall. The skeleton lizard used its powerful tail to entangle the body of the Holy Tiger King, fighting a desperate battle. A tiger and a lizard rolled on the ground, crushing many vegetation. The claws of the Holy Tiger King tore the skin of the skeleton lizard, and the skeleton lizard howled, opened its bloody mouth, and tried to bite the neck of the Holy Tiger King. Han Shaoqing flew over in mid-air, and fired an energy bomb from the trident in his hand, which shot directly into the bloody mouth of the skeleton lizard, almost opening the skull of the skeleton lizard. After this severe blow, even though the skeleton lizard was strong, it was dying. The Holy Tiger King took the opportunity to break free from the restraints and bit the skeleton lizard's body frantically. He did not stop until he bit off the skeleton lizard's neck. His roar was filled with indescribable anger and sadness. Ah! Seeing this, Han Shaoqing sighed lightly, without saying much. Seeing the skeleton lizard was killed, he flew away. Monsters have their own way of survival, and he should not interfere too much. Is the skeleton lizard evil? In fact, the skeleton lizard is not evil. Everything they do is for survival and reproduction. It's just that compared with other creatures, the survival mode of the skeleton lizard is too aggressive and will destroy the local ecological balance. In addition, the skeleton lizard will hunt humans, so when people see the skeleton lizard, they will immediately identify the skeleton lizard as an evil creature, and then try every means to eliminate it. But think about it from another perspective. What is the difference between humans and skeleton lizards? The same greed will also destroy the balance of the natural ecology. Even when they are full, they will still hunt creatures that they think are threatening to ensure that their own status will not be threatened. Are humans evil? Evil, at least for most creatures, humans are absolutely evil. But for humans, everything is taken for granted. Being able to stand at the top of the food chain is the result of the efforts and sacrifices of generations. Humans have gained their status through skills and wisdom, so what's wrong with enjoying it? But are humans really at the top of the food chain? Once humans destroy nature to a certain extent, it will inevitably lead to revenge from nature. And Godzilla, as the embodiment of the will of the earth, will make humans feel the wrath of nature. I hope there won't be that day. Back in the temple, Han Shaoqing looked at the sleeping Godzilla thoughtfully. He has a good relationship with Godzilla, and he doesn't want to stand on the opposite side of Godzilla because of human position one day. Han Shaoqing looked at the temple. There were many battle axes made of Godzilla's dorsal fins. Unfortunately, these battle axes were dozens of meters long and could not fit in his Kyunkin ring. Otherwise, he could take one with him. Maybe he could use it someday. Not having a sword to use is different from having a sword but not using it. Han Shaoqing didn't want to confront Godzilla, but no one could tell what would happen in the future. After saying goodbye to Godzilla, Han Shaoqing flew to an anti-gravity channel in the east, ready to return to the surface world. After all, humans are social creatures. Han Shaoqing felt lonely after staying in the inner world for several months. The anti-gravity channel in the east was discovered by Han Shaoqing when he traveled to the inner world. Through the gravity magnetic field, he found that this channel was very stable. As for where it led to, after some calculations, Han Shaoqing could determine that the other end was somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. Standing in front of the channel at the upper edge, Han Shaoqing looked back at the inner world, and then jumped into the anti-gravity channel without hesitation. In mid-air, Han Shaoqing used the gravity stand to wrap his whole body, forming a circular stand barrier, and descended quickly. Reaching the 0 point, passing through a layer of water film, and then the gravity flipped, feeling the speed suddenly increase, and shuttled through the channel at a very fast speed. Just as Han Shaoqing expected, the other end of the anti-gravity channel was also at the bottom of the sea. With the physique of the Sea King, Han Shaoqing did not feel any discomfort. It took a while for Han Shaoqing to break out of the water, come to the sea surface, and see the long-lost sunshine. Determining the direction through the sun, Han Shaoqing used the gravity stand to fly all the way to the east. He can now roughly determine that he is in the American comic world, and many major events have occurred in the West, but as a Chinese, he still wants to go to China in this world first. Flying at low altitude all the way, Han Shaoqing's speed was extremely fast, and soon he saw a fishing boat in the distance. Han Shaoqing did not alarm the people on the boat, but swam quickly underwater, and soon rushed to a port to land. Soon Han Shaoqing determined where he was, which was Chunkin Bay in Hong Kong. Chapter 23, The Crippled Ho. Before 1974, it was Hong Kong the darkest era in history. During this era, Hong Kong was still in the colonial period. Although it was relatively prosperous compared to the mainland, it was in chaos and there were many gangs, chasing each other every day. Under the control of the colonists, the police and gangs colluded and collectively embezzled. This is the best era, and the worst era. Here, as long as you are brave and capable, you can quickly rise, make a fortune, and become rich overnight. But it is also possible that the money has not been warmed up, and it will die on the street, or be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Han Shaoqing walked across the beach. The Neptune trident and the golden battle suit were too conspicuous, so they were put into the Kyunkin ring by Han Shaoqing. At this time, he was not wearing a shirt, with the Kyunkin ring on his hand and a pair of wet pants on his lower body. Through the ability to control water, the moisture on the pants was stripped off the next moment. Some messy hair, plus sighing stubble, with a strong figure and a handsome face, made Han Shaoqing look a little melancholy. Without paying attention to the eyes of the passers-by, Han Shaoqing found a seat and sat down casually, with his hand supporting his chin, like a thinking dai, thinking about how to integrate into this world next. Han Shaoqing is not penniless now. There are many gold and silver jewelry in the Kyunkin ring on his waist. There are countless sunken ships in the ocean, and there are many valuables among them. For ordinary people, salvage is not suitable, but for Han Shaoqing, a little white dragon in the waves, it is easy to get. When he was in the sea before, Han Shaoqing saw several sunken ships and took 2 boxes of jewelry. Now he only needs to find a place to sell them to exchange for a large sum of wealth. Brother, you are from the mainland. Han Shaoqing was thinking, and a familiar voice came from behind him. In fact, Han Shaoqing had heard several footsteps approaching a long time ago, but he didn't pay attention at first. Looking back, Han Shaoqing was stunned. No wonder the voice is familiar, isn't this master yet? But a closer look, it's different. The man in front of him looks exactly like a man, who wants to fight 10 people, but his temperament is completely different. He looks like a gangster, with messy hair, cheap clothes, and a few men who look a bit fierce around him, full of gangster atmosphere. Don't worry, brother. My name is Wu Xiao. I'm from Chaozhou and also from the mainland. Judging from my appearance, I should have just arrived in Hong Kong. We are all from the mainland. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Wu Xiao looked at Han Shaoqing kindly, and his tone was heroic and generous, giving him a very generous feeling. Wu Xiao? Looking at the man in front of him, Han Shaoqing came back to his senses and thought, there are actually Hong Kong movie characters. Will there be a plot of Young and Dangerous in the future? Wu Xiao is a character in Chasing the Dragon. Hong Kong was a mixed bag under British colonization in the 1960s. The impoverished young man Wu Xiao smuggled to Hong Kong, holding the heart that life and death are determined by fate and wealth is determined by God, and he decided to fight for his life. In the plot of Chasing the Dragon, Ahau and several brothers started from the bottom of Kowloon walled city and climbed up to the position of drug overlord in Hong Kong. He controlled the top 10 gangs in Hong Kong. Because one of his legs was broken during the period, he was called Crippled Hao in the underworld. The other protagonist is Lei Luo, who climbed up from an ordinary inspector to the high position of Chinese chief inspector step by step, commanding 30,000 police officers in Hong Kong and holding the unspoken rules of Hong Kong's public security. In order to monopolize the 3 major economic industries of Hong Kong, gambling and drugs, Crippled Hao and Lei Luo became sworn brothers. The two, one black and one white, covered the sky with their hands, had monstrous power, billions of wealth, and dominated Hong Kong Island. Seeing Wu Xiao, Han Shaoqing felt that the world was really chaotic. But finally saw a familiar face, and couldn't help but feel more close. In the play, Wu Xiao is righteous, but not a good person. He can be regarded as a tyrant. He has ambition, courage, and means. In the end, he took the road of crime. It can only be said that it was forced by the situation. In this era, there are not many choices. After quickly recalling the plot of Chasing the Dragon, Han Shaoqing stood up and said with a smile, "Brother is a straightforward person. My name is Han Shaoqing, you can also call me Shaoqing. My ancestral home is Sichuan. To be honest, I came to Hong Kong this time just to fight for a career. I can see that Ahau is also a person who is unwilling to be lonely. Are you interested in doing a big business with me?" Wu Xiao looked at Han Shaoqing in surprise when he heard it. He came over to talk just now. In fact, he felt that this person was not simple. From the other party's figure, Wu Xiao judged that the other party was likely to be a martial artist. Based on the idea of more friends, more roads, he came to make friends. Unexpectedly, the other party wanted to pull him into the gang as soon as he opened his mouth. Wu Xiao was more active in thinking, so he just smiled, but the brothers next to him were angry. Da Yi is Wu Xiao's subordinate, who is righteous and righteous. He is also a good brother of Bo Hao. As Wu Xiao's right-hand man, Da Yi will always move forward bravely at the command of the eldest brother and never retreat. He only respects Wu Xiao in his life. When he heard Han Shaoqing's words, he stepped forward and shouted, "Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to let our brother Hao follow you?" Zai Wei is Da Yi's younger brother. He is relatively thin. He crossed his arms and looked at Han Shaoqing. "Boy, who are you? You are so arrogant, tell me your gang." Han Shaoqing looked at Wu Xiao from beginning to end and asked, "What do you think? Follow me. I can't guarantee anything else, but I have money." "Damn, you don't have to pay taxes for bragging. You are so poor that you only have one pair of pants left, not even a pair of shoes. You." Dai wanted to say something, but Wu Xiao waved his hand to stop him. Apologetically looking at Han Shaoqing, he smiled and said, "My brother has a bad temper, please don't mind. I wonder if there is any good way for me to help you." Wu Xiao was not angry because of Han Shaoqing's mad words, but was quite polite. It is not easy for mainlanders to make a living in Hong Kong. They are just barely making ends meet now. Wu Xiao is ambitious and is not willing to be mediocre all the time. He thinks he still has some vision. Although Han Shaoqing in front of him looks down and out, his mental outlook reveals strong self-confidence. This kind of domineering aura has only been seen in those bigwigs in the black and white worlds. The second is the body shape. In this era, many people can't even have a full meal, and they are hungry and skinny. However, Han Shaoqing is sturdy and has explosive muscles. People can tell at a glance that he is strong and powerful. He walks like a dragon and a tiger, and is definitely not an ordinary person. So Wu Xiao thought of being polite. He was not the powerful and influential Bohao yet. He was just a stowaway at the bottom of Hong Kong. If he had a good way to make a fortune, he would not mind taking his brothers to gamble. Han Shaoqing could probably guess what Wu Xiao and his friends were thinking. In front of them, he took out a pearl the size of a longan from the Qunqin ring without any concealment. "I need a few people to help me do things. If you follow me, this pearl will be yours. It is better to pay money than to talk about ideals." Chapter 24 Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by heaven. When Wu Xiao and his friends saw the pearl as big as a longan, their breathing became a little faster. Even if they did not have much knowledge, they knew that this pearl was definitely worth a lot of money. Dai, Ziwei, and Yaqi looked at the pearl in Han Shaoqing's hand, with greed and eagerness in their eyes. As for the Qunqin ring, they did not know that it was a treasure. They just thought it was a pearl that Han Shaoqing took out by magic. Wu Xiao gave the three people a warning look without leaving any trace, and they put away their strange thoughts. Han Shaoqing could not hide the gazes of Dai and others, but he did not care. As the saying goes, the more skilled, the more courageous. Han Shaoqing cannot be said to be invincible, but facing Wu Xiao and Dai, he is definitely a crushing opponent, so there is no need to worry about the other parties cheating. Ziwei rolled his eyes and looked at the pearl in Han Shaoqing's hand, exaggerating, "Wow, such a big pearl must be very valuable, Brother Hao, now we are rich." "Yes, Brother Hao, we met a noble person when we went out today." When he saw the dry goods and Wu Xiao's warning, Dai also changed his face. Wu Xiao was also tempted, but he was not the kind of person who didn't know what was good for him, and he was relatively cautious. He looked at Han Shaoqing and said, "I want to ask my brother if he is willing first." "Of course, I never force people to do anything," Han Shaoqing said. Wu Xiao heard this and looked at Dai, Ziwei, and Yaqi. "What do you think?" Dai said, "Brother Hao, we all listen to you." Ziwei then said, "Brother Hao, we came to Hong Kong with you to fight, brothers are of one mind, you say what to do, then we will do it, we believe you." "Abba Abba." Yaqi called out twice and nodded heavily. Wu Xiao was moved. His brothers trusted him so much, and he certainly wanted to plan a good future for his brothers. Han Shaoqing in front of him was dignified and noble, and he was a pearl of great value as soon as he came out of the mountain. Even if he followed him, he could not be worse than they are now. Thinking of this, Wu Xiao shouted to Han Shaoqing, "Brother Qing, the brothers will follow you in the future." Since they want to follow Han Shaoqing, they naturally have to recognize Han Shaoqing as their eldest brother. Dai, Brother Qing. Ziwei, Brother Qing. Yaki, Abba Abba! Dai and the other two shouted, but Yaki couldn't speak and couldn't understand what he was saying. Wu Xiao was afraid that Han Shaoqing would misunderstand, so he explained, "Brother Qing, my brother is called Yaki. He had a serious illness when he was a child and can't speak. Please forgive me." "It's okay." Han Shaoqing nodded, "Let's go, let's change some money first, and then change into a new outfit." Han Shaoqing is shirtless now. Although he is not afraid of being seen, it is always bad to be naked all the time. Wu Xiao nodded and said, "I will listen to Brother Qing. People are poor and have short ambitions. Now Wu Xiao just wants to make money, make a fortune with his brothers, and then bring his wife and children to Hong Kong to enjoy life." He has a hunch that it must be very dangerous to follow Han Shaoqing. But wealth and honor are sought in danger. He always remembers what his father said before he died. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Now there is a chance, even if there is danger, it is worth a try. Han Shaoqing patted Wu Xiao on the shoulder and handed the pearl to Wu Xiao. "Okay, we will be brothers in the future, I promise you will not regret today's decision." He did not intend to be a lone hero. When he first arrived in Hong Kong, some people would do things for him, which would make it easier. Now all countries are in the development period. And most of the superheroes in the later period have not been born yet, so there are limited places to check in. Han Shaoqing plans to set a small goal first, to establish a kingdom of his own in Hong Kong, and then develop steadily and intervene at the appropriate time. In modern society, money is indispensable. Under the leadership of Wu Xiao, Han Shaoqing came to a pawn shop in Tsim Sha Sui. Wu Xiao handed the pearl to the owner of the pawn shop. "Well, good stuff, I'll give 20,000. 20,000. Upon hearing the offer, Wu Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed. The owner of the pawn shop glanced at Han Shaoqing and others, "This is the market price, no more." For the current market, Han Shaoqing didn't know much about it, and Han Shaoqing now had no interest in money, so he nodded casually, "Deal." The pawn shop owner was overjoyed when he heard this. This top-quality pearl, no matter its appearance, color, or roundness, can be called top quality. The market price can be sold for at least 80,000. If it is auctioned, it may be sold for even higher. If he had known that the other party would not bargain, he should have offered 10,000. After getting the money, Han Shaoqing handed it to Wu Xiao, "Take the flowers, and come to me if it's not enough." "Thank you, Brother Qing." After getting Han Shaoqing's confirmation, Wu Xiao accepted the money and was more certain that he had not made a mistake. 20,000 Hong Kong dollars is a huge sum of money these days, and Han Shaoqing gave it to them without blinking an eye. Such a generous boss can't be found in Hong Kong. 20,000 Hong Kong dollars is already a huge sum of money for Wu Xiao and others. You have to know that in this era, working hard for a month only makes 200 or 300 Hong Kong dollars. After paying the rent, water, and electricity, and deducting the living expenses, there was only a few dollars left. It was the first time that Wu Xiao and his friends came into contact with a huge sum of 20,000 yuan, and they were so excited that they trembled. With this money, they could build a big house in their hometown, and the three brothers without wives could get a wife. Han Shaoqing did not laugh at them. He took out a well-preserved porcelain from his bag, Kunkan ring, and put it on the counter. "Boss, take a look." The pawn shop owner looked at it repeatedly several times, put down the porcelain carefully, and said excitedly, "This should be an official kill porcelain from the Song dynasty. Brother is a straightforward person, and I won't play tricks with you. If you are willing to pawn it, I will pay 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. Wu Xiao and his friends' breathing became rapid when they heard it. Han Shaoqing looked calm, and glanced at the pawn shop owner, who seemed to be oppressed by invisible pressure. The pawn shop owner felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and nervously stretched out 5 fingers. 500,000, this is the highest price I can offer. Deal. Han Shaoqing nodded, and the pawn shop owner went to the bank to take out a box of 500 Hong Kong dollars. In the 1960s, the largest amount of Hong Kong dollars issued was 1,000 yuan, but the commemorative significance was greater than the use significance. Most people only earned 200 or 300 yuan a month, and had never seen 500 Hong Kong dollars. After the money and goods were settled and confirmed, Han Shaoqing carried the cash box and came to the commercial district of Tsim Sha Tsui with the 4 brothers of Wu Xiao. Tsim Sha Tsui is one of the most prosperous areas in Hong Kong. After arriving here, the 4 brothers of Wu Xiao were more excited than each other. With money in their pockets, they felt light and dreamy. Han Shaoqing took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and gave it to Wu Xiao. "How, the previous 20,000 yuan was for your resettlement fee. This 10,000 yuan is for you 4 brothers. Buy a few suits for each of you. You can't lose face if you are with me." "Thank you, Brother Qing." Another 10,000 yuan was obtained in a blink of an eye. Wu Xiao and his 4 brothers didn't know what to say. The 5 of them went to a high-end clothing store. But before they entered the door, they were stopped by the waitress who opened the door. "Sorry, sir, this is a high-end clothing store. Those who are not dressed properly are not allowed to enter." "What is considered neat and tidy?" Han Shaoqing asked. The waitress thought Han Shaoqing was quite handsome, and his muscles made her blush and her heart beat fast, but for the sake of her job, she said seriously, "At least you have to wear a tie." Han Shaoqing took out a 500 Hong Kong dollar note. "Is this money enough to buy a tie?" "Yes, enough, please follow me." Chapter 25 Kowloon Walled City. Soon, Han Shaoqing and the 4 brothers Wu Xiao walked out of the clothing store with a new look. These suits seemed a bit old-fashioned to Han Shaoqing, but they were quite popular in this era. After spending some time together, Wu Xiao found that Han Shaoqing, the eldest brother, was easy to get along with, so he let go and bought a lot of things with the 3 brothers, introducing Han Shaoqing to the situation in Hong Kong from time to time. Han Shaoqing only bought 2 sets of clothes for convenience, and asked the boss to order a few new styles of clothes for backup, and wait for a while to pick them up. After a chic time, Wu Xiao enthusiastically took Han Shaoqing back to Kowloon Walled City after a good meal. The living standards of this era are naturally incomparable to those of the 21st century. There are tube buildings everywhere, and many small stalls are placed on the side of the street. "How, you've made a fortune." I said, "How, this young man has a promising future." "How, you've made a fortune, remember to treat me to dinner." "Next time, I'll take my friends upstairs first, and we'll talk later, third sister." Wu Xiao greeted the acquaintances on the street in a familiar manner, and it can be seen that Ahao has a good relationship with people. Han Shaoqing looked at this walled city that often appears in Hong Kong movies. Being there, it was a different feeling. Kowloon Walled City belongs to a no-man's land, with an area of only 2.8 hectares and a population of more than 20,000. It can be said to be one of the most densely populated places in the world so far. Dilapidated corridors, unmanaged stinking ditches, and people from all walks of life can be seen in the streets and alleys. White powder, gambling, and chicken stalls are everywhere, which is extremely chaotic. The impression given is dirty, messy, and poor. However, the rent is the cheapest in Hong Kong, so many people who smuggled here will choose to live here. This is a slum and also a gold mining kill. Such a mixed place is naturally full of gangsters. Han Shaoqing followed Wu Xiao into the city and soon found some unfriendly eyes on him. Wu Xiao carried a cash box and a few bags and explained, "In the 9th in Longchansai, the biggest force is the Chaozhou gang. It is not peaceful at night, and people often go missing. In fact, it is not only not peaceful at night, but also not peaceful all day. Han Shaoqing was empty-handed, not paying attention to the eyes of the people around him, listening to Wu Xiao's explanation, looking at his feet and head. The city was full of garbage and smoky. Some people with no manners directly poured water down from the upstairs to wash their feet, and noisy noises were everywhere. Turning around the corner, I saw a few gangsters beating people and extorting money. Han Shaoqing and Wu Xiao didn't want to cause trouble, but after the gangsters on the opposite side saw Wu Xiao's box, they exchanged glances and walked over. A good dog doesn't block the road. Han Shaoqing didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean he was afraid of it. He glanced at a few people and didn't care anymore. "You are so arrogant, you dare to talk to me like this." The leader is called Sango, and others call him Mad Dog or Brother Dog. He is a small leader of the Chaozhou gang. There are several main leaders of the Chaozhou gang now, namely, Hua Zerong, Fei Zechao, Gong Zeqiang, and Big Grey Bear. The Sango in front is a henchman under Fei Zechao. He usually collects protection fees in Kowloon walled city, bullies men and women, and is ruthless. He has several lives on his hands. On the surface, everyone calls him Brother Dog, but secretly calls him Mad Dog. Sango obviously took a fancy to the box in Wu Xiao's hand. He kicked away the man who had just been bullied by them, put a baseball bat on his shoulder, posed in a self-proclaimed cool posture, and said casually, "Leave the box, you can go." "Brother Dog, give me some face, we are all Chaozhou people, we are one family." Wu Xiao handed the box to Yaqi and went forward to talk. Sangu glanced at Wu Xiao and slapped him on the cheek. Wu Xiao had practiced some kung fu and reacted quickly. He took a step back and avoided Sangu's slap. Feeling that he had lost face in front of his younger brother, Sangu was furious. "You dare to hide, I told you to hide." As he said that, he swung the baseball bat and hit Wu Xiao's head. Wu Xiao wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He tolerated it again and again, but Han Shaoqing would not indulge this mad dog. He stepped forward and grabbed the falling baseball bat with one hand, looking at Sangu coldly. "What's your name?" "Sangu, what do you want?" Sangu was still angry at first, but after pulling the stick, he found that he couldn't move at all even if he mustered all his strength. He knew that he had met a tough guy, so he quickly brought out his backer. "My eldest brother is Fatty Chow." Han Shaoqing laughed and said, "You are such a bastard, right? You dare to touch my brother. I think you don't want to live anymore. Beat him up." Dai, Ziwei, Yaqi, and Wu Xiao looked at each other after hearing this, and immediately stopped hesitating, put down the things in their hands, and rushed up to fight. Since they decided to follow Han Shaoqing, they had to listen to Han Shaoqing's words, not to mention that they were originally hot-tempered people and had long disliked mad dogs. It was a piece of cake for Han Shaoqing to deal with a few gangsters. The reason why he asked Wu Xiao and others to do it was to see their attitude. To be his subordinate, ability is secondary. The key is to be obedient. Han Shaoqing doesn't want to train a group of traitors. Wu Xiao still has some strength. Among ordinary people, he is considered to be a relatively good fighter. He can beat the dead dog in a one-on-one fight. Dai, Ziwei, and Yaqi all came from rural areas. After coming to Hong Kong, they usually did hard labor on construction sites. They have some strength, at least their physical fitness is much better than those gangsters. "You are looking for death." Sango is indeed a mad dog. After being punched by Wu Xiao several times, he took out a knife and wanted to stab Wu Xiao to death. Although Wu Xiao is brave, he is a flesh and blood body after all. Seeing Sango showing his knife, he had to avoid it and wanted to find a chance to knock Sango's knife away. Sango waved his knife wildly, forced Wu Xiao to retreat, looked at Han Shaoqing viciously, and stabbed him with the knife. "Brother Qing, be careful." Wu Xiao saw this and rushed over without hesitation, trying to block the knife for Han Shaoqing. Han Shaoqing's impression of Wu Xiao improved after seeing this. He waved his hand and gently pushed Wu Xiao away, then kicked Sang Go. His strength was so great that he could kick an elephant away, let alone a human. For a desperate criminal like Sang Go, Han Shaoqing still withdrew most of his strength, but even so, Sang Go could not resist. With a bang, Sang Go, who was as powerful as a mad dog, flew out, with at least 3 ribs broken. He flew 7 or 8 meters away and fell into the garbage dump, wailing. With such an injury, he will not die, but even if he can get out of bed for the rest of his life, he can't even think about picking up a knife again. Brother Go! When the other gangsters saw their big brother was crippled by Han Shaoqing's kick, they were all horrified and didn't dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly carried the bleeding dog away. Wu Xiao and others looked at Han Shaoqing with a little more awe. Dai said to Wu Xiao, "Brother Hao, I didn't expect Brother Qing to be a better fighter than you." "Yes, and he was really cruel. Mad Dog is completely crippled this time," Zai Wei said with a serious face. "The dead dog is not scary, but he has Fi Zai Chao's support behind him. This time, Fi Zai Chao will definitely not let it go." Chapter 26 Ahua. Wu Xiao naturally knew this, but he was not afraid. Han Shaoqing is very strong. The power of one kick is at least 1,000 pounds. He is generous and takes good care of his brothers. Such a boss is worth following. As for Fi Zai Chao, he will fight against the enemy and cover the water with earth. At worst, he will fight to the death. They all have one head on 2 shoulders, so who is afraid of who? The only thing he is worried about is the safety of his younger brother and Dai and others. Wu Xiao is not afraid of fighting to the death. But he was afraid that something would happen to his brothers. It was not easy for several brothers to follow him to Hong Kong to make a living, so he had to consider the safety of his brothers. This is Wu Xiao's strength. He always puts his brothers first, keeps his word, and is loyal. It is precisely because of this that his brothers are willing to fight for him. This is exactly where Han Shaoqing appreciates Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Qing, if we offend Fatty Chow, they will soon come to trouble us. My younger brother is still at home, and I want to take him with me." Han Shaoqing saw Wu Xiao's concerns and said, "Why should we leave? If Fatty Chow dares to cause trouble, let him go sideways. But Fatty Chow has hundreds of men under his command, and we are just a few of us." Although he knew that Han Shaoqing was very skilled, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Wu Xiao did not know Han Shaoqing's true strength, so he was inevitably unsure. Han Shaoqing casually said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Seeing Han Shaoqing's confident look, Wu Xiao didn't know what to say. After all, Han Shaoqing is the boss, and he doesn't look like the kind of person who would act rashly without thinking. If he said that, he must be sure. Back outside the rented room, Wu Xiao smiled and said, "I'm back." Pushing open the door, Han Shaoqing followed Wu Xiao into the room and found that this was a very old house, with simple wooden boards separating the tenants. The items on display all had the characteristics of the 1960s, and some of them he had never seen before. Wu Xiao, Dai, Zai Wei, and Yaqi all had smiles on their faces, walked into the room in suits, with large and small bags in their hands, as if returning home in glory. On the worn-out double bed, Wu Xiao's younger brother Wu Shizheng was wearing a striped sweatshirt and studying hard with his eyes closed. Seeing Wu Xiao and others looking brand new, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "Brother, you guys. Zheng, I met a noble man when I went out today. This is Brother Qing, a big boss. We will follow him to work in the future. Come, this is the roast duck I brought you." Wu Xiao smiled and handed a roast duck to Wu Shizheng. "Brother Qing?" Wu Shizheng looked at Han Shaoqing, who nodded slightly. "Landlady, this is the rent I owe you. Thank you for your care over the years. Wu Xiao took out 200 yuan and gave it to the landlady who was eating, and also gave her a roast duck to thank her for her care. The landlady was a 50-year-old woman who looked kind and smiled. Oh, you look a bit more presentable in a suit. It seems that you have made it. How? Congratulations. Thank you, thank you. Wu Xiao was very polite. Han Shaoqing saw the little girl living in the attic. She was looking at him curiously, and when she saw the roast duck Wu Xiao took out, she almost drooled. Han Shaoqing casually took out a box of roast duck from Da Yi's bag and handed it over. Eat it. Ahua wanted to take it, but was a little scared, and looked at Wu Xiao for help. Seeing this, Wu Xiao smiled heartily and said, "Take what Brother Qing gave you. Remember to thank Brother Qing." Ahua then took it and said timidly, "Thank you, Brother Qing." "You're welcome." As Han Shaoqing was talking, he heard a chaotic sound of footsteps approaching, and thought to himself, Fatty Chow's people arrived so quickly. But it felt wrong. Judging from the sound, there were only 4 people, too few people. It's possible that they were passing by to find other people. However, these people stopped in front of the rental house. One of them kicked open the shabby wooden door and said arrogantly, "Gambler Yang, pay back the money." Another younger brother looked around and said, "Brother Cai, Gambler Yang is not here. He probably ran away." Big Cai rubbed his nose, ignored Han Shaoqing and others, and looked at Ahua. If he ran away, then take his daughter to pay off the debt. "What are you doing? If you have something to do, there's no need to embarrass a child." Han Shaoqing stood up, and Wu Xiao and others immediately stood behind Han Shaoqing. Dalanke looked at Han Shaoqing and saw that he was well dressed and looked like he had some money. With Wu Xiao and the others standing there, they were outnumbered. He rubbed his nose and said calmly, "You want to be the first to come forward, right? Her father owes our casino 10,000 yuan. Here is the receipt, written clearly in black and white. If you want to be kind and take out 10,000 yuan, then the matter will be settled. If you don't have money, then go wherever you want. Here is 10,000 yuan, leave the receipt." Han Shaoqing casually took out 10,000 yuan to settle the matter. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Seeing that Han Shaoqing was generous, Dalanke did not immediately hand over the receipt, but became more aggressive and said, 10,000 yuan is just the principal, no interest is required, 9 out of 13 returns, do you understand the rules? Rules? I'll punch your mother, my fist is the rule. Seeing that Dalanke was greedy, Han Shaoqing punched him and broke his nose, causing him to see stars and bleed from his nose. That is to say, Han Shaoqing controlled his strength well, otherwise this punch would have directly blown Dalanke's head. Dalanke was stunned, but the few younger brothers around him just supported him and did not rush up to avenge their boss. After all, only a few people are loyal. Dalanke's character is not good, and he gets little benefit from being his subordinate. Seeing that the other party is outnumbered, naturally no one is willing to fight for him. Wu Xiao and Da Yi rushed up and punched and kicked. "You're a street bastard, 9 out of 10 come back, right? Look at you, you're such a shameless person. Stop fighting, I was wrong, I'm with the big grizzly bear, if anything happens to me, you guys you can't run away either." Wu Xiao looked at Han Shaoqing, who waved his hand, and they dispersed. I took out 200 yuan and threw it on Dalanke, and said, "I am the fairest person. These 200 yuan are for your medical expenses. Be more careful in the future and don't let me see you again, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Get out." Han Shaoqing was too lazy to look at such a little scoundrel. After getting the receipt, he tore it up and threw it on Dalanke's face. He was not afraid of the big grizzly bear coming to cause trouble. For Han Shaoqing, unless he had extraordinary power, ordinary people would be sent food no matter how many there were. Yes, yes, yes. Dallin K was scared by the beating, picked up the money and limped out. Wu Xiao looked at Ahua and said to Han Shaoqing, "Brother Qing, Ahua is a poor child. Her father ran away, and I want to take her with me." Chapter 27 Fatty Chow. Han Shaoqing, who had watched Chasing the Dragon, had some impression of Ahua. In the movie, Ahua worked for Wu Xiao when she grew up, and eventually died in a battle with the British. Ahua was also a grateful person. She was young, and now her father had left her and ran away. No one took care of her, and her future was worrying. Han Shaoqing was not a heartless person, and nodded immediately, "You can take her with you, and then arrange a good school for her." Speaking of this, Han Shaoqing's keen hearing heard a large number of footsteps and metal collisions in the distance, as well as some arrogant shouting and cursing. Although he did not have a perspective eye, Han Shaoqing could conclude that it was Fatty Chow who brought people this time. Based on the footsteps, it was roughly estimated that there were at least more than 100 people. "You guys pack up, I have something to go out for, and I will meet downstairs later." Han Shaoqing didn't even look at the cash box on the bed. He pulled a piece of tissue and wiped the blood off his fist, then walked out of the room. This time, Han Shaoqing didn't bring Wu Xiao and others with him. Although Wu Xiao was good at fighting, he couldn't help much in the face of a large number of fat guys. Instead, he might be in danger and distract Han Shaoqing to rescue them. But with more than 100 people, Han Shaoqing could easily deal with them with his physical strength alone, even if he didn't use his superpowers. "Brother Hao." Soon after Han Shaoqing walked out of the room, Dai looked at the cash box on the bed, and then looked at Wu Xiao. With just one look, Wu Xiao knew that Dai had evil thoughts. He shook his head, looked at his brothers, and said seriously, "Dai, Ziwei, Yaki, since we have followed Brother Qing, no matter what happens in the future, starting today, Brother Qing is our boss. You must listen to him. You must know what to take and what not to take. Do you understand?" Ziwei and the other two nodded, "I understand." In fact, facing the huge sum of hundreds of thousands of dollars, it would be a lie for Wu Xiao to say that he was not tempted. But he knew his position clearly, and he saw a bright future in Han Shaoqing, so he would not be so short-sighted, which was not in line with his character. In addition, Wu Xiao believed that the money box left by Han Shaoqing was a trust in them and a test for them. In fact, Wu Xiao thought too much. Money was easy for Han Shaoqing to get. If all the jewelry in the Qunqin ring was sold, Han Shaoqing could become the richest man in Hong Kong in a minute. Han Shaoqing didn't care about a box of money at all. Walking downstairs, he soon saw a group of gangsters with machetes and steel pipes coming from the opposite side. The leader was Fatty Chow, with a big gold chain and a small gold watch. He might have drunk some wine. At this time, his face was red and his neck was thick. He was 7 parts sober and 3 parts drunk. "Brother, that's him." A younger brother of Mad Dog pointed at Han Shaoqing. Fatty Chow looked at Han Shaoqing and asked, "Boy, where are you from? Who is the big brother?" Han Shaoqing smiled and said, "My eldest brother is Brother Boss. I think he probably doesn't want to see you." "Brother Boss? I haven't heard of him. Let's put it this way. I need someone recently. I heard that you are very good at fighting. As long as you are willing to hang out with me, I will pretend that what happened today never happened." As if he didn't intend to give Han Shaoqing a chance to refuse, Fize Chow said to a man beside him, "Long hair, go and play with him." After Fize Chow's words fell, a long-haired man in white clothes and bare chest walked out of the crowd. Han Shaoqing glanced at Fize Chow and a group of younger brothers behind him, and said lightly, "It's not enough to fight one person. I think you should all come together. You are so arrogant." Fize Chow sneered, and the man in white clothes and long hair had taken off his shirt, revealing a body of muscles and tattoos. Is it going to fight? Who is this person? He actually asked Fizai Chao to bring so many people to block it. The young man doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I'm afraid he won't survive tonight. The residents of Kowloon Walled City have long been accustomed to the fights between the young and the dangerous. Most of them went home and closed the doors and windows, and some people watched from afar. Wu Xiao upstairs heard the noise and walked out of the room. He found that Fatty Chow and a large group of people blocked Han Shaoqing, and his face changed. He found a stick. Dai asked, "Brother Hao, what happened?" Brother Qing was blocked by Fatty Chow's people. Let's go to save him. Brother. Wu Xiao heard the voice, looked back at Wu Shizheng, and said, Zheng, you stay at home and take care of the box. Dai, Ziwei and Yaki followed him out of the room. Seeing so many people with Fatty Chow, they were a little timid. Brother Hao, there are so many people on the opposite side. Wu Xiao looked at the three people. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. I believe Brother Qing, do you believe me? Of course I believe. At worst, we can just fight. Abba. Let's go. Wu Xiao decisively led the three brothers downstairs. At the same time, Chang Mao took off his shirt, touched his hair with both hands, and then rushed towards Han Shaoqing alone. This kid is really good at pretending, he will cry later. Come on, brother Chang Mao, beat him into a pig's head. Chang Mao is brother Chow's gold medal fighter. He once killed 7 people with his bare hands in the underground boxing arena. This loser is dead. While Fatty Chow's gang shouted, Chang Mao rushed to Han Shaoqing and punched him. Han Shaoqing stretched out his hand to grab the opponent's fist and bent it downward. There was a crisp sound of bone fracture. Chang Mao's right wrist was directly broken. The pain just reached his brain, and he only had time to scream instinctively. Then he was kicked in the abdomen by Han Shaoqing. The whole person flew 8 meters away and hit the wall with a dull sound of impact. In less than a second, Fatty Chow's gold medal fighter was disabled and lay on the ground motionless. This time, Fatty Chow and others were shocked. The handsome young man in front of them was so strong that it was terrifying. The shouting sounds of those gangsters were like ducks with their necks pinched, and they stopped abruptly. After a moment of silence, some people came back to their senses. Fuck, this guy is too fierce. So powerful, Chang Mao is the double-flowered red stick of the Chao Shan gang, and he didn't even take a single move. Looks like Chang Mao is doomed, he's really ruthless. Brother Chow, what should we do? Do you want to fight or not? Fatty Chow was in a dilemma. He didn't expect to run into a dragon crossing the river. He forced a smile. Brother, you are so good, today we can be considered as not knowing each other without fighting. Fatty Chow, keep my words, the previous things are written off. If you are willing to follow me, I will never treat you unfairly. As expected of a big brother, he changes his face faster than turning the pages of a book. Unfortunately, Han Shaoqing didn't buy it. Forget it, since you are here, don't even think about leaving. While speaking, Han Shaoqing walked towards Fizai Chao, with a fierce momentum that frightened the group of gangsters. It was obvious that there were more than 100 of them who came to block the enemy, but at this time it seemed that Han Shaoqing surrounded them alone. Fizai Chao knew that the other party was determined to make things difficult for him, and said angrily, shame on you, chop him for me, I'll give you 500 if you chop him once, and I'll give you 10,000 if you chop him to death. Chapter 28 Alien. Hong Kong is a place where there are many turtles in shallow waters, and every area is a big brother. But there are only a handful of people who can really make a name for themselves. Whether they are ruthless, visionary, or have the help of noble people, they can become the boss of a gang. There are always some outstanding qualities. Fizai Chao has a good eye, but it's a pity that he is not a person that Han Shaoqing is optimistic about. The force he wants to build is not a group of gangsters who stir up trouble, are uneducated, and collect protection fees. Although some people think that gangsters are very cool, in Han Shaoking's opinion, these are all garbage from the old times, stumbling blocks to the progress of human civilization. Since he came here, he didn't mind being a scavenger. As for whether those big guys would notice him because of this, Han Shaoqing has already let it go. Just as Wu Xiao said, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by heaven. Since you want to pursue excitement, then go all the way. Today, Fi Zhichao didn't come to find Han Shaoqing, and Han Shaoqing will come to the door after a while. Fi Zhichao saw that Han Shaoqing would not give up, and immediately offered a large reward. Kill him for me. Kill him. Go ahead, there are so many of us, are we still afraid of him? A big reward will always attract brave men. With the added bonus of numbers, a group of gangsters rushed towards Han Shaoqing with steel pipes and machetes. Han Shaoqing did not retreat but advanced. The first person to rush up was a little yellow-haired boy, who raised his knife and chopped. Han Shaoqing made a lightning move, grabbed the head and smashed it to the ground. The little yellow-haired boy lost his balance and his head hit the ground, bleeding and falling straight down. Han Shaoqing raised his leg and kicked him in the back. The others rushed forward. Han Shaoqing punched the man on the left in the face, kicked the man on the right, then grabbed the arm of a man in the middle, kicked him in the abdomen, swung him up and threw him out, smashing him into a crowd. Then he hooked a man's neck with his right hand, kicked a man with his left leg, turned his body and threw him out. In an instant, more than a dozen people fell to the ground, crying out in pain. 2 unlucky ones fell and were stabbed 5 or 6 times by their companions. It looked like they were not going to survive. Han Shaoqing did not sympathize with them. Sooner or later, they would have to pay for what they did. These people wanted to kill him, but he had restrained himself. It's not too late to leave now. Han Shaoqing is not a bloodthirsty person. Although he hates gangsters, he does not want to kill them if it is not necessary. He only needs to deal with those who are the leaders, such as Fatty Chow, so he plans to give them another chance. Fatty Chow was shocked when he saw Han Shaoqing was so fierce and his younger brothers were a little scared. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "If you kill this street kid, I will give you 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. I will give you 1,000 Hong Kong dollars for each hit." The gangsters who were originally a little afraid and hesitant were all excited when they heard this. 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, they may not be able to earn it in their lifetime. They were immediately obsessed with money and rushed towards Han Shaoqing like crazy. "Idiot, no matter how much money you have to live to spend it." Seeing that these people were stubborn, Han Shaoqing no longer held back and grabbed 2 machetes, turning into a weapon master, and his swords were deadly. Death Bell's fighting ability is outstanding. With the strong physique of Aquaman, these people can't even touch the corner of Han Shaoqing's clothes. The 2 machetes where Han Shaoqing's hands were full of vigor. With every strike, at least 1 or 2 people fell down. The swords flashed and blood splashed everywhere. Wherever Han Shaoqing passed, there were broken limbs and arms, and some people with broken hands and feet were wailing. When Han Shaoqing knocked down more than 60 people, those gangsters had already woken up. There was only fear in their hearts, and they rolled back. The 2 machetes in Han Shaoqing's hands were bent, with many gaps. The blades were completely stained red, and some broken meat and bones were hanging on them, but there was no blood on his body. The gravity field formed an invisible protective shield around his body, and all the splashing blood was blocked. Fatty Chow had been struggling in Hong Kong for decades and had seen many ruthless people, but he was scared at this time. He easily killed most of his men and was still unscathed. Such strength is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. At this moment, Fatty Chow thought of the advice of the old guys in the gang. In the dim room, Fi Zhichao had just taken over as the chief, and several elders of the Chao Shan gang gave him a serious warning. Fizai Chao, you can provoke anyone at ordinary times, but there is one kind of person you must never provoke, that is the alien. What is an alien? It was the first time that Fizai Chao heard the name of alien, and he did not take it seriously. Aliens refer to a group of people who are different from ordinary people. They are special beings with strength beyond the reach of ordinary people. If you are lucky enough to see them in the future, you must not be enemies with them, otherwise no one can protect you. Could it be that he is an alien? Fizai Chao's mind was filled with images of a revolving lantern. He looked at Han Shaoqing, who was gradually approaching, and his subordinates who were fleeing in all directions. He wanted to turn around and run, but his legs trembled uncontrollably, as if his body was suppressed by an invisible force. His legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Wait, don't run. Take me with you, take me with you. Fatty Chow looked at Han Shaoqing, who was gradually approaching, and was terrified. He looked at the broken knife in the other party's hand, as if it would cut his body in the next moment. And those gangsters had already been scared by Han Shaoqing, so how could they care about the boss, Fatty Chow? Fat Chow's forehead was sweating. When he looked up, Han Shaoqing was already standing in front of him. His figure was elongated by the light, and the shadow enveloped Fatty Chow, making him feel cold all over. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Fatty Chow hurriedly said, "I didn't recognize the real man, brother. No, big brother, let me go, I can give you anything you want. I want your life." Han Shaoqing backhanded a knife and cut Fatty Chow's neck. Han Shaoqing could let go of other gangsters, but not Fatty Chow. After dealing with Fatty Chow, Han Shaoqing accelerated and sprinted, blocking the fleeing gangsters, and said, "Stop if you don't want to die." After saying this, the gangsters stopped reflexively and looked at Han Shaoqing nervously. At this time, Wu Xiao and others also rushed down with weapons. It was not that they ran slowly, but Han Shaoqing was too quick. When they arrived, the ground was already stained with blood. The arrogant Fatty Chow was also lying in a pool of blood, while Han Shaoqing stopped a group of gangsters intact, and it seemed that even his hair was not messed up. Dewey swallowed his saliva and said in fear, "Brother Qing is too fierce. It's only been a short while, and it's incredible." Wu Xiao, Xi Wei and Ye Qi also looked at Han Shaoqing with awe. Han Shaoqing glanced at the gangsters around him, threw the knife on the ground, and smiled elegantly, "Don't be nervous, I just asked you to stay and clean the floor. If you make it so dirty, the neighbors around you will have to go to work tomorrow." Chapter 29 3 Holy Temples. Han Shaoqing still has a sense of public morality and does not want to cause trouble to the residents around him. The gangsters lost their courage and did not dare to resist at all. They did it with trepidation. Moving the bodies, cleaning the ground, treating the wounded, cleaning the streets, one-stop service. Under the oppression of death, no one dared to cheat. Brother Qing. Wu Xiao, who saw this scene, felt a little heavy and complicated, but still brought Da Yi and others to Han Shaoqing. "Ah, how is here? I was right about you. Just leave the things here to them." Han Shaoqing patted Wu Xiao on the shoulder and said, "I want you to help find a place." "Where?" Wu Xiao asked. Han Shaoqing said, "Xiangzhong Temple." Xiangzhong Temple. Wu Xiao had not heard of this name, and asked, "No, Brother Qing, do you have any specific information?" "I don't know much about Xiangzhong Temple. I only know that it is an ancient building that has existed for hundreds of years and is managed by a group of mysterious religious figures. If you follow this direction, it should not be difficult to find. Just mark it down when you find it." The Xiangzhong Temple that Han Shaoqing was looking for was one of the three major temples in Doctor Strange. According to Han Shaoqing's guess, the success rate of triggering the punch-in system when entering the temple is very high. Since he came to Xiangzhong, he naturally had to try it. If possible, he also wanted to go to Camartage and pay a visit to the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. Even if he couldn't punch in, it would be good to learn magic in Camartage. The physique of Aquaman itself has a very high magic talent, but there is no one to guide him, so Han Shaoqing basically relies on the trident to use lightning and other abilities. If you can learn the space magic of Camartage, or even time magic, Han Shaoqing's strength will definitely be able to rise to a new level. Wu Xiao heard this, thought about it, and said, "Brother Qing, I really know a place you said, it's in Kowloon. Well, wait until these street guys clean up the scene, and we'll go there." For Han Shaoqing, building power is just for convenience, it's a byproduct, and punching in is his main business. At the same time, in the classroom of Oxford University in the UK. Welcome Professor of Genetics Charles Francis Xavier to give us a speech. Papa. Amidst warm applause, the young Professor Charles walked onto the podium. At this time, Charles still had thick brown hair, was young and rich, had just obtained the title of professor, and wore a small suit popular in this era, a tall, rich and handsome man. After walking onto the podium, Charles began to speak with vigor. Today I will talk about mutation. Mutation refers to the process of how we evolved from single-celled organisms to humans who dominate the Earth. The evolution of each generation of organisms on this planet starts with mutation. This is a wonderful process. Charles vividly explained the evolution of human beings. Facing the questions of students, he not only answered them fluently, but also humorously, which won the recognition of students. The 1-hour speech finally ended with warm applause from students. After leaving the classroom, the blonde girl Raven came from behind, held an umbrella for Charles, and asked with a smile, "How does it feel to be a professor?" Raven is Charles's sister in name, but actually a mutant. When she was very young, she went to Charles's house to steal things. She was discovered and adopted by the young Charles, and then they became brother and sister. The two are childhood sweethearts. As mutants, they have a good relationship. Hearing what Raven said, Charles said, "Don't call me that, unless it's class time, I don't like people calling me professor." Raven smiled and said, "I know, but I feel that professor is very suitable for you." Charles shook his head and said, "Don't say that, you should say let's go for a drink. Then let's go, celebrate for you." The two walked towards the bar, talking and laughing. Hong Kong, Chao Shan Gang. A few hours have passed since Fatty Chow was killed. After the surviving Ma Zhe cleaned up the streets according to Han Shaoqing's requirements, they were released by Han Shaoqing. Some were so scared that they ran away directly, vowing never to be a gangster again. Some ran back to the Chao Shan gang and told the situation in detail. "Go down." After listening to the report of the Ma Zhe, the third elder waved his hand and let him leave. "Third master, you have to avenge Brother Chow." The little pony seemed to be the confidant of Fatty Chow. Although he was afraid of Han Shaoqing, he still wanted to use the power of the Chao Shan gang to take revenge, or to show his loyalty here and get promoted. The elder called Third Master heard this, his face was gloomy, he looked at the man coldly, and said impatiently, "Shut up, get out." After driving the man away, there were only a few old men who were about to retire in the room. The youngest of these people was nearly 50 years old and belonged to the old men of the Chao Shan gang. The brothers who fought together to conquer the world at the beginning, now only a few of them are left. Each of them had been a powerful figure and had their own glorious years. Now they are all old, without the ambitions they had at the beginning, and just want to enjoy a good life, but they still hold most of the power and connections of the Chao Shan gang in their hands. The second elder said, "Old Five, what do you think?" The fifth elder said, "A person with such strength is definitely not an ordinary person, it is very likely, an alien." The third elder said in a deep voice, "If it is an alien, then it will be troublesome. The other party killed Fatty Chow as soon as he arrived, it is very likely to scare the tiger." The eighth elder, who has a bad temper, is the youngest among the few. Although he is blind in one eye, his expression is still unruly. What are you afraid of? Although the alien is powerful, he is not invincible. Times have changed. At most, we can find some gunmen to deal with him. I don't believe that he is invulnerable. The second elder shook his head. This is not appropriate. We can try to win him over. Recently, Ma Kun has obtained the Luosha order. His power has developed rapidly and has threatened our Chao Shan gang. What the second brother means is want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The third elder was more cautious and suggested, I'm afraid of letting a wolf into the house. And there is Luosha Hall behind Ma Kun. We don't know how capable Han Shaoqing is and what forces are involved behind him. I think we should observe first. The fifth elder said, I agree with the third brother's opinion. Let someone send gifts to apologize first, so as not to leave a handle for people to come and make trouble. At the same time, let someone go to the mainland to investigate. The eighth elder said angrily, it's really aggrieved. Fatty Chow was killed, and we have to look at people's faces. Old 8, a small lack of patience will ruin a big plan. Don't make a fool of yourself in this matter. We must plan before we act. If you mess around, don't blame the brothers for being ruthless. The matter involved an alien, and the second elder had to deal with it cautiously. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter and lose his reputation. Han Shaoqing didn't know about the Chao Shan gang. Under the leadership of Wu Xiao, Han Shaoqing came to an ancient building. Chapter 30 Overlord Halberd Technique. The three holy temples are palaces built by the magician organization to protect the earth and resist the dark forces, with a long history. After 100 years of wind and frost, it still maintains the original design and has a medieval architectural style. This temple is located in the most prosperous area of Kowloon, with a kind of the feeling of being hidden in the city. Standing outside and watching, except for being able to see a sign similar to the state grid on the glass of the roof, it is difficult to associate this place with any relationship with the mage. When he arrived in front of the temple, Han Shaoqing felt the ground below, with a unique energy fluctuation. With the sign of the mage, he was sure that this was the person he was looking for. "How, you go back first, I'll go in and take a look. If someone troubles you, just push it on me, or bring people to me, don't force it." Han Shaoqing gave this order because he was afraid that Wu Xiao would be loyal and get into trouble. He was not afraid of the Chao Shan gang, but Wu Xiao and his men were not. Han Shaoqing could not be with Wu Xiao and others all the time, so he asked Wu Xiao to lead people here when necessary. "I understand, Brother Qing." Wu Xiao was not stupid. After seeing how powerful Han Shaoqing was, he was devoted to him and would not question Han Shaoqing's decision. After parting with Wu Xiao, Han Shaoqing walked into the Xiangzhong Temple. The public identity of the Xiangzhong Temple is a private museum, which is only open to a few celebrities and dignitaries. This may be the ancient membership system. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter it. There are many cultural relics in the showcases inside, both ancient and modern, both at home and abroad, including many real magic items and some tricky cursed items. These items are enshrined or sealed in the showcases. If ordinary people touch them at will, they may be in danger of life. In each temple, there are wizards guarding to prevent some people with bad intentions from destroying the temple. In this world, wizards are mainly divided into two factions. The first is the Camartage faction based on the ancient doctrine of the Supreme Wizard. The second is the Grim faction based on the doctrine of Merlin, the Supreme Wizard in the Middle World. In addition, there are some magic academies, witches, fallen wizards, etc. scattered all over the world. The power of the earth is far from as simple as it seems. In the Marvel movie, Thanos was able to enter the earth, which can be said to be the result of the big guys letting the sea. Otherwise, the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One alone could torture Thanos to death. The main responsibility of the Camartage wizards is to guard the temple, prevent the invasion of darkness, and fight against the strong men of various dark planes and the evil wizards who have attempted to destroy the world. In recent years, the earth has been relatively peaceful, and the number of people in the Mage Temple is relatively small. There are only 3 guards in the Xiangzhong Temple, and the rest are ordinary people. Seeing Han Shaoqing walking towards the temple, the guard politely said, "Sir, this is a private museum. Do you have an invitation letter?" "No, but I have this." Han Shaoqing activated his money ability and took out 100 yuan. "Sorry, sir, I'm not that kind of person." The guard was a little tempted, but still refused. Han Shaoqing took out 10,000 yuan. Seeing this, the guard took off his clothes directly, took the money, and smiled and said, "Sir, please do as you please. With 10,000 yuan, what door do you need to look at?" Han Shaoqing walked into the Xiangzhong Temple and immediately felt a special force enveloping the temple, extending underground and expanding to the distance. The 3 temples are located at important locations at 3 nodes of the earth. There is a ground vein below to provide energy, condensing into a huge magic circle to protect the earth from being swallowed by the dark plane. Han Shaoqing had no other thoughts about the 3 temples and the collections in the temples, just wanted to punch in. When Han Shaoqing stood in the hall of the temple, the punch-in system sounded a reminder. Ding! The host is currently in the Xiangzhong Temple and meets the punch-in conditions. Do you want to punch in? Punch in! Punch in! Count down 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, punch in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Overlord Halberd method. Overlord Halberd method, it is a unique move created by Xiang Yu, the Overlord of Western Chu. It is divided into 7 styles, each of which contains 3 changes and is extremely powerful. The 7 moves are: the first move, punish the immortals and destroy the souls; the second move, kill the gods and shatter; the third move, subdue the demons and eliminate the shadows; the fourth move, subdue the demons and dance in disarray; the fifth move, slay the demons and destroy the world; the sixth move, domineering; and the seventh move, destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. Do you want to receive it? Wasn't the Western Chu Overlord the one handed 18 picks? How did it become the Overlord Halberd method? Could it be the Western Chu Overlord from another parallel world? It was the first time that Han Shaoqing heard of the Overlord Halberd method, but the moves included both slaying the immortals and killing the gods, which sounded very awesome. Receive it. With a thought, a message poured into Han Shaoqing's mind from the endless void, as if he had practiced it countless times in his mind, allowing Han Shaoqing to instantly master the mystery of the Overlord Halberd method. Who are you? Just when Han Shaoqing received the Overlord Halberd method, a thin wizard wearing glasses and a wizard robe walked out. Han Shaoqing collected his thoughts, looked at the mage, and said seriously, "I am a student, I want to meet Master Guyi, please introduce me." "How do you know the name of the Supreme Mage?" The mage was alert when he heard this. At this moment, a golden circular space channel expanded, and a bald man wearing a yellow mage robe walked out of it. "Song, leave this to me." "Yes, teacher." The mage called Song bowed respectfully and stepped back. "Master Guyi, hello, I want to go to Kamartaj to study." Han Shaoqing looked at Guyi, feeling a little nervous. After all, the other party is the ceiling of the earth, controlling the Eye of Agamottos, and a top boss who can control time. Guyi shook his head slightly. "The time is not right, and the magic I practice is not suitable for you, leave." Han Shaoqing was speechless. "You came all the way here, just to get familiar with the face?" Guyi's Han Shaoqing couldn't understand the idea. But he understood one thing: unless Guyi was stupid enough to play close combat with him, he would definitely not be Guyi's opponent. Since Guyi had ordered Han Shaoqing to leave, if Han Shaoqing didn't know what was good for him, he would most likely be taught a lesson by Guyi. Weighing the pros and cons, Han Shaoqing smiled and said, "Then I'll take my leave." I'll ask the Supreme Mage for advice when I have a chance in the future. After that, he decisively left the Xiangzhong temple. Guyi was silent for a moment, shook his head slightly, and opened the space channel to return to Camartage. He could naturally see that Han Shaoqing was gifted and was a rare magic genius in 1,000 years, but the other party was indeed not suitable for practicing his lineage of magic, at least not now. Chapter 31 Lei Luo. Han Shaoqing left the Xiangzhong temple and looked back. He felt that the reaction of the Master Guyi was a little strange, but he didn't care too much. After returning to reunite with Wu Xiao, he bought a villa as a base. Han Shaoqing didn't have to worry about these things, Wu Xiao could handle it. There were no real estate speculation groups during this period, and the housing prices were relatively cheap. A villa was only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. A remote villa could be bought for tens of thousands. On the other side, after the news of Fatty Chow's death spread, Big Grey Bear and Dalqiang received the news. Although they were a little surprised, they immediately organized their troops and prepared to grab the territory. The two groups met in Huaja. Dalqiang and Big Grey Bear both pulled hundreds of younger brothers, all with weapons in their hands. Big Grey Bear's younger brother Huazirang asked, "Today is Master Yan's birthday. If we do this, will he punish us?" "Humph, I want to let him know that when I, Big Grey Bear, get angry, no one can stand it." Big Grey Bear and Dalqiang didn't get along with each other. Now that Fatty Chow is dead, the fat meat is vacant. The two will not give in, and a fight is inevitable. As soon as the two sides met, the big grizzly bear shouted, "Gongzhe, you are a dead family, Fatty is so defeated, give me a share of Kowloon's territory, everyone will be better." Gongzhe said angrily, "Bah, you secretly stole my business in Kuntong and Tzwan, and I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Now you want to get a share in Kowloon. You have such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death?" As soon as the two met, they started to talk nonsense. On the building next to them, two policemen were drinking soda. One was called Lei Luo and the other was called Zhu Yuze. Zhu Yuze was fat and wide. He drank a sip of soda and complained, "I really don't understand these people. They are all here to fight. Why are they talking so much nonsense?" Lei Luo smiled and said, "Then help them." As he said that, he threw a soda bottle and hit the big grizzly bear's head. Big Grizz was hit by a soda bottle and his head was bleeding. He thought that it was Gongzhe men who started the fight first, and he said angrily, "Kill them for me." Gongzhe was stunned for a moment. He didn't say anything yet, but he knew who started the fight, but when the time came, he had to force it. "Kill them for me! Kill them!" The two sides rushed together, and the shouts and fights resounded throughout the street. The sound of blades clashing and the screams after the flesh was cut were endless. Most people used steel pipes, and only a few used knives, because it was unnecessary, and these gangsters didn't want to get killed. Some picked up bottles and threw them, and the appearance was very chaotic. Sometimes they killed madly, and couldn't tell who was in the same group with whom, just killing and beating anyone they saw. In such a chaotic situation, it was not impossible to be beaten to death by their own people. Perhaps because Wu Xiao and his men were not there, Big Grizz was at a disadvantage this time. After a melee, seeing his men suffer heavy casualties, Big Grizz was heartbroken. He was not worried about his younger brother, but about his own wallet. These men were the capital of his livelihood. If they were all seriously injured, he would inevitably suffer from broken bones, and the medical expenses alone would be a huge expense. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Big Grey Bear hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, Gongzhe, I admit defeat this time." Gongzhe heard this and waved his hand and shouted, "Stop, stop for me." After greeting the troops of both sides, Gongzhe looked at Big Grey Bear who was supported by Huazirang with a smug look, "You, the bear, are dying so soon. According to the rules of the underworld, you should give me a share of your business in Hong Kong, and that will be over. They were all gangsters, and they were from the same gang, so neither side killed them. However, there were a few unlucky ones who were hacked to death on the street. This is normal. Every time there is a fight between the young and the dangerous, at least a few people will die. Before Big Grey Bear finished speaking, a dense sound of footsteps came. A group of anti-explosion policemen holding shields and batons surrounded us from both sides of the street. Fire! With an order, a row of smoke bombs were fired. It's the police, we are surrounded. These bastards took our money and still come to meddle in other people's business. It's not Mr. Yan's people, it's the British. Seeing that it was the British who came forward, Big Grey Bear and Dal Chiang's faces changed. The Hong Kong police are corrupt, they all have connections, and generally don't interfere with each other. But the British are different. It's not that the British are not greedy, but they are too greedy. They often ask for a lot when they get the chance. The British have the army as their backing. Although there are many gangsters, they are all steel pipes and machetes in their hands. How can they be the opponent of the army? Lei Luo upstairs was also wondering, who called the anti-explosion police? Zhu Yuze narrowed his eyes, it seems to be Hunter. Lei Luo was a little worried, these British guys are ruthless, let the brothers keep an eye on them and don't let anyone die. Okay, Brother Luo. Zhu Yuze left and asked the Chinese police to assist in the arrest. After all, we are all Chinese, we look up and never look down. Seeing, they were measured in their attacks. Hunter was different. This guy was British. He never treated Chinese people as human beings. He was more ruthless. He once beat someone to death. Because of his privilege, he did not go to jail and was still a detective. The people of Big Grizz and Dal Chiang had fought each other to a draw before. Now the British came to arrest people. They did not dare to resist and were eventually taken back to the police station. They could not die, but if they wanted to get out, they had to bleed a lot. Lei Luo was very unhappy with the British, but no matter how unhappy he was, Hong Kong was still a British colony. The British were the biggest, and he had no choice. What if he became a detective? He was still a dog raised by others and could be replaced at any time. The next day, the villa area in Kowloon. Han Shaoqing, Wu Xiao, Da Yi, Zai Wei, Yaki, Wu Shizheng, and Ahua lived together temporarily. After breakfast, Han Shaoqing looked at Wu Xiao and others. Ahau, I plan to do some jewelry and aquatic business in Hong Kong, and I need your help. I will pay the money and you will do the work. I will give each of you 5% of the shares. What are shares? Da Yi didn't read any books, so he didn't know these things. Han Shaoqing explained, it means you will get a share. If you develop well, within a few years, each of you can become a millionaire. Millionaire. Da Yi laughed, Brother Qing, we are rough people. We will do whatever you say without hesitation. Wu Xiao was calmer. He had worked hard in Hong Kong for several years and knew some of the power divisions. He said, if you want to do jewelry and aquatic products business, you need to manage good relationships. The aquatic products are managed by Yan, and the jewelry is controlled by Wo Sheng. You have to ask Mr. Yan about the police. Only if they are all well fed, no one will come to make trouble. There is no need to be so troublesome. I can talk to them. You just need to recruit people and learn some relevant management methods by the way. At this point, Han Shaoqing looked at the car parked outside the door and said, a guest is coming. Chapter 32 You can make money even if you stand. The person who came was a familiar stranger. He looked exactly like the superstar Andy Lau, handsome and unrestrained, with a casual and elegant temperament. He was the Red Street detective Lei Luo. The killing of the fat boy Chow and the blockbuster Young and Dangerous in Kowloon walled city by one person has caused a sensation in Kowloon. When things get out of hand, naturally someone will come to ask about it. The British don't want to care, and Lei Luo offended someone last night, so he was sent here as a pawn. To be honest, Lei Luo didn't know what to do. The other party was a tough guy who killed more than 60 people overnight. If the negotiation goes wrong today, he may not be able to get out. Following Lei Luo was Zhu Yuzhe, who was fat and had big ears and looked very lucky. Both of them wore bulletproof vests and carried pistols with loaded bullets. There was also a team of people ambushing outside. Once they heard the gunshot, these people would rush into the room to save people as soon as possible. Looking back at the police team more than 10 meters away from the villa, Lei Luo took a deep breath. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Wu Xiao opened the door. Seeing the police badge on the other party, Wu Xiao asked, "What's the matter, sir?" This was the first time Wu Xiao and Lei Luo met. Wu Xiao seemed very calm, while Lei Luo was a little nervous. "I am Lei Luo, the detective of Huajia, and this is Zhu Yuzhe. We are here to visit Brother Qing. It's just a small token of our respect." While Lei Luo was speaking, he took out a gift box and handed it to Wu Xiao. "Ahau, let Inspector Lei come in." Han Shaoqing's voice came out, and Wu Xiao waved, "Come in." Lei Luo was stunned for a moment. He thought Wu Xiao was the Brother Qing in the rumors. There was no way. There were no cameras on the streets in this era, and even few cameras. There was no photo of Han Shaoqing to refer to. He could only get a general appearance from the gangsters. Although Lei Luo investigated Han Shaoqing's residence, he could not confirm who Han Shaoqing was. Walking into the room with Zhu Yuzhe, Lei Luo saw Han Shaoqing sitting in the hall drinking tea. Han Shaoqing also saw Lei Luo and Zhu Yuzhe. "Please sit down, Inspector Lei is really powerful. I moved in just as you came to my door." Lei Luo put down the gift and smiled, No, I came here today just to visit Brother Qing, nothing else." Hearing this, Han Shaoqing smiled. After Fatty Chow died, Yan Tong lost a money-making boy. Will he just let it go like this? The Yan Tong he mentioned was Lei Luo's boss. It is now a social norm for police and gangs to collude in Hong Kong. The police take bribes and give those gangs some conveniences so that they can make money together. Fat Boy Chow's backer is Yan Tong. Han Shaoqing took action in Kowloon walled city yesterday. Under normal circumstances, the police would not care, but this time Fatty Chow died, plus dozens of casualties, it is already a major case. In fact, Han Shaoqing was ready to be hunted down by both the black and white. No, he should be waiting for these people to fall into the trap. I didn't expect that Lei Luo would come. As for the people Lei Luo arranged outside, they naturally could not hide from Han Shaoqing's eyes and ears. He didn't care about a team of policemen. With Han Shaoqing's current strength, as long as he didn't use nuclear bombs, it would be useless even if he sent troops. Zhu Yuzhe saw Wei, Xi Wei and others coming out, and thought Han Shaoqing was going to take action, and hurriedly said, "Our Luo Ge is not on the same side as Yan Tong. I know this, he also wants to pull out a gun and shoot Yan Tong's wife, right Luo Ge?" Han Shaoqing's casual words made Lei Luo and Zhu Yuzhe's faces change. Because this sentence was said by the two of them when they were alone after they were defeated at Yan Tong's birthday party last night, outside people can't know. But Han Shaoqing can say it out loud. If he hadn't known Zhu Yuzhe for decades, Lei Luo would have suspected that Zhu Yuzhe was a traitor. Zhu Yuzhe was afraid that Lei Luo would misunderstand, so he asked, "Brother Qing, where did you hear this? Is this important?" Han Shaoqing smiled and looked at Lei Luo. "Lei Luo, you are very good. Did you catch Sir Zhou's daughter?" Lei Luo was shocked when he heard this. He felt that the person in front of him was too scary. It seemed that he had no secrets in front of him. He even suspected that the other party had asked a private detective to follow him. Han Shaoqing said straight to the point, "I didn't send anyone to follow you. I just know some tricks. Sir Zhou's boat is too small. Are you interested in working with me?" I don't know what Brother Qing has to do. If I can help, I will do it without hesitation. Lei Luo is a smart man, otherwise he would not be able to become a 500 million detective in the future. Although he didn't know Han Shaoqing's purpose, Lei Luo was sure of one thing, that the other party had a big appetite and must have big moves. If he can make a profit from it, Lei Luo doesn't mind being a tool. Having watched Chasing the Dragon, Han Shaoqing naturally understands who Lei Luo is. The other party is definitely not a good person. He is an opportunist who puts profit first, is good at forbearance, accepts black money, acts as a protective umbrella, and is a black policeman. For such people, Han Shaoqing doesn't like them, but he is not very repulsive. In this turbulent era, if you want to succeed, you have to be like Lei Luo and seize every opportunity you can to climb up. Real society is not friendly to good people. For example, the policeman A Zheng in the movie is upright and never accepts black money. He abides by the law, but what is the final result? There is no hope of promotion, he is excluded everywhere, his family is so poor that he can't even open the pot, and his wife and children have no money to treat their illnesses. It's not that good people are bad, and it's not the society that is bad, but those who have climbed to the upper circle. They are rotten. If you can't fit into that circle, you will be excluded and regarded as an alien. Unless you have the power to overturn the table and reshuffle everything, you can only follow the flow or be swallowed up by it. Han Shaoqing doesn't want to go with the flow, but he needs someone inside to do things for him. In the corrupt Hong Kong regime, Lei Luo may have many shameful things, but relatively speaking, he still has some conscience. At least Lei Luo in the movie is like this. If Lei Luo is willing to surrender, Han Shaoqing will naturally help him rise step by step. Although Han Shaoqing is powerless now, he has money and strength, and he can make money even if he stands. Money can solve many problems. If there are troubles that can't be solved even with money, Han Shaoqing doesn't mind solving the troublemakers. The means may be a little rough, but in such an environment, it can only be like this. Hearts and hands must be equally dark. While Lei Luo was thinking, Han Shaoqing found that another group of people had arrived. Several luxury cars stopped in front of the villa, and Wu Xiao went to open the door. The man who came was Yang Yangju, the third elder of the Chao Shan gang. People in the underworld called him Yang Sanyi. Yang Yangju was considered an old man of the Chao Shan gang. He had some prestige in the underworld. He used to be a ruthless man who could fight and kill. Now that he is old, his hostility has been restrained, but if anyone dares to look down on him, he will die without knowing how. Chapter 33 Movies are all lies. Yang Yangju came this time, and his subordinates also brought gifts. After entering the door with two subordinates, he glanced at Lei Luo and Han Shaoqing. Inspector Lei is here too, what a coincidence. Sanyi. Sanyi. Lei Luo and Zhu Yuzi stood up to greet him. Han Shaoqing sat still and glanced at Yang Yangju indifferently. He didn't know who this guy was. He just knew that the other party was a gangster. Yang Yangju was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. Instead, he smiled and said, I guess this must be Brother Han. He is really a hero in his youth. I am the third elder of the Chao Shan gang. Fatty is so blind that he offended Brother Han. He deserves to die. I am here to apologize. I hope Brother Han will be generous and don't mind it. It turned out that he was from the Chao Shan gang. Did he plan to use courtesy before force? Hearing Yang Yangju's words, Han Shaoqing said casually, I didn't take it to heart. Third elder, right? Since you are here, take a message back. Please speak. Yang Yangju said seriously. This term, I nominate Wu Xiao as the leader of the Chao Shan gang. Go back and ask who is in favor and who is against it. When this was said, Lei Luo, Yang Yangju and others were stunned for a moment, wondering if they had heard it wrong. I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen such arrogant people. Chao Shan Gang is one of the 4 major gangs in Hong Kong. Han Shaoqing is an outsider who has not yet established a firm foothold. As soon as he arrived, he let the unknown Wu Xiao be the leader of the Chao Shan Gang. He simply did not take the Chao Shan Gang seriously. Lei Luo and Zhu Yuzi looked at each other, kept silent, and watched the situation. Yang Yongju felt his blood pressure soaring, and almost couldn't help but get angry on the spot and asked someone to chop this madman. Okay. I will convey it on your behalf. Yang Yongju held back his anger and did not get angry. Han Shaoqing didn't care about the other party's dark face, and said to Da Yi beside him, "Away, write a phone number for the 3rd elder." "Okay, Brother Qing." Da Yi heard this, took a pen and wrote down the landline number of the villa and handed it to Yang Yongju. Yang Yongju hesitated for a moment and took the phone number. "If the 3rd elder is fine, go back early, and tell me the result in the afternoon." Without waiting for Yang Yongju to speak, Han Shaoqing directly issued an order to expel him. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." Yang Yongju didn't know whether Han Shaoqing was what tricks are they going to play? But the other party's nonchalant look obviously shows that they don't take him or even the Chao Shan Gang seriously. While Yang Yongju is angry, he can't help but wonder where the other party came from. If the other party is not a fool, then he is fully confident that he can defeat the Chao Shan Gang. Is the mainland ready to take action? The more Yang Yongju thinks about it, the more uncertain he feels. The phone number in his hand seems to have become a heavy burden, making him feel tired to hold it. Not long after Yang Yongju left with a heavy heart, Lei Luo and Zhu Yuzi also left the villa. "Brother Qing, do you really want me to be the leader of the Chao Shan Gang?" Seeing the outsiders leave, Wu Xiao couldn't help asking. Han Shaoqing asked back, "Then do you want to be the boss, or even the underground emperor of Hong Kong?" Wu Xiao thought about it and nodded heavily, "Yes. That's it, at most 3 days, after these 3 days, you will be the boss of Chao Shan Gang." Han Shaoqing thought about it, and then said, "Your strength is still a little lacking, I will teach you some Kung Fu first." Kung Fu? Wu Xiao and others were delighted. They have seen Han Shaoqing's skills, and hundreds of people can't get close to him. But what they don't know is how powerful the Beidao Genkai Han Shaoqing taught them is. Beidao Genkai originated from Ba Wang Jifa, which is a supporting martial arts and is the skill practiced by Xiang Yu. Maybe Xiang Yu came from the world of high martial arts, so Beidao Genkai is extremely domineering. If it can be practiced to perfection, it will not be worse than those so-called superheroes, and it will even be stronger than many superheroes. Wu Xiao and others are past the age of practicing martial arts, and their cultural level is not high. Han Shaoqing uses the simplest way to teach. That is the transfer of qi. The so-called transfer of qi means injecting one's own true qi into the other party's body, guiding the other party, and making them feel qi. Then let the other party adapt to and warm this qi, so that it will continue to grow and eventually turn into one's own strength. It is still quite troublesome to make a few ordinary people feel qi. It is necessary to consume true qi to travel through their meridians and make the other party familiar with this feeling. Once a mistake is made, not only will all the previous efforts be wasted, but there is also the risk of death. Fortunately, Han Shaoqing has a strong physique and first-class control. 1 day of practice is comparable to 100 days of practice for ordinary people. It took most of the day to make the 4 brothers Wu Xiao feel qi. For the corresponding Ba Wang Jifa, Han Shaoqing only taught the first style. It's not that Han Shaoqing is stingy, but Wu Xiao and others have just come into contact with martial arts. In a short period of time, it is good to be able to learn and use the first style. How far they can go in the future depends on their own luck. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the meeting room of the Chao Shan Gang. After Yang Yongju returned to the base camp, he called the other elders over. When they gathered together, Yang Yongju repeated his experience and Han Shaoqing's words. The 8th elder slammed the table and stood up, this is too much. Do you really think that our Chao Shan gang is easy to bully? I suggest that we gather people immediately to kill him. The second elder looked at the resourceful fifth elder. Old Five, what do you think? The fifth elder habitually turned the jade ring in his hand. The other party is so confident that he must have something to hold. It is best not to act rashly before we find out the details of the other party. The fourth elder stood up. He is almost riding on our heads. You can bear it, but I can't. I agree with the eighth elder's opinion and find someone to kill him. The third elder thought for a while and held the phone number. Look, do you want to reply to him? The eighth elder shouted, reply to the bullshit. I will gather people and kill him by surprise. However, he didn't know that Han Shaoqing, whom he wanted to kill, was on the roof of the house where they were at this time. At this time, Han Shaoqing had changed into a black windbreaker and was leaning on the rooftop smoking. His keen hearing allowed him to hear the conversation below clearly. He was holding a small notebook with some names written on it, and a photo behind each name. This was provided by Lei Luo. Han Shaoqing had never trusted the Chao Shan gang, and he would not sit and wait for death. He preferred to take the initiative. After listening to almost everything, Han Shaoqing threw away his cigarette butt, crossed out the names of several people on the notebook, kicked the notebook into his pocket, then turned over and jumped from the rooftop to the fifth floor opposite, then reflected and smashed the window on the second floor, and directly broke into the Chao Shan gang's meeting room. The moment Han Shaoqing broke in, the eighth elder and several gunmen immediately took out their pistols. Yang Yangju reminded, he is Han Shaoqing. Good afternoon, sorry to bother you, have you made your choice? I choose your uncle. Without waiting for Han Shaoqing to finish his words, the eighth elder opened fire, and the gunmen behind him followed Han Shaoqing and fired. Bang bang bang! The bullets flew in, and if it were an ordinary person, they would become a hornet's nest in an instant. Sure enough, movies are all lies. What villain died because of talking too much? But Han Shaoqing didn't finish a sentence, and the opponent's magazine was empty. Chapter 34 Who is in favor and who is against? Facing the flying bullets, Han Shaoqing did not dodge. Because there was no need. Dozens of bullets were fixed in the air by Han Shaoqing's gravity field, and they could not get close at all. The Chao Shan gang saw this and all changed color. Such means were incredible. Have the times changed again? It seems that you don't want to listen to me, then don't listen. Han Shaoqing said self-deprecatingly, and when he raised his hand, several gunmen, the eighth elder and the fourth elder were immediately sucked into the air by the invisible position. I'm new here, I need to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Unfortunately, you are the chickens. After the words fell, Han Shaoqing held his right hand in an empty fist, and the invisible stance squeezed the bodies of the eighth elder, the fourth elder, and several gunmen from all directions. Ah! Under the strong gravity, the bodies of several people were like being hit by a steamroller falling from the sky. Their bodies burst on the spot, and blood and flesh splashed everywhere. The scene was very bloody. Except for Han Shaoqing, who was protected by the stance, the other people in the room were more or less covered in blood. What kind of power is this? Yang Yangju was covered in blood, as if struck by lightning. His pupils suddenly shrank, his face was horrified, his legs trembled slightly, and he could not control himself. The other elders were also shocked by the bloody scene. They looked at Han Shaoqing with fear, and did not dare to move rashly, for fear of being misunderstood by the other party and following in his footsteps. The guards outside heard the gunshots and pushed the door open. They saw that several elders had turned into bloody people. Looking at Han Shaoqing opposite, several gunmen were ready to draw their guns. The second elder was so scared that he was sweating and hurriedly shouted to stop them. Don't be rude, get out, all of you get out. The younger brothers left the room after hearing this. Only Han Shaoqing and a few old guys were left in the room. Okay, if you don't want to listen to my nonsense, there are already many people gone. Then I will say it again. I want Wu Xiao to be the leader of the Chao Shan gang. Who agrees? Who opposes? Han Shaoking's voice was not loud, but everyone in the room heard it clearly. Seeing the eighth elder, the fourth elder and others turned into meat paste, and it was impossible to tell who was who. How could others dare to oppose? The second elder said, I agree. The third elder Yang Yangju followed suit, I agree too. Agree. Agree. The other elders also nodded in agreement. The gap between the strong and the weak is too big. The other party is not even afraid of guns. He can turn people into meat paste with a wave of his hand. Is it too long to raise objections at this time? Very good. I like to simplify things. I also know that you must be dissatisfied in your hearts. It doesn't matter. I welcome you to come for revenge at any time, but there is only one chance. If you can't kill me, I will kill your whole family. Han Shaoqing lit another cigarette, took a puff, exhaled a smoke ring, and then said, in addition, Wu Xiao is my man. If anyone disobeys him during his management of the Chao Shan gang and secretly makes small moves, it means that he doesn't give me face. If I get angry, you will be unlucky. If Ahao has any problems, I don't care about the reason. I will first find you old guys to settle accounts. Do you understand? For these people, Han Shaoqing doesn't need to care about their ideas and directly suppresses them bloodily. Anyway, they are all a group of social parasites. It's useless to persuade them with your heartfelt advice. There are no law-abiding criminals in this world. Going on this road of no return depends on who is cruel and who has the biggest fist. There is no need to take too seriously the old guys who are half buried in the ground. Han Shaoqing will deal with anyone who dares to make trouble, and he wants to be simple and rough. He came here today to establish his authority. These old-timers, who have reached their current position, are more afraid of death than anyone else. Maybe they dared to fight and work hard when they were young, but now they are in high positions and have become very cherishing of their lives, because the more a person has, the more afraid he is to lose it. This is the so-called the older you are, the smaller your courage is. As long as Han Shaoqing is still there, even if they have resentment in their hearts, they dare not play tricks. As for whether Wu Xiao can suppress and completely control the Chao Shan gang, it depends on his own ability. After expressing his opinion, Han Shaoqing swaggered out of the room and quickly disappeared from the sight of the Chao Shan gang. But in fact, Han Shaoqing stopped in front of a beef offal stall a mile away from here, asked for a bowl of beef offal, and while eating, he listened to the conversation of these old guys from a distance. It is better to be safe than sorry. It is not easy to meet a younger brother who is important to you. If you meet a stubborn one, you may die before you succeed. Fortunately, these old guys are very sensible, or they are very cunning. At least they did not show too strong resistance. With the support of Han Shaoqing, Wu Xiao took office the next day and became the leader of Chao Shan gang. However, his prestige was earned by Han Shaoqing. Although the people of Chao Shan gang did not say it, they still had a lot of opinions about Wu Xiao being the leader in their hearts. They were just forced by Han Shaoqing's power and dared not speak out. Han Shaoqing would not ask how Wu Xiao dealt with the affairs of Chao Shan gang. The stage had been set up for him. How to sing depends on Wu Xiao's performance. After learning that Wu Xiao became the leader of Chao Shan gang, Lei Luo found Han Shaoqing as soon as possible and chose to join him. Now there is Lei Luo in the white world and Wu Xiao in the underworld. Han Shaoqing has also established a foundation. The next step is to become bigger and stronger, so that both the black and white worlds will submit to you. In order to get things done, in addition to being able to fight and resist, 3 more conditions are needed. Money, money, and money. Unfortunately, Han Shaoqing has a lot of valuable jewelry. These things can be sold by Wu Xiao in exchange for a large amount of cash. With money, it is much easier to recruit soldiers, Cultivate your own confidence, or open up relationships. Killing is just a means. If it is not necessary, Han Shaoqing does not want to kill people at will. However, Hong Kong is so small that Lei Luo and Wu Xiao want to grow and develop, and it is inevitable that they will touch the interests of others. They can handle general problems. But sometimes they will encounter some thorny problems, such as now. Rakshasa sect. What is the origin? Han Shaoqing came to the hospital and looked at Wu Xiao, who was receiving in 4 drip. His eyes swept over the frightened people beside him. Elder. He has been either practicing or wandering around in recent days to see if there are any places in Hong Kong where he can check in, but he has found nothing. Today, Wu Xiao went out to talk to Yin and was attacked by the people of Luoshamen. If he hadn't been accompanied by a few gunmen, he might not have come back. The second elder explained, Luoshamen is a folk organization of strange people. It came out of nowhere 10 years ago and caused a bloody storm at that time. The leader is called Huoyun Evil God. He always wears a mask and is very mysterious. His strength is even more unfathomable. He once swept across the 4 major gangs in Hong Kong overnight. Later, the Luosha order was issued. Whoever gets the Luosha order from the 4 major gangs can dominate. Strange people? Huoyun Evil God. Hearing this familiar term, Han Shaoqing frowned and felt that the matter was not simple. Chapter 35 Dragon Tiger Gate? When the term strange people and Huoyun Evil God appeared, Han Shaoqing's first thought was under one person and Kung Fu. However, when he heard the second elder talking about Luoshamen, Han Shaoqing guessed that it should be Dragon Tiger Gate. Dragon Tiger Gate is considered a Hong Kong comic. Dragon Tiger Gate was founded by brothers Wang Zhonglong and Wang Fuhu, who were born in a martial arts family. They saw that the grassroots were oppressed by evil people every day, so they were determined to promote martial arts training and self-improvement. They often took in children who were out of school and had no one to rely on, taught martial arts, and contributed to society. From then on, the plaque of Dragon Tiger Gate represented justice, and young people from all sides were proud to join Dragon Tiger Gate. Han Shaoqing remembered that there was also a movie of Dragon Tiger Gate, in which the protagonist and the actor of Wu Xiao were the same person, but I don't know what would happen if the two met. At this time, 2 female nurses walked in. Wu Xiao, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable? The nurse who asked the question had a delicate oval face, with a watery glow in her pupils, and her curly medium short hair was combed diagonally to the left temple. She wore a small nurse hat on her head, and looked a little familiar. After thinking for a while, Han Shaoqing recalled that the nurse was called Qing'er, and in the movie Chasing the Dragon, she became Wu Xiao's wife. Of course, this was the first time that the other party and Wu Xiao met. Because of Han Shaoqing's appearance, Wu Xiao's wife and son are still in the mainland, and both mother and son are safe. If there were no accidents, Wu Xiao and Qing'er would not have any more exchanges. I'm fine, I'm much better now. Wu Xiao struggled to sit up and looked at Han Shaoqing. I'm sorry, brother Qing, I'm embarrassed for you. It's good that you're fine. I just asked the doctor, and your problem is not serious, just a slight concussion. Now rest well and don't think about it for the time being. Wu Xiao was not to blame for this. The other party came prepared, and Wu Xiao was not prepared. Being injured was completely the other party's plan. The Luosha sect came for Han Shaoqing, and injuring Wu Xiao was to lure Han Shaoqing over. While talking with Wu Xiao, Han Shaoqing's keen hearing had already heard a large number of people approaching the hospital. I think they are from the Luosha sect. Han Shaoqing remained calm, letting Wu Xiao recover from his illness, and letting Da Yi and several trusted people take care of him. Walking out of the room and through the corridor, Han Shaoqing glanced at the elders following him. I thought you would be useful, but I didn't expect you couldn't even handle a small matter. Are you happy that Ahau got into trouble? The second elder immediately passed the blame. No, we didn't want to do it either. Who knew that Luoshaman would suddenly take action? This matter should be blamed on Ma Kun. It was all his fault. The fifth elder also spoke up and agreed, yes, it was Ma Kun. Han Shaoking's eyes swept over the old guys and finally stopped at the fifth elder. Your heart is beating very fast. I heard that you have a good relationship with the eighth elder. Can't wait to go to the underground to see him. I'll help you. Han Shaoqing gently patted the fifth elder's shoulder. The fifth elder's heart was suddenly blocked, blood supply was insufficient, resulting in lack of oxygen in the brain. He collapsed to the ground and twitched when his eyes went black. Han Shaoqing shouted nonchalantly, "Nurse, come and see, someone here is dying." The fifth elder's face was purple, one hand covering his heart, one hand pointing at Han Shaoqing, but he couldn't speak. Before the doctor and nurse arrived, he died because his heart was under heavy pressure. The second elder, the third elder and others saw this and felt sad, but they didn't dare to say much. The doctor rushed to rescue him but failed, and finally declared him dead and took him away on a stretcher. Han Shaoqing looked at the remaining 4 people who were worried, and said coldly, "I like smart people, but I don't like smart people. You want to play a trick with me, but you can't afford it. I dare not, this is all Old Five's own decision, it has nothing to do with us." The second elder and others hurriedly distanced themselves from the matter. "Okay, this matter is over, but I don't want it to happen again. It's not easy for you to live to this age. You must know how to cherish it. Go to the hospital in half an hour, otherwise you will lose your life." After saying that, Han Shaoqing left. When he walked out of the hospital gate, Han Shaoqing noticed that there were many unusual eyes staring at him. He pretended to be fine and chose an alley with few people to walk in. Soon, a group of people surrounded the alley. These people were all wearing uniform black clothes and holding the same style of machetes in their hands. They looked much more well-trained than ordinary gangsters. The people from Yian are here too. Yian is the largest gang in Hong Kong at present, and its power is much stronger than that of Chaoshan gang. The boss is Ma Kun, who mainly relies on overseas smuggling to make profits and controls the major docks in Hong Kong. The British give him a few points face. Han Shaoqing stood calmly in the alley. After a while, 4 people walked out of the crowd on the opposite side. Standing in the middle was Coolie Chiang holding a pair of ninja forks. Or someone who looked very similar to Coolie Chiang, who looked a bit evil, should be called Lao Yao, but now he looked like he was in his early 30s. Another person with a half-ghost mask on his head stood on the left, swinging his hands, steady and powerful, he should be a master of boxing. Standing on the far right was a long-haired man holding a long stick in his hand, with a pair of cold eyes, looking at Han Shaoqing as if he was looking at a dead person. Standing behind Lao Yao was Ma Kun, who looked much younger than in the movie, still with black hair and a mustache. "You have offended our Luosha sect, and today is your death." The long-haired man who swung the stick was nicknamed the Stick Demon. He took the lead and swung the tong stick with 1,000-pound force to sweep towards Han Shaoking's head. Han Shaoqing raised his hand and firmly grasped the stick that was thrown at him. He glanced at the Stick Demon with a sidelong glance, and kicked the Stick Demon away with a kick. At the end, he did not forget to say, "Thank you for sending the weapon." The Stick Demon was already seriously injured. Hearing this, he spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot and fell to the ground. The old demon saw this and his expression suddenly became solemn. As a stranger sitting under the fire cloud evil god, although he ranked first, he was only a little stronger than the Stick Demon. To defeat the Stick Demon, at least 100 moves are needed. But the person in front of him crippled the Stick Demon with just one kick. In his impression, such a powerful strength is the first one, except for the fire cloud evil god. The masked fist demon looked at Ma Kun. "Let your brothers go first." Ma Kun's heart tightened. He didn't want to wade into this muddy water, but due to the power of the Rakshasa sect, he had to bite the bullet and let his men go. "Kill." A group of men in black rushed towards Han Shaoqing with shining machetes. I just wanted to find someone to test my skills with. I hope your bodies can hold up. Han Shaoqing was not afraid but laughed. He turned the tong stick in his hand and clamped it on the back of his neck. The true energy of both hands was accumulated on the tong stick, making the stick carry a visible electric current. Chapter 36 Overlord Halberd Method shows power. It is not magic that makes the copper stick produce electric current, but Han Shaoqing's true energy. The Beidao True Qi attached to Bawang Halberd Method is itself a thunder-type skill. Therefore, when practicing to a certain level, it will be full of lightning when used, and it looks domineering. Other people can also practice Beidao True Qi, but if they do not have a thunder-attributed physique, it is difficult to achieve great success. At the beginning, Wu Xiao and others were taught Beidao True Qi because Han Shaoqing had no other skills to teach. He did not expect them to practice anything famous. It was still no problem to strengthen their bodies and strengthen their physique. Damn, why is there lightning on him? Something doesn't look right. A group of gangsters rushed over and saw the flashing lightning and Han Shaoqing's domineering aura, and they felt something was wrong, but it was too late. After charging for 1 second, Han Shaoqing released his ultimate move. The first move, Zuxian Mihun. Han Shaoqing's left hand loosened, and the copper stick, which was bent like a bow with electric current, was ejected from the right side. In an instant, a dazzling lightning shot out with the copper stick, drawing a dazzling crescent-shaped arc in the alley ahead. Sizzle! The lightning and thunder chi swept across, and wherever it passed, dozens of men in black were all blown into the air by the domineering chi. The scene was very similar to the scene in Kung Fu where Ah Xing beat the Axe Gang. Plop, plop. Ah! A group of people were blown into the air like ants, and then experienced a free fall for free. The unlucky guy in the front died directly, and the people who were blown away by the residual force at the back were less injured and could survive with better luck. This was because Han Shaoqing controlled his strength and used a copper stick. If he had used a trident, these people would have been wiped out in one blow. The copper stick flew around and flew back to his hand under the traction of Han Shaoqing's true energy. The obstacles in front had been cleared, and only Lao Yao, Quanxia, and Ma Kun were left standing. The gangsters who were about to rush up to chop people were frightened by this blow, and stopped in panic, not daring to take another step forward. Is this something a human can do? Although I have heard that a good stick can sweep a large area, it is not this way of sweeping. When the stick went over, it felt like mowing the grass. It is human nature to be afraid of death, and the life of a gangster is also a life. Who wants to be killed like this? Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to move rashly. Their steps unconsciously retreated. Han Shaoqing glanced back at these people. Don't leave. In this situation, you have to run. Hey, run! Gulp! Many people swallowed their saliva. When they heard Han Shaoqing's words, their psychological defenses were broken. When the first gangster dropped his knife and ran away, the rest of the gangsters followed suit and abandoned their knives to run for their lives. You bastards, Brother Kun is so good to you, but now you run away. You have no loyalty. Fight him. There are still a few people with blood. They did not follow the crowd to escape, but rushed towards Han Shaoqing. You have guts. Han Shaoqing praised, and swung the copper stick in his hand like a wheel, easily picking up several people. The old demon tightly grasped the ninja fork, his expression solemn. This guy is so strong, maybe Huoyun evil god is not his opponent. Impossible, the evil god is the strongest. Quanxia seemed to be a die-hard fan of Huoyun evil god. Although he knew he could not defeat him, he still seized the opportunity and punched Han Shaoqing. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Han Shaoqing swung the copper stick and chopped it down with one hand. The stick head broke through the air, and it was as powerful as a mountain-splitting axe, and it chopped down on his head. The air was like water, shaking violently. Quan Cha crossed his hands and raised his hands to block, intending to resist the next blow. But he overestimated his strength. The moment the copper stick touched his arm, Quan Cha's arm guard broke like porcelain, followed by his two arms and skull. With one stick, Quan Cha's upper body was smashed into the ground, and he kicked his legs and stopped moving. Hula! Han Shaoqing turned the copper stick, bringing a sound of breaking wind, and the blood and brain on the stick were thrown away. Some white things fell under the corner of the eyes of the old demon opposite. The cold touch made the old demon who followed shudder. "I'll fight you!" The old demon roared to boost his courage. With the determination to die, he turned the ninja fork in both hands and stabbed Han Shaoqing's kidney. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the old demon was shot in the back of the head and fell straight down. The one who fired the gun was Ma Kun behind the old demon. After killing the old demon, Ma Kun looked at Han Shaoqing and said sincerely, "The attack on Wu Xiao and the ambush here were all instructed by the Fire Cloud Evil God. In fact, we in Yian don't want you to." Before Ma Kun finished speaking, Han Shaoqing flashed and swung a stick to knock Ma Kun's pistol away, and then hit Ma Kun's chest with a stick and pushed him against the wall diagonally. "You hurt my brother and set an ambush. You don't think that you can let it go by turning against me and killing me to show your attitude." Ahem! Ma Kun was stared at the ribs by the stick. He was in mid-air, feeling pain in his heart and difficulty breathing. His legs kicked wildly. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't help coughing up blood. As long as Han Shaoqing used a little more force, the copper stick could penetrate Ma Kun's chest. "Don't kill my dad!" At this time, a young girl ran out into the distance. "Xiaoling, don't go over there!" A little boy of about 7 or 8 years old ran behind the girl and grabbed the running girl. "Your daughter? She's very cute." Han Shaoqing glanced at the little girl and the little boy and said something casually. "No, don't hurt my daughter. She's innocent." When Ma Kun saw his daughter, he was very emotional and tried his best to squeeze out a word from his throat. "Innocent?" Han Shaoqing just smiled. When these gangsters kill a whole family, they are so clean and neat that they want to chop off the ancestors of the people for 18 generations. They never consider whether other people's children or parents are innocent. Once the matter comes to an end, they say that their children are innocent. It's really a famous double standard. However, Han Shaoqing did not intend to kill Ma Kun, otherwise he would not have said anything nonsense to him and would have beaten him to death with a stick. When he saw the little boy and the little girl, Han Shaoqing guessed the identity of each other. The little girl is Ma Kun's daughter Ma Xiaoling, and the little boy should be Wang Xiaolong adopted by Ma Kun. Judging from the ages of Ma Kun, Ma Xiaoling, and Wang Xiaolong, the plot of Dragon Tiger Gate has obviously not officially begun. After looking at Wang Xiaolong with his flowing bangs, Han Shaoqing said, "Don't look at it, kid, turn your head away." Hearing Han Shaoqing's words, the smart Wang Xiaolong realized something, pulled Ma Xiaoling around, and covered Ma Xiaoling's ears. Han Shaoqing loosened the copper stick, then swung the stick and broke one of Ma Kun's arms. "Ah!" The broken arm made Ma Kun lie on the ground and howl, with cold sweat on his head, and some relief in his heart. Han Shaoqing looked down at Ma Kun. "I'll give you one day, take the people of Yian to join the Chao Shan gang, and you go to Ahau to apologize. If he doesn't forgive you, then you will end your life yourself, so as not to implicate your family." "Yes. I understand, I understand." Ma Kun endured the pain and nodded repeatedly. Although he broke an arm, at least his life was temporarily saved. Han Shaoqing took 2 steps, turned around and asked, "By the way, where is Luoshimen?" Chapter 37 Fire Cloud Evil God. Ma Kun is still useful. Han Shaoqing kept him alive mainly to facilitate the gathering of Yian's forces. Hong Kong has been in chaos for a long time, and it is time for someone to calm it all down. It is easy to kill Ma Kun, but once Ma Kun dies, Yian's people will scatter, which will cause more unnecessary chaos. For Han Shaoqing, the safety and interests of ordinary people are more important than Ma Kun's life and death. After finding out the location of Luo Shimen from Ma Kun, Han Shaoqing directly picked up a stick and killed Luo Shimen. As the #1 underworld person in Hong Kong, Fire Cloud Evil God is known as the ultimate killer king, which is somewhat similar to Kung Fu. I don't know who borrowed from whom. The Fire Cloud Evil God in this world is a martial arts fanatic who likes to challenge martial arts halls. 10 years ago, he destroyed many sects and defeated the 4 major gangs, so he has a special status. When Han Shaoqing arrived at Luosha Gate, he found that the place was not small, but there were not many people. The whole base was empty, with only the sound of Huoyun Evil God hitting sandbags in the hall. Boom! A stick smashed the door open, shaking down the Luosha Gate plaque. Han Shaoqing kicked the plaque with a roundhouse kick, causing it to fly into the hall. Swoosh! The plaque was wide and weighed about 200 pounds. Under Han Shaoqing's kick, the impact force was not much worse than that of a cannonball. It flew towards the location of Huoyun Evil God with a gust of wind. Huoyun Evil God, who heard the movement, punched the sandbag weighing more than 1,000 pounds. The powerful punch broke the iron chain that tied the sandbag, and the 2-meter diameter sandbag flew out and collided with the plaque in mid-air. With a puff, the plaque pierced into the sandbag and went out from the other end, causing a large piece of yellow sand to fly. I want to there are masters like you in Hong Kong. Huoyun Evil God looked at Han Shaoqing who had just walked into the base, turned his fist, and hooked his finger. The meaning was very clear. You, come here. He has been invincible for too long, except for the time when he lost to Fu Manchu of the 10 Commandments gang, he has never been defeated. Huoyun Evil God did not admit his defeat, because he did not lose in martial arts. When Huoyun Evil God observed Han Shaoqing also saw Huoyun Evil God. Huoyun Evil God is only about 1.7 meters tall, which is not very tall. He wears an iron mask on his face and a coquettish red cloak. Judging from his aura alone, he is much stronger than the old demon. The more skilled a person is, the more of a signal source he is. In the eyes of some people, ordinary people may not be discovered, but masters will definitely be discovered. Of course, some masters can achieve the state of returning to nature. At this state, if they do not make a move, they look like ordinary people and are not easy to be detected. Huoyun Evil God obviously has not reached this state, and Han Shaoqing has not reached this state either. Both of them are sharp, and they confront each other as soon as they meet. How about a bet? If you lose, I want your Yujin Jing. If you win, I hand over the Overlord Halberd technique. How about it? The reason for saying so is that Han Shaoqing is somewhat interested in the martial arts practiced by Huoyun Evil God. The martial arts used by Huoyun Evil God in the movie is the Yi Jin Jing, and he has practiced it to the 7th level of Black Level Buddha. The Yi Jin Jing has appeared in many martial arts worlds, and the settings of each world are different, so the effects of the Yi Jin Jing are also strong and weak. The Yi Jin Jing in this world was also created by Bodhidharma, the founder of Shaolin. After Bodhidharma created the 12 Passes Golden Bell cover, he felt that it was too profound and difficult to practice, and felt that no one in the future could inherit his practice to the top level, so he simplified it and created the Yi Jin Jing. The difference is that the Yi Jin Jing in this world actually connects the meridians of the whole body to the magnetic field of the universe, transforming external force into internal force, which is inexhaustible and can be taken and given. Request, different from 12 Passes Golden Bell cover to practice the indestructible body of diamond, and pursue the high realm of unity of heaven and man. Bodhidharma actually knows the magnetic field of the universe. I don't know whether he is a scholar of heaven or this world is special. But the setting is like this. Maybe the Bodhidharma in this world is a mutant. No, in the words of China, he should be a congenital person. Han Shaoqing already has the gravity control of Wan Li Wang. If he can obtain Yujin Jing and control the secret of magnetic field, he may be able to go to the next level. Huoyun evil god has not heard of Ba Wang Jifa, but looking at Han Shaoking's aura, he knows that this martial art must be strong. As a martial arts fanatic, he naturally hopes to obtain a powerful martial art, and nodded immediately. Okay, as long as you can defeat me, let alone Yujinjing, the entire Luosha gate can be given to you. Huoyun evil god is very confident in his own strength. Perhaps he is not the strongest in China, but in Hong Kong, he is invincible. Since he practiced the Yi Jinjing to the black level, he has never been defeated. Now he finally met an opponent worthy of fighting, and Huoyun evil god is very excited. Knowing that the newcomer is extraordinary, Huoyun evil god did not despise him. He immediately used the black level Buddha, and 3 battle patterns suddenly appeared on his face under the mask. This is the performance of practicing the Yi Jinjing to a very deep level. The whole body is a place for qi, which can absorb the energy between heaven and earth for its own use, without any damaged weaknesses, comparable to the undefeated body without a door in the 12 levels of the Golden Bell cover. Since Bodhidharma, there have been 8 people who practiced the Yi Jinjing to the black level Buddha, and Huoyun evil god is the only one in the world. Come! Han Shaoqing turned the copper stick and took a stance, but did not use the trident because there was no need. Huoyun evil god was not polite either. He stepped forward and rushed to Han Shaoqing in an instant like a sharp arrow. Han Shaoqing swung the copper stick and swept through the army with an electric current. Huoyun evil god was indeed not comparable to the old demon. He raised his arm to withstand the blow. Under the impact of the powerful force, the tip of the copper stick was bent and deformed. Blocking the attack with his left hand, Huoyun evil god bombarded Han Shaoking's middle door with his right hand. The powerful true energy surged and his fist it was as hot and fierce as if it was attached to lava, bringing up a scorching fist wind. Han Shaoqing clenched his left fist and rushed forward with an electric current. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and with the fist as the center, a strong shock wave spread in all directions. The ground under the feet of the 2 people instantly sank 2 feet, and spider web-like cracks spread around. During the impact, the copper stick broke into 2 sections. Han Shaoqing stood in place, but Huoyun evil god was shaken away more than 10 meters away, breaking a stone pillar before stopping. You are really not simple, you are qualified to die in my hands. Huoyun evil god climbed up from the ruins. Because he was wearing a mask, Han Shaoqing couldn't see his expression clearly, and casually threw the half-copper stick in his hand. Don't look at it as Han Shaoking's casual swing, the additional force is enough to make the copper stick penetrate a meter-thick stone wall. Black Level Pagoda. Chapter 38 The Correct Posture of Punching In. The Fire Cloud Evil God shouted in a deep voice, stepped on the ground with both feet, bent his waist and squatted, and circulated his strong internal force. A thick black gas emerged from his body, forming a protective shield that isolated everything around him. The black gas shield was like an illusory pagoda suspended in the air, wrapping the body of the fire cloud evil god. The copper stick hit the pagoda, and under the strong impact and reaction force, the tip of the copper stick was wrinkled and deformed, and finally the air wall flew away. Han Shaoqing felt that the black level pagoda of Huoyun evil god was a bit like the gravity field he had opened, but if you look closely, you can still see the difference. It is impolite not to return the favor. Huoyun evil god immediately counterattacked after receiving Han Shaoking's stick. Fire Cloud Palm. Suddenly, a flame burst out from Huoyun evil god's hand. Fire Cloud Palm is considered the signature skill of Huoyun evil god. With one palm, a basketball-sized fireball burst out at a very fast speed. The energy contained in it is no less than a cannonball. Han Shaoking's body flashed with lightning, and his speed suddenly increased. He avoided the fireball that was coming towards him, and punched with his right hand. When his fist passed through the black pagoda, the fireball flew to the wall behind him, blasting a big hole in the wall. The flames and flying gravel behind him did not attract Han Shaoking's attention at all. When his fist touched the black level pagoda, Han Shaoqing obviously felt a resistance, so the speed of his fist slowed down. Huoyun Evil God immediately used the BA leg and kicked out with a powerful and domineering leg. Han Shaoqing changed his fist to an elbow and collided with Huoyun Evil God's leg. The two fought closely, punching and kicking, and the fight was very intense. The completely different forces kept colliding, emitting a series of dull sonic booms. In terms of combat experience and martial arts attainments, Han Shaoqing was naturally not as good as Huoyun Evil God, but his strength and reaction speed were both better than Huoyun Evil God. Even without using gravity control and trident, relying on the strength of his body was enough to suppress Huoyun Evil God head-on. This is a case of one force defeating 10 skills. Too slow, is this all you can do? Han Shaoqing fought with Huoyun Evil God for several rounds, suddenly accelerated, and kicked Huoyun Evil God away with one foot. Puff! The fire cloud Evil God fell on the stone steps, and his whole body almost sank into them. The condensed pagoda collapsed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Because of the mask, the blood was blocked by the mask and dripped down his cheeks. Hearing Han Shaoqing's ridicule, the fire cloud Evil God was furious. He slapped the ground and jumped into the air. When he waved his hand, the cloak behind him spun quickly, attacking Han Shaoqing like a drill. Without weapons, Han Shaoqing used his arm as a halberd, and his chi flowed through his body. He punched out with a surging electric light, and the air in front exploded with a deafening sound. The fire cloud Evil God's cloak could not withstand the powerful punch, and it exploded directly in the air, turning into fragments all over the sky, with a hint of unique beauty. In a blink of an eye, the fire cloud Evil God kicked out in the air, like a meteorite falling from the sky, at an extremely fast speed, and the leg guards on his legs rubbed against the air, and a spark came out. Buzz! The collision of fists and feet made a harsh roar, which echoed in the surrounding space. A more powerful shock wave raged in all directions, as if a typhoon had been set off. The surrounding millstone-sized gravel was instantly blown away. The scene looked extremely shocking. The martial arts of Huoyun Evil God were indeed good, but he was only a mortal after all. In terms of single-round combat power, he was not as good as Namor the King of the Sea. And Han Shaoqing was no longer the same as before. He had obtained the gravity control and overlord halberd technique of King Wanli, and his strength had doubled. Although he did not use his full strength, Huoyun Evil God could not resist. After the collision, Huoyun Evil God felt that his leg bones were almost broken, but he did not release the force and retreat. Instead, he took the opportunity to get close to Han Shaoqing and grabbed Han Shaoqing's arm. Then he swung a stick and clamped Han Shaoqing's waist with his legs. He exerted force on his waist and used an invincible wind and fire wheel similar to that of Master Seeing in King of Destruction. While turning, hug the opponent tightly, use the enemy's body to protect yourself, and attack with the cosmic magnetic field and gravity. It can be said that it is the killer of Huoyun Evil God. Han Shaoqing was not careful for a moment and was lifted up by Huoyun Evil God. Then he turned upside down, and then he felt a gravity attack. His body hit the ground hard, breaking the thick ground and falling towards the ground. However, Han Shaoqing did not get angry, but laughed, because he found that Yi Jinjing actually has the power to mobilize the cosmic magnetic field. This kind of skill is tailor-made for people like Han Shaoqing who have gravity control. After smashing 2 underground platforms in succession, Han Shaoqing turned on the anti-gravity force field. Under the wrapping of the force field, Han Shaoqing and Huoyun Evil God's rapidly falling bodies paused and suspended in mid-air. With a shock of qi, Huoyun Evil God was shaken into the air. Han Shaoqing walked in the air and hit Huoyun Evil God's abdomen with his flying knee. With a whoosh, Huoyun Evil God crashed into the ceiling of the hall like a flying monkey, and fell to the ground with a large piece of ceiling, raising a cloud of dust. Ahem, this is not martial arts, you are a congenital extraordinary person. Coughing up a large mouthful of blood, Huoyun evil god turned his head weakly and looked at Han Shaoqing, who was walking towards him, his eyes full of indignation. These are not important, the victory and defeat have been decided, fulfill your promise. Han Shaoqing was too lazy to explain anything, but according to the Chinese calculation, he can indeed be regarded as a congenital extraordinary person now. Ha ha ha, promise, if I give you Yu Jinjing, will you let me go? Judging others by himself, Huoyun evil god thought that if Han Shaoqing got the Yu Jinjing, he would definitely kill him immediately. Huoyun evil god is a martial arts fanatic, not an idiot. He is also afraid of death and wants to bargain. Seeing that Huoyun evil god was going to deny his crime, Han Shaoqing was slightly angry. He stepped forward and stepped on Huoyun evil god's head. Just as he was about to interrogate him, a punch-in system prompt came to his mind. Ding! The host is currently above Huoyun evil god's head, and meets the punch-in conditions. Do you want to punch in? This is also okay. Is it true that stepping on someone else's head is the correct way to punch in? Recalling that the first time he triggered the punch-in system, Han Shaoqing realized it. In an instant, Han Shaoqing thought of the Avengers. If he stepped on all these superheroes, he should be able to get a lot of rewards, right? Thinking about it, he was a little excited. But whether it is effective or not, I have to verify it more, and wait for a chance to find other people to try. Thinking of this, Han Shaoqing silently said, punch in. Punch in, count down 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Han Shaoqing was in a good mood, but the fire cloud evil god who was stepped on the head was very unhappy. He had been a powerful figure in his life, and he had never suffered such humiliation. He wanted to fight back violently, but his injury was affected and he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Don't move, bastard! Feeling the turmoil of the fire cloud evil god under his feet, Han Shaoqing did not give him any face and immediately increased his strength to firmly step on the fire cloud evil god. Chapter 39 Yi Jinjing. The fire cloud evil god's head almost sank into the ground, the iron mask on his face was deformed, blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, and his mind and body suffered a huge blow. But no matter how angry he was, no matter how murderous he was, under the absolute power, he would never be able to turn over. Even if I die, you can't think of getting Yi Jinjing. While Huoyun evil god was gritting his teeth, the clock-in system in Han Shaoqing's mind had already entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1, clock-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shuangchuan hand. Shuangchuan hand, Shuangchuan is derived from the idea of Xingming Shuangchuan, and there are two forms, one blue and one red. The blue hand modifies the soul, can detect lies and detect or modify memories. The red hand modifies the body, can heal injuries, reshape or change the body. Do you want to receive it? It seems that luck is not on your side. Han Shaoqing has read under one person and naturally knows the usefulness of Shuangchuan hand, one of the 8 wonders. He immediately knocked Huoyun evil god unconscious with a punch, and then silently said, receive it. As soon as the words fell, a mysterious energy from the void was injected into Han Shaoqing's body, allowing him to instantly gain the ability and use of Shuangchuan hand. Huoyun evil god naturally became Han Shaoqing's first test subject after obtaining Shuangchuan hand. With a thought, a ball of blue air appeared on Han Shaoqing's left hand. This is the blue hand in Shuangchuan hand, it is indeed mysterious. With a slight sigh, Han Shaoqing manipulated the twist that looked like a blue bubble, and turned it into a blue palm that sank into the head of Huoyun evil god. In an instant, Han Shaoqing seemed to have entered the consciousness of Huoyun evil god. And a lot of information appeared in front of him. This was a wonderful feeling, and the memory of Huoyun evil god flashed quickly in front of Han Shaoqing like a revolving lantern. The first time he used the Shuangchuan hand, Han Shaoqing's skills were relatively unfamiliar, but fortunately there was enough time for Han Shaoqing to slowly adapt. It is still troublesome to explore a person's memory. If you want to obtain the Yi Jin Jing, you need to screen out a lot of useless memories of Huoyun Evil God, and keep the essence. In the process of exploring the memory of Huoyun Evil God, Han Shaoqing accidentally learned about the origin of Huoyun Evil God. Huoyun Evil God's real name is Zikan Yang, a member of the cult organization Luo, the 37th leader of the Chasma sect. His father is the old evil god. He is considered the reincarnation of the Rakshasa god because of the fire cloud covering the sky phenomenon that appeared in the sky when he was born. However, the old evil god is only the nominal father of the fire cloud evil god. In fact, the fire cloud evil god is the son of the White Lotus sex sword demon Lian Cheng. He is gifted in a martial arts genius. At the age of 20, he practiced the Yi Jin Jing to the level of the White level Buddha, and was urged to the Black level Buddha high level divine vein level by a person who claimed to be invincible in the world, but failed to retreat to the primary level of the third level. The Fire Cloud Evil God is considered an acquired extraordinary person. He has practiced many skills throughout his life, including Fire Cloud Palm, Ba Tui, Dharma Finger, Vajra Palm Claw, Vajra Leg, Arhat Divine Fist, Tathagata Great Handprint, Yi Jin Jing and so on. Among them, Han Shaoqing is most optimistic about the Yi Jin Jing. This is also the strongest martial arts that Huoyun Evil God is currently practicing. Although other martial arts have their own unique features, they are all icing on the cake. Putting aside other memories of Huoyun Evil God, Han Shaoqing focused on watching the memory fragments of Huoyun Evil God practicing Yi Jin Jing, which also contained a lot of martial arts experience. Not long after, Han Shaoqing obtained the complete Yi Jin Jing from it. Yi Jin Jing is divided into 7 major cycles, also known as the 7-level pagoda. The first 2 stages are purely practicing qi according to the law. The first cycle opens the meridians and acupoints of the whole body, and learns to sense the magnetic field energy existing in the universe. The second cycle produces a detoxification phenomenon, removes the turbid air in the body, filters it, and makes it clear, floating and misty, and the whole body is normal. The third cycle is red level, and the air nutrients are directly absorbed through the pores, the spiritual perception is clear, the body is glowing red, the ears and eyes are sharp, and the energy is abundant. It is easy to break a giant tree with one palm. In the 4th week, the qi and meridians go in reverse, and the practitioner will experience the painful torment of being pierced by thousands of arrows. If one can persevere, the meridian points will gradually gather the spatial magnetic field, and the powerful energy will turn into a hot flow that fills the whole body, the pain will disappear, and the practitioner will successfully pass the yellow level. In the 5th week, the blue level. The muscles of the whole body are stronger than steel and tougher than gold. Unless it is a magic weapon, it is difficult for ordinary swords and guns to damage them. The blue level internal energy penetrates the body for 10 feet, and can be blasted through the air, smashing 100 jin boulder into pieces, with amazing power. In the 6th week, the white level, each meridian point can independently store qi and release strength, penetrate the body for 3 feet, control qi to hurt people invisibly, step on an eagle and soar in the sky, and the skill is extraordinary and far better than the 9th level of the Golden Bell. In the 7th week, the black level pagoda, after the achievement, the whole body is also a place for qi, the energy between heaven and earth is inexhaustible, and there is no weakness of damage, which is comparable to the invincible body without a door in the 12 levels of the Golden Bell. The most advanced black level pagoda is divided into 3 levels. Those who have mastered the initial level will have 3 battle lines on their faces. The intermediate black level, the true energy is endless, and there are almost no weaknesses inside and outside. He can break several feet of steel with his bare hands. Every move he makes the wind and clouds change color and the earth shake. For those who succeed, the battle pattern on his face becomes 2. At the high level of the black level, those who succeed are immune to all poisons, can sleep and eat, walk on the clouds and control the wind, and are invincible in the world. Invincible in the world may be an exaggeration, but this does not hinder the powerful effect of the Yi Jin Jing. As for the other martial arts of Huoyun Evil God, Han Shaoqing spent some time to extract the corresponding memory fragments. These martial arts are not much improved for Han Shaoqing, and can be used to build forces and cultivate a group of acquired extraordinary people. After getting the Yi Jinjing, the next step is to consider how to deal with Huoyun Evil God. It is a bit of a waste to kill him directly. In any case, Huoyun Evil God is also a master. He may not be as good as the top, but he is more than enough than the bottom. Looking at the unconscious Huoyun Evil God, Han Shaoqing used the Zhuangchuan hand again and began to change Huoyun Evil God's memory. This is an extremely inhumane way. Changing a person's memory inevitably requires deleting part of the original memory, which is not much different from killing a person. Just like Al Yusun said, some people are alive, but they are already dead. Losing the original memory, although the person is still the same person, in essence, it is completely different. It is like reshaping a personality. Han Shaoqing has no psychological burden at all for this. After watching the memory of Huoyun Evil God, he knew very well what kind of person Huoyun Evil God was. It is no exaggeration to say that he had sores on his head and pus on his feet. For a person as rotten as Huoyun Evil God, there is no need to talk about humanitarianism, he is not worthy. In Han Shaoqing's eyes, Huoyun Evil God is just a tool man. After deleting and modifying Huoyun Evil God's memory and turning him into a die-hard worker, Han Shaoqing retracted his blue hand and used his red hand to treat Huoyun Evil God's injuries. After treating most of it, Han Shaoqing ended his work and awakened Huoyun Evil God. Chapter 40 Eric on the Road of Revenge. Because of memory loss, Huoyun Evil God felt confused after waking up. After a while, he noticed Han Shaoqing beside him. At this time, Huoyun Evil God looked at Han Shaoqing with no murderous intent, but was extremely respectful. He stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you for healing my wounds." In Huoyun Evil God's memory, Han Shaoqing once saved his life. In order to repay his kindness, he chose to join Han Shaoqing's account and be willing to be a servant. The two of them had a sparring match before, and he was beaten and injured. Fortunately, Han Shaoqing treated him and he was fine. But deep in Huoyun Evil God's heart, he felt that something was wrong. But he just couldn't remember it. Han Shaoqing smiled and said, "It's a small matter. When you recover, take the time to merge other societies into Yin. Hong Kong is in a mess now. It's time to clean it up." It's not difficult to clean up Hong Kong's societies, but the British are more troublesome. They don't want to see the underground forces in Hong Kong merge. The Fire Cloud Evil God, whose memory was modified, is now thinking about Han Shaoqing. In terms of loyalty, he may be higher than Wu Xiao. Hong Kong is still a colony. The British don't want to manage it, nor do they want others to manage it. They just drag it out and play. Fire Cloud Evil God once thought about unifying the underground underworld in Hong Kong, but he was restrained by the British Army and supernatural forces. Don't worry about the British for the time being. You just need to secretly eliminate some rebels. Han Shaoqing has a plan in mind. He will go to the UK when he has time. On the one hand, he wants to check in at the London Temple, and on the other hand, he wants to see if he can contact other mutants. The origin of mutants comes from tens of thousands of years ago. After the cosmic gods discovered humans on Earth, they conducted experiments on primitive humans and achieved success, which is the X gene. This gene has strong mutation and possibility. After countless years of evolution, the first mutant in the history of the Earth was born 3,000 years ago. He was born in ancient Egypt and his name was En-Sabanur, that is, Apocalypse. Since there is Namur in this world, there are probably other mutants. Of course, there is no such name as mutants now. In China, they are called aliens, and there are different names in other places. The genes of mutants are very unstable, but they have powerful power, but in ancient times, there were not many of them. Until modern times, with the development of technology and nuclear energy, radiation has increased day by day. Not only are Titans gradually recovering, but the number of new mutants is also increasing. Calculating the time, it was during the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. In Hong Kong newspapers, there were also reports on the Cuban crisis. This made Han Shaoqing think of the plot of X-Men, First Class. At the same time, Argentina, Villa Gesell Hotel. Middle-aged Eric Landshear is looking for Sebastian Shaw's whereabouts. During World War II, Eric Landshear, a Jew, and his family were captured in a concentration camp. When parting with his parents, Eric was excited and awakened his mutant gene, gaining the ability to control magnetic fields. This scene happened to fall into Sebastian Shaw's eyes. Sebastian Shaw was a scientist at the time. After discovering Eric in his youth, in order to stimulate Eric's ability, he killed his mother in front of Eric, thus forming a blood feud. Later, Eric escaped from the concentration camp with the help of mutants, and he has been looking for Sebastian Shaw's whereabouts since he grew up. Hard work pays off. After much inquiry, Eric finally found a manager in a bank. After a day of rest, Eric arrived at a quiet mountain village. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Eric walked into a Western-style tavern. There were only 3 people in the tavern, a bartender and 2 guests, which seemed quite deserted. Eric hung his coat and hat on the hanger in the tavern and said hello calmly, "Good evening, friends." "Good evening, what do you need to drink?" asked the bartender. "Give me a cold beer, thank you." Eric sat on the chair and looked at the photo on the wall next to him. There were 3 people in the photo. Standing in the middle was his target, Sebastian Shaw, and standing on both sides were the 2 people drinking. The bartender brought a glass of beer to Eric, and Eric asked, "German beer?" "Of course." The bartender seemed reluctant to pay attention to Eric. Although Germany had been defeated, it still didn't like Jews. Eric stopped talking, but the bald man beside him didn't say anything. "This is Bitburg beer, do you like it?" Eric took a sip, "It tastes good." Then he turned around and looked at the 2 people, "You should be Germans, why did you think of coming to Argentina?" "The weather is good here, I am a pig farmer, ha 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 ha." The bald man was a little drunk and laughed incoherently. A mustache man next to him also laughed, "I have been a tailor since I was a child, and my father is the best tailor in Dusseldorf." For the 2 people who answered the question irrelevantly, Eric looked calm, got up and walked to the 2 people with beer and sat down. "Coincidentally, my parents are also from Dusseldorf." After this, the bald man and the mustache changed their faces slightly, sobered up a little, and asked, "What are their names?" "They have no names." Eric shook his head slightly. The bald man and the mustache heard the words, their smiles were restrained, and their faces instantly became gloomy. Decades ago, they were all soldiers in Dusseldorf, and at that time Dusseldorf was occupied by the Nazis. There was only one kind of people without names in Dusseldorf. That was the prisoners of Auschwitz concentration camp. War was cruel and crazy. At that time, their hands were stained with the blood of many people. After the war, perhaps they felt guilty or were afraid of being retaliated, so they came to live in a small mountain village in Argentina. The 3 of them drank a sip of beer silently. The bartender felt that the atmosphere was wrong and reached for the pistol under the bar. Eric looked coldly at the 2 people beside him, their names were taken away by people, pig farmers and tailors. At this point, Eric showed the number of Auschwitz concentration camp on his arm. The mustache and the bald man didn't understand that the person in front of them was seeking revenge. Knowing that the person was not kind, the bald man quietly reached for the dagger on his waist and stabbed Eric's neck with his backhand. Unfortunately, after all, he was old and no longer as brave as he was in the past. Eric grabbed his arm and took away the dagger. Seeing the words "blood and honor" engraved on the dagger, Eric stabbed the dagger into the palm of the bald man without hesitation, and blood gushed out immediately. The mustache stood up and wanted to help, and the young bartender took out a pistol and pointed it at Eric, but when he wanted to pull the trigger, he found that the trigger seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't pull it no matter how hard he tried. This is exactly Eric's ability, controlling the magnetic field and then controlling the metal. Chapter 41, Hellfire Club. Under Eric's control, the muzzle aimed at the mustache next to him, and the trigger was automatically pulled. Bang! After the gunshot, the mustache was shot in the heart and fell to the ground. Eric pulled out the dagger and threw it out like a flying knife, stabbing it into the heart of the confused bartender, and then controlled the dagger to fly back to his hand and stabbed it into the palm of the bald man again. Ah! The bald man's screams resounded throughout the tavern, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Let me go, I'm just following orders." Eric asked coldly, "Where is Sebastian Shaw?" "I won't betray my comrades," the bald man said stubbornly. Eric didn't waste any words, pulled out his dagger, and pretended to stab again. Seeing Eric's attitude of waiting for him to stab, the bald man immediately said, "Sebastian Shaw is in the Hellfire Club. He plans to provoke a war between the United States and the Soviet Union. He asked me to deposit a sum of money before. The password is..." In order to survive, the iron-willed bald man spoke a lot of words like a light, and shook out all the information about Sebastian Shaw. After learning about Sebastian Shaw's information and movements, Eric got up and left. But when Eric walked to the door, the bald man picked up the pistol dropped by the bartender and aimed the gun at Eric's back. "Go to hell!" The bald man pulled the trigger, but was embarrassed to find that the trigger was welded shut. "I gave you a chance." Eric knew what the bald man was doing without looking back, as he could sense metal through magnetic fields. He swung the dagger in his hand and stabbed it into the bald man's forehead, then left in style. Nevada, Las Vegas. Eric struggled to find Sebastian Shaw, who was holding a grand banquet in Las Vegas. The guests who came here were either rich or noble, and they were all successful people who were extremely outstanding in some aspects and had a certain influence in the world. Among them were Howard Stark, Harry Leland, White Queen Emma Grace Frost, Sir James Braddock, Warren Worthington Jr., father of X-Men Angel, Namor the Sea King, Colonel Hendry, and some dignitaries from various countries. The Hellfire Club was first established in Britain in the 18th century. It is rumoured to be related to King James I of England and retains many mysterious events in the 16th and 17th centuries. In the 1760s, the Hellfire Club developed into a social club for the British social elite. The club not only provided entertainment that challenged the moral concepts of the time, but also provided ideas to consolidate the economic and social status of its members in Britain. In the 1780s, the Hellfire Club moved to the New York colony and established a new Hellfire Club. Today, the Hellfire Club can be said to be a gathering of the richest and most powerful people in the world. Only those who are recognized and invited can join the Hellfire Club as members, and few people will refuse such an invitation. Because members of the Hellfire Club are a symbol of supreme status recognized by the world and have a hereditary system, many people are proud to enter the Hellfire Club. The levels of Hellfire are: Black Emperor, Black Queen, Black Bishop, Black Rook, White King, White Queen, White Rook, and ordinary members. However, there are several vacancies in these positions. This time, Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw invited all members and some candidates to come here, just to elect the White King, and at the same time he completed his plan. Such a banquet, in addition to members, naturally cannot be without socialites and socialites to set off the atmosphere. Howard Stark is like a fish in water here, hugging left and right, so happy. Not long after, Sebastian Shaw came on stage. In the eyes of outsiders, Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw has great wealth, but few people know that Sebastian Shaw himself is also a powerful mutant. In college, Sebastian Shaw awakened the ability of mutants, and later became a millionaire at the age of 30, and his net worth exceeded 100 million at the age of 40. Later, when the war broke out, Sebastian Shaw worked as a scientist in a concentration camp in the United States for a period of time, mainly studying atomic energy, and formed an indissoluble bond with the young Eric. After the war, he traveled between countries. In the first 2 years, he joined the Hellfire Club and formed an alliance with the young White Queen Emma. He instructed the White Queen to kill other candidates and became the Black Emperor in the shortest time. Together with the White Queen, he controlled the Hellfire Club. Logically speaking, Sebastian Shaw is now in his 70s or 80s. But because of his special ability, he can absorb energy to improve his own physical strength, making him look like he is only in his 40s. Welcome everyone to the club's banquet. The purpose of this banquet is to select the White King from among the candidates. As Sebastian Shaw's words fell, applause rang out from the audience. Howard Stark straightened his back, as if he was determined to win the position of the White King. He is indeed a good person. He is a genius scientist and inventor. He used to be good friends with Captain America. His Stark Group is one of the 3 major industries in the United States. He is worth over $1 billion. Even in the Hellfire Club, he is an important figure. Unfortunately, Sebastian Shaw is an extreme racist. He is a mutant, so the person he chooses to cooperate with must also be a mutant. From the beginning, Howard Stark was not on Sebastian Shaw's list of candidates. Sebastian Shaw looked at Namor, the king of the sea, who was soaking in the swimming pool, and said sincerely, "Namor, now I formally invite you to join the club and serve as the White King." Namor did not give Sebastian Shaw a good look when he heard this, and said coldly, "You came to me for this matter? If you dare to waste my time on such a small matter in the future, I will kill you." Namor looked down on the so-called Hellfire Club at all. After saying that, he left directly without giving face at all, and he did not need to give face to the other party. Come to think of it, Namor is the king of Atlantis, with all the fisheries in the 7 seas and technology far superior to that of the land. How could the United States have the time to condescend to become a member? Sebastian Shaw, who was frustrated, was a little unhappy when he saw Namor leave. Ahem! Howard Stark seemed to see an opportunity, and stood forward a little more, coughing twice, attracting Sebastian Shaw's attention. "Mr. Howard, are you feeling unwell? I'll let my private doctor see you." Sebastian Shaw knew what Howard Stark was thinking, but the other party was not a mutant, so he didn't give him a chance at all. "I'm fine." Howard Stark, who was good at saving face, was not stupid. When he saw Sebastian Shaw talking like this, he knew that he had no chance, and he felt a little unhappy, so he hugged a blonde girl for comfort. The ideal candidate left, but Sebastian Shaw did not give up. In fact, in his backup plan, he planned to let the White Queen Emma use telepathy to control Namor. Unfortunately, he did not expect Namor to also have the ability of telepathy. Although Namor's telepathy can only control marine life and has little effect on land life, as telepathy, it still has the power to resist mind control. Chapter 42 Black Emperor Sebastian. Namor's departure did not affect the progress of the banquet. Afterwards, Sebastian Shaw met with Colonel Hendry alone. US CIA secret agent Moram Mactag mingled with the socialites and secretly followed Colonel Hendry to a secret room. Luxurious secret room. In the room, Sebastian Shaw sat elegantly on the sofa with champagne in his hand, looking at Colonel Hendry across from him. "I heard that you blocked the proposal to deploy missiles in Turkey. I hope you will reconsider it. We have already discussed this issue. Deploying missiles in Turkey, or anywhere close to the Soviet Union, means war, nuclear war." Although Colonel Hendry is also an extremist, he knows how terrible a nuclear war would be. Sebastian Shaw said indifferently, "I am not asking you for help, I am expressing my opinion, so let me say it again, I hope you will reconsider it. I think the only thing I need to consider is another glass of champagne." Colonel Hendry stood up and prepared to leave. But Sebastian Shaw would not indulge him, and raised his hand to signal Genos Quisti, turbulence, beside him to teach Henry a lesson. Genos is also a mutant. He can rotate his body at high speed, create and control a whirlwind, and even fly with it. His bones can produce calcifications, which are released by rotating rapidly, and are as powerful as missiles. Genos's arm turned quickly, creating a small tornado, which lifted Henry up and hit the wall. The White Queen looked at Henry and used telepathy to transmit, "You are thinking about how to escape and hide, it's useless. No matter where you are, we can find you. There is no place in the world that we can't go." As she spoke, the body of the White Queen Emma turned into shiny bricks and stones, which looked noble at first glance. This made Henry realize that if he didn't accept the proposal, he might not be able to get out. Maybe I should reconsider it. Upon hearing this, Sebastian Shaw called the Red Devil Azazel, who could jump in space, and asked the Red Devil to take Henry to execute the plan. This scene was seen by Mora, who immediately left the Hellfire Club and called his direct superior to report the situation. In this era, the mutants have not yet emerged, and only Namor is relatively famous, but most people don't know it yet. Mora's boss didn't listen at all and thought it was nonsense. In desperation, Mora prepared to find a genetics expert, so he took a connecting flight to the UK. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Han Shaoqing came to the airport. Wu Xiao and others saw him off. During these 3 days, Han Shaoqing tried it out and found that he could indeed punch in by stepping on Hunter and Yan Tong's heads. However, since both of them were minor characters, the reward items were very ordinary, a pistol and a British ritual sword, which were useless. But this did confirm Han Shaoqing's conjecture about the punch-in system. Punching in by stepping on someone's head is effective, and the stronger the person being stepped on is, the richer the reward will be. It's just that doing this is very offensive. Those villains are okay, just beat them down if you don't like them. But facing a superhero, you can't just say it when you meet. "Hey, brother, let me step on your head." If you step on someone's head for no reason, it would be strange if they don't fight you. But if you don't step on it, Han Shaoqing feels that he has lost a lot. After thinking about it, Han Shaoqing decided to cover his face and clean the solace of his shoes when stepping on superheroes in the future. This is the greatest respect for them. Han Shaoqing got on the plane here. On the other side, Agent Mora found Charles to explain the situation and invited Charles to stop Sebastian Shaw's conspiracy. Virginia, Langley, CIA headquarters. The advent of the nuclear war era may accelerate the process of genetic mutation. People with superpowers may be among us. Thank you everyone. After Charles explained the possibility of mutants to the CIA officials, he sat back in his seat. He came here, on the one hand, because he liked Mora, and more importantly, to protect this hard-won peace, and at the same time wanted to learn more about mutants. But these officials obviously didn't believe what Charles said. "Agent Mora, do you really think that just because of a nonsense professor of genetics, we will believe that there are silver-colored women and teleporting men in the world? I think you are really tired and need time to calm down. The meeting is over." Wait. Through telepathy, Charles saw that these officials valued them, but not as much as the pies in the lunch canteen. Charles knew that if he didn't show something practical, these people would not believe it. After a brief consideration, Charles chose to show his cards. "I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't confess to you. In fact, I am a person with genetic mutations. My mutation allows me to do many things that ordinary people can't do, such as reading what you are thinking." The senior agent Stetonk next to him laughed disdainfully. "I have seen this magic show. Do you want us to count from 1 to 10 now?" "No. Agent Stetonk, what you wanted to ask just now was the situation of your son William. He is doing well. But I am more concerned about the deployment of Jupiter medium-range missiles by the United States in Turkey." Hearing Charles's words, the officials present were shocked. The deployment of missiles in Turkey is a state secret, and only a few senior officials know about it. The official next to Agent Stetonk immediately changed his face and pointed his finger at Charles and the female agent Mora marked tag. He is a spy. How dare you bring a spy here? Hearing the accusation of the superior, Mora loudly refuted, and the colleague with glasses sitting next to Mora also defended Mora. Seeing that he was about to arrest someone, Charles next to him Raven stood up and turned into the appearance of Agent Skrek in a blink of an eye. This is exactly Raven's ability. She can transfer atoms and molecules in her body to change her appearance. She has a strong ability to learn and imitate. If she comes into contact with people, she can even make her fingerprints, voice prints, and retinas exactly the same. Seeing Raven turn into Skrek in public, everyone was silent and stared at Raven in disbelief. Seeing that everyone looked unbelievable, Raven turned back to her original appearance with blue skin and red hair in a blink of an eye. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Seeing an alien with your own eyes is more convincing than any rhetoric. Charles said, "What do you think of this magic? Unparalleled." At this time, the slightly fat man who had been sitting at the back said in amazement. At the same time, he agreed to support Charles. Chapter 43 King of Dumb Hair. London Airport, England. Han Shaoqing didn't know about the situation of Charles and others. The communication in this era was still relatively backward. He had no power and information channels in other places. When he came to a foreign country, he was basically in the dark. Everything has to be done in person. After getting off the plane, Han Shaoqing took a taxi to 177 Bleecker Street. Perhaps because of the improvement of his mental power, Han Shaoqing's memory is very emotional, and he can recall the details of the movie Doctor Strange. Therefore, he knows the exact location of the London Temple. Like the Hong Kong Temple, the London Temple is also hidden in the city and looks like a private museum. Among the three wizard temples, the London Temple has a special status. Because in addition to being a wizard temple, it is also the burial place of the supreme wizard Merlin in the Middle World. So this is also the holy land of Merlin's wizard lineage, and the defensive power is much stronger than that of Hong Kong. I don't know if Guyi had said hello in advance. Han Shaoqing paid for the car to come to the London Temple. And no one came to obstruct him. The wizards around him also retreated, and even if they saw it, they pretended not to see it. What's going on? They're all acting weird. Han Shaoqing was a little surprised to see the reactions of the mages in the London Temple, but he didn't pay much attention to it. When he walked to the center of the hall, the punch-in system in his mind gave a prompt. Ding! The host is currently located above the London Temple and Merlin's tomb, and meets the punch-in conditions. Do you want to punch in? Punch in! The 10-second countdown passed quickly. Punch in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fate World's Artoria Pendragon, the Sword of Promised Victory, and Avalon. Artoria, King Arthur of Britain, the Night King, currently in the form of a heroic spirit. Sword of Promised Victory, Fate series of anti-city treasures. According to legend, King Arthur of Britain obtained it from the Fairy of the Lake. The elven inscriptions engraved on the sword body contain the blessings of the elves. It is called the Sword of the King. After chanting its true name, it can release a powerful magic beam to destroy everything. Avalon, the scabbard of the Sword of Promised Victory, a barrier treasure. The holder can quickly recover from any injury, and even the aging of your body will stop. Release your true name, unfold the scabbard, and place yourself in a utopia, which can shield all physical influences and form an absolute defense that even the 5 major magics cannot touch. Do you want to receive it? It's actually the god-equipped King of Daimao. This is a big prize. Looking around, Han Shaoqing found that the surrounding mages seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, and the entire hall was empty. After thinking for a while, Han Shaoqing said to One Direction, "Give my greetings to Master Guyi." After speaking, regardless of the other party's reaction, he turned around and left the London Temple. Choosing a remote and deserted corner, Han Shaoqing silently said, "Receive it." The next moment, a dazzling light appeared in the void. Then, the light shrank into a sphere with a diameter of about 2 meters, and a human figure appeared in the middle of the translucent sphere, gradually solidifying from virtual to real. She was wearing a straight armor, a blue night outfit, long smooth golden hair, and soft white skin. She looked pretty even without any makeup. She looked about 15 or 16 years old, like a noble girl in the medieval court. The tuft of hair on her head added a bit of prettiness. She held a gorgeous long sword and scabbard, appeared from the void, and landed in front of Han Shaoqing, half kneeling. The light faded away, and Altria opened her eyes. Her emerald green pupils were bright and clear, and her eyes were firm. She looked up at Han Shaoqing in front of her. "Are you my master?" Han Shaoqing looked at the back of his hand, which was as smooth as before, and replied, "Although there is no command spell, it is indeed you who I summoned." The command spell is a special word in the Fate series of works. It appears as a magic crystal on the back of the hand or wrist. The absolute command power that can make the servant obey the command spell is the exclusive mark of the master. Although Han Shaoqing was not bound by the command spell, when Artoria appeared, the two of them did establish a close connection and created a spiritual channel that could transmit magic power to each other. Artoria didn't think much about it. She looked around and frowned slightly. She felt a little strange. She couldn't feel the existence of the Holy Grail here, and it seemed that she had cut off the connection with the Hall of Heroes, but she could still maintain the form of a heroic spirit. This situation was very abnormal, but he recognized Han Shaoqing and did not make any unfavorable moves because he was not bound. A breeze blew, and the hair on Artoria's head swayed in the wind. Then she looked at Han Shaoqing solemnly. "Servant, Saber, I come to obey your call. From now on, my sword is with you, and your destiny is with me. Here, the contract is completed." Although she had doubts, as a servant, Artoria still chose to be loyal to Han Shaoqing. With Han Shaoqing as her, the safety of life is the priority, which is the bottom line of being a knight. "Don't be so rigid, let's get along well in the future, you have to protect me." Han Shaoqing was in a good mood and made a joke. With his current strength, he was no worse than Altria. Putting aside the scabbard of the sword of promised victory, Altria might not be Han Shaoqing's opponent. "It is my duty to protect the master." Altria's little face was serious, and Han Shaoqing was bored. He looked at Altria's equipment and said, "My name is Han Shaoqing. You can call me Shaoqing in private. Saber, can you let me see your sword?" "Yes." The relationship between the master and the servant is that they rise and fall together. In addition, Altria felt a close atmosphere from Han Shaoqing, and she did not hesitate to hand the treasure in her hand to Han Shaoqing. This was a manifestation of extreme trust. In fact, Han Shaoqing just said it casually, but he didn't expect the king of Dai Mao to be so straightforward. Han Shaoqing drew out the sword of promised victory and looked at it. This was Altria's most powerful treasure, and it was also the holy sword that symbolized King Arthur's most powerful and noblest strength. The length of the sword was about 3 feet, the width of the sword guard was 4 inches, and the width of the sword blade was about 5.5 centimeters. According to the description in Fate, this sword was forged by the planet rather than humans. It was made of human faith and crystallized inside the planet into one of the ultimate divine weapons of the strongest fantasy. But it was not the sword of promised victory that had the real power, but the scabbard Avalon. The barrier of the scabbard could resist powerful attacks, but there should be an upper limit. Han Shaoqing estimated that perhaps Odin, Hela, a father-level strongman, could break the barrier. Maybe Godzilla could too. Thanos without the Infinity Stones would probably have a hard time. But we have to try it to know the specifics. In terms of single-unit destructive power, the Sword of Promised Victory is still above the Neptune Trident, and it can be regarded as a god, with the scabbard Avalon. Even among the Avengers, Altria's power is considered to be among the best. Chapter 44. The stronger the ability, the bigger the appetite. After taking a look, Han Shaoqing returned the sword of promised victory to Altria. "Let's go, Saber. It's our first meeting. I'll treat you to a feast." With Altria's help, Han Shaoqing was in a good mood. When Altria heard about the feast, she became energetic, and the hair on her head stood up. With a wave of her hand, the sword of promised victory disappeared in front of Han Shaoqing. It was not space magic, but the Wind King barrier that came with the sword of promised victory. By wrapping several layers of wind to change the refraction frequency of light, the weapon in hand became invisible. In battle, the wind can also be wrapped around the sword to enhance the attack power. As a non-traditional heroic spirit, Altria cannot be completely spiritualized. Like humans, she needs to sleep and eat. And she is also a standard foodie. However, the knight's outfit she wore was somewhat out of tune with this era. The blue knight's outfit was fine, but the key point was that her hands and chest were all equipped with silver armor. It looked beautiful, but in this era, how many people would wear armor on the street? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, before dinner, Han Shaoqing took Altria to the clothing store to buy a set of clothes. Han Shaoqing chose a relatively new women's small suit for Altria, with a white shirt inside. Her long blonde hair was tied into a bun on her head. She looked very capable. If you don't look at her height and face, she looks like the personal secretary of a domineering president. It's just that her expression is a little serious. Altria's eyes are always scanning the surroundings, eliminating all suspicious people and preventing her master from being hurt. "Don't be so serious, I'm actually very good at fighting." Seeing Altria's serious expression, Han Shaoqing felt a little pressured. "I understand, Shaoqing." Having said that, Altria still had a serious expression on her face, giving people a feeling of keeping away from strangers. Han Shaoqing nodded helplessly. "By the way, where are your original clothes? The original knight's outfit is condensed by magic. If I encounter a battle, I can quickly mobilize magic to change clothes." Altria adjusted her small suit in front of the mirror. It seems that she still pays more attention to her appearance. Han Shaoqing also selected a few suitable clothes for Altria as spare parts. After paying, he walked out of the clothing store with Altria. The two walked side by side, giving people a feeling of a Lolita with an uncle. There is no way, Altria has always looked like this. Since the moment she pulled out the sword in the stone at the age of 15, her appearance and height have not changed. However, although her appearance has not changed, as King Arthur, her every move reveals a noble temperament, and at the same time she has the courage and decisiveness of a knight. Her eyes are firm, as if she can draw her sword at any time and cut through the thorns for Han Shaoqing. On the other hand, Han Shaoqing, although only 25 years old, is 1.82 meters tall, which is not considered short even in the West. Altria's head can only be level with Han Shaoqing's shoulders. Many people looked at him with strange eyes along the way. In this era, the status of Chinese people is not high. Although Han Shaoqing is handsome and well-dressed, the British still don't like him after seeing him. "I just walked down one street and was questioned by British police twice, suspecting that Han Shaoqing was trafficking underage girls. Once you put on colored glasses, it is difficult to take them off." Until Altria started to explain, these British police didn't. There was no need to continue to pester. Han Shaoqing was a little unhappy, but he didn't care about ordinary people. At this time, the sun was setting, and the two came to a high-end French restaurant for dinner. The waiter glanced between Han Shaoqing and Altria, and handed the menu to Altria first. Han Shaoqing didn't care about the trivial matter of who ordered the dishes and the attitude of the waiter. He disdained to argue with the waiter, that was a self-degradation. Altria looked through the menu. As the former King of Great Britain, English was naturally not difficult for her. British cuisine is relatively simple in terms of ingredients. Although it is an island country with a wide sea area, it is limited by ground conditions and the fishing grounds are not very good, so the British do not pay attention to eating seafood, but prefer beef, lamb, poultry, etc. Compared with the complex and diverse Chinese cuisines, British cuisine is relatively simple to cook, basically boiling, stewing, roasting, frying, steaming, etc. Altria ordered a portion of oxtail soup, grilled steak, fried potatoes, roast goose stuffed with chestnuts, and a portion of ham. Han Shaoqing ordered fried snowfish fillet, royal cream chicken, roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, a roast leg of lamb, a vegetable salad and a pint of bitter beer. As the saying goes, the stronger the ability, the bigger the appetite. Both Altria and Han Shaoqing have big appetites. The food they ordered is enough to feed 7 or 8 people, but for them, it is just a piece of cake. As for the eyes of the people around them, neither of them cared. After the dishes were served, they ate the food on the plate elegantly. Altria has a strong ability to adapt and quickly adapted to the differences of this era. While eating and chatting with Han Shaoqing, they talked about the Holy Grail War again. Han Shaoqing took a sip of bitter beer and said, "There is no Holy Grail in this world, and there is no Holy Grail War." No Holy Grail War. Altria was a little disappointed when she heard this. The existence of the heroic spirit is to participate in the Holy Grail War and realize the wish by obtaining the Holy Grail. Now suddenly coming to a world without the Holy Grail, Altria was a little bit unable to adapt, and the hair on her head fell down. Han Shaoqing finished eating the food in front of him, wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, and said, "Don't be discouraged. Although there is no Holy Grail in this world, there are items that can fulfill wishes. For example, if you collect 6 infinite stones and match them with the infinite gloves, you can fulfill your wish with a snap of your fingers. Of course, the competition in this world is more intense. In addition to the Earth, there are many alien races, which are far more dangerous than the world you originally lived in." Altria heard this, and her hair stood up. She stood up and said with a dignified attitude, "The strength of the servant is based on the magic power of the master. You have powerful magic in your body. My strength is stronger than when I was alive. I can be your sharp blade and break all obstacles for the master." The people around looked at Altria's actions, confused, and finally cast their eyes on Han Shaoqing. For them, Han Shaoqing was a foreigner. Some British gentlemen cast envious and jealous eyes, as if they were angry that the cabbage of their country was eaten by foreign pigs. Han Shaoqing didn't care about these strange looks. After paying, he walked out of the restaurant with Altria calmly. Walking on the neon-lit street, Han Shaoqing reminded, "I know your strength, but it's not enough. There are many monsters in this world that can destroy the world, far beyond your imagination. Take your time, we have time." Chapter 45 Vampire Ryan. Looking at the sky, after dinner, night has quietly fallen. Han Shaoqing plans to find a hotel to stay first, and then find a way to get Altria an identity tomorrow, otherwise it will be inconvenient to travel. Han Shaoqing can fly, but compared to flying by himself, flying by plane is naturally more comfortable. Enjoying life is an important thing. Life is short. You can't ignore the scenery along the way just because you want to become stronger. In fact, the night scene in London is not much different from that in Hong Kong, but the local customs and practices are unique. The classic European-style buildings and the dazzling array of artworks in the shops are luxurious and beautiful. When night falls, the prosperous city of London completely changes its appearance and becomes a dreamlike neon world. Han Shaoqing and Altria walk on the streets full of neon lights, with people coming and going and traffic. There are rich people sitting in luxury cars, hugging left and right, spending money like water, and living a life of luxury. You can also see some homeless people and beggars sleeping on the streets, with no food to eat and no safety from day to day. The gap between the rich and the poor exists everywhere, and Han Shaoqing does not pay attention to the poor masses in the UK, because that is not his concern. In this era, there are no smartphones, no satellites, and no navigation. Han Shaoqing came to the UK for the first time, and Altria came from a foreign country and did not fully understand the world. The best choice for the two to go to the hotel is to take a taxi, or walk along the main road and stay in any inn you see. Han Shaoqing chose the second method, going wherever he went, and taking the time to tell Altria about the background of this era so that Altria can better integrate into this world. Except for matters of principle, Altria, as a servant, will follow Han Shaoqing's opinions. As they walked, they noticed something unusual, looked at each other, and walked towards an empty corner. Not long after the two entered the remote alley, a well-dressed white youth followed them in. But as soon as he entered the alley, he found that Han Shaoqing and Altria were standing opposite him and looking at him indifferently. "You, who is it and why are you following us?" Han Shaoqing asked in English. Ignoring Han Shaoqing's question, Ryan Simmons looked at Altria beside him with some fascination, and smiled. "Beautiful lady, don't you know if I have the honor to invite you to dinner? I have already eaten." Looking at the man opposite, Altria stood in front of Han Shaoqing, protecting Han Shaoqing behind him. Han Shaoqing looked at the handsome white man in front of him with a playful look in his eyes. Because at such a close distance, he didn't hear the other person's heartbeat, and he also felt a cold breath on the other person. This breath can be hidden from ordinary people, but it can't be hidden from Han Shaoqing and Altria. When Ryan heard this, he had a wicked smile on his pale face. "It doesn't matter, because you are my dinner, come with me, I can make you immortal and gain permanent beauty." A strange light flashed in Ryan's eyes, and his voice seemed to carry a magical power, which made people unconsciously lost in it and obey his words. Altoria's expression changed slightly, and she immediately drew her sword and swung it, cutting off Ryan's outstretched right hand. Altoria's sword was very fast, and the sword left no trace. When Ryan realized something was wrong, his arm had already left his body. The strange thing was that his shoulder was bleeding, but the broken arm did not bleed, but instead was emitting flames and turned into ashes in mid-air. Ah! The pain of the broken arm made Ryan grimace in pain. Han Shaoqing, who was standing opposite, could clearly see the sharp fangs in his mouth. "You are an overconfident dark creature, and you dare to control me." Altria held the sword of promised victory and shouted fiercely. As a heroic spirit who had experienced the age of magic, Altria had killed many monsters in her life. When Ryan appeared, Altria realized that he was not a human. Although Ryan looked elegant on the surface, he was like a bloodthirsty beast lurking in the dark. So when the other party tried to control her with charm, Altria drew her sword and fought back without hesitation. "Damn, are you priests of the church?" Ryan was seriously injured, covering his bleeding wound, and looked at Altria in horror. "No, we are just passing Kamen riders." Han Shaoqing said nonsense, then looked at Ryan with interest and asked, "Are you a vampire? What type of vampire are you?" "No heartbeat, bloodthirsty, with fangs, and handsome, it fits the image of a Western vampire. In the Marvel world, vampires do exist. For example, there are the 13 clans of vampires in Blade, Morbius and Spider-Man, and Dracula and Blood Baron in other theaters. In American vampire movies, there are many types of vampires. Some vampires can use magic. Some are genetic mutations, and some are mutated by viruses. Different types of vampires have different abilities and weaknesses. Most vampires are afraid of light, but things like silver, garlic, crosses, stakes, holy water, etc. vary from ghost to ghost." "What kind of vampire is Ryan?" Han Shaoqing couldn't be sure, because it was his first time to come into contact with this dark creature. "Go to hell." Ryan didn't answer Han Shaoqing's question, but took out a pistol with his left hand and fired continuously. Bang bang bang! Accompanied by a series of gunshots, Altria quickly swung the sword of promise of victory, smashing all the flying bullets. Deadpool couldn't catch up with the speed of the sword. For Altria, slashing bullets with a sword is just a basic operation. After blocking the bullet, Altria raised her sword and prepared to kill Ryan. When the sword of promise of victory was slashed, Han Shaoqing used gravity to move Ryan a little, allowing Ryan to save his life, but his left arm was still cut off. The broken arm, like the previous right arm, was turned to ashes in an instant. "Saber, I'll take care of it." As he spoke, Han Shaoqing walked forward and stepped on Ryan's head. Ding! The host is currently above the vampire Ryan Simmons, meeting the check-in conditions. "Do you want to check in?" Han Shaoqing silently said, "Check in." "Checking in, countdown 10 seconds, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, check-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining, Sun Blade." Sun Blade, a weapon used by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. The blade is made of sunlight-absorbing materials Gorilla Scarlet Iron Sand and Gorilla Scarlet Ore. It is the only weapon in the Demon Slayer world that can cause damage to demons. It will appear in different colors depending on the user's attributes. Do you want to receive it? Chapter 46 Sun Blade. The Sun Blade is also known as the color-changing sword. It can not only limit the regeneration ability of demons, but also change color according to the owner of the sword, reflecting the breathing method used by the owner of the sword. The weapon is not bad, but for Han Shaoqing now, it is a chicken rib, tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Receive it. With a thought, a black samurai sword appeared in front of Han Shaoqing. The square cross-shaped hilt was polished to be rounded at the edges, without any decoration, and looked simple and elegant. Han Shaoqing grabbed the hilt, pulled out the knife, and tried to activate the domineering True Qi. The bright blade suddenly became golden, and lightning patterns appeared on the blade. Han Shaoqing did not know any breathing method, but judging from the current situation, the corresponding attribute True Qi can also make the sun wheel the knife changed color. "Don't kill me, let me go, I can give you all my property." Feeling the breath of lightning on the sun wheel sword, Ryan's eyes showed fear. Vampires are afraid of light, and they are also afraid of lightning. As a pure-blooded vampire who has only lived for 200 years, Ryan has changed his identity several times, collected a lot of wealth, and wants to spend money to sell his life. As for the broken arms, as long as he can go back alive and drink some human blood, he can grow them again. This is the ability of a pure-blooded vampire, with super regenerative ability. As long as there is a breath, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered by drinking blood. "Kill you, your wealth is also mine." Han Shaoqing said coldly, raised his hand, and used the blue hand of Shuangchuan hand. A blue light poured into Ryan's eyebrows. And a series of memory pictures appeared in front of Han Shaoqing. Ryan Simmons was a British baron 200 years ago. He was favored by a pure-blooded vampire and was given the first embrace, transforming into a vampire. His memory is full of darkness, blood, and killing. It can be said that Ryan is an out-and-out villain, and his favorite thing is to suck the pure blood of girls. In the past 200 years, hundreds of people have been killed by him. Sometimes he would turn the girls he liked into blood slaves or vampire vassals to indulge in his lust. In Ryan's memory, he had also encountered several life and death crises. Every country has its own extraordinary power. Everything has both light and dark sides. There are vampires living in the dark, and there are corresponding churches representing light. Light and darkness chase each other, two sides of the same coin, maintaining a relative balance. It is precisely because of the existence of the church and the demon hunters that the number of dark creatures in Europe is limited. Ryan's life story flashed by like a slideshow. Han Shaoqing read it, just like watching a movie played at 100 times the speed. With some deletions, he quickly finished watching Ryan's life. In addition to the church, Han Shaoqing also saw magic academies, werewolves, mixed-blood vampires, wizards, goblins, elves, and other extraordinary forces. There are also some alternative superheroes, such as Hellboy, Monster Hunter Van Helsing, etc. Of course, Ryan has not seen Van Helsing and Hellboy in person, but has heard some of their deeds from other dark creatures, otherwise he might not be alive now. Knowing the necessary information, Han Shaoqing stabbed Ryan's heart with a backhand knife. Ryan is a traditional vampire who is afraid of light, silver, garlic, and crosses. He has many weaknesses, but has some low-level black magic and strong self-healing ability. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong prey today. The Sunwheel Sword is a demon-slaying blade. The blade can absorb sunlight, cause damage to demons, and suppress the self-healing ability of demons. Vampires are also demons. The species may be slightly different, but there are still many similarities with the demons in Demon Slayer, and they seem to be weaker. With a knife piercing the heart, Ryan's body was reduced to ashes at Han Shaoqing's feet, and even his clothes were burned to ashes by the high temperature of spontaneous combustion. In a blink of an eye, there was only a pile of black ash left on the ground. As the wind blew, only a faint trace of a charred human figure remained. "Let's go." Ryan's previous gunshot had attracted the attention of the police. Han Shaoqing didn't want to get entangled with ordinary people, so he took Altria away from this place of trouble. Night. Victoria Harbor, United States. Eric, who came from Argentina, dived quickly and swam to a cruise ship. His hands were like magnets, climbing easily on the smooth wall of the ship. After getting on the ship, Eric took out a dagger and looked at Sebastian Shaw, who was sitting on the deck tasting red wine, with hatred in his eyes. He has been waiting for this day for too long. Eric stepped forward and gritted his teeth and said, "Long time no see, Xiao." The White Queen Emma and Torrent Genos next to Sebastian Shaw were alert and ready to take action at any time. Sebastian Shaw smiled as if he saw his own son whom he had not seen for many years. "Little Eric, I didn't expect to see you here. I was sad for a long time when you left without saying goodbye." The White Queen Emma sensed Eric's thoughts through telepathy and reminded him, "He is here to kill you." As she said that, the White Queen directly used her mental power to attack, which gave Eric a splitting headache. Eric is still too young now. He only has a superficial control over magnetism. In addition, he has no helmet to defend mental power. Facing the White Queen Emma who has telepathy, he was directly abused like a dog. He squatted down and cried with his head down. "Emma? Don't be like this, he is our compatriot. I don't know what Sebastian Shaw is wrong with. He killed Eric's mother, but treated Eric, who has no blood relationship with him, as his own son. Perhaps in the eyes of racists like him, only mutants can be of one mind, and other ordinary humans are all aliens." The White Queen withdrew her mental power, and Eric seized the opportunity and rushed towards Sebastian Shaw with a dagger. But the White Queen instantly transformed into a sparkling diamond brick, grabbed the blade, and then kicked Eric off the boat with a roundhouse kick. Sebastian Shaw was about to say something, but a patrol ship not far away released flares to illuminate the coast. "This is the U.S. Coast Guard, you are surrounded, do not move, you are a ship, stay where you are." A warning came from the loudspeaker, and at the same time 3 speedboats headed towards the yacht. Agents Mora and Charles and others were on the patrol ship looking at the yacht in the distance. Charles tried to control the yacht with telepathy. The people on the ship suddenly felt a telepathic obstruction. That was the ability of the White Queen. As a dual ability person of telepathic and diamondization, the White Queen's mental power may not be as strong as Charles, but when the two of them are put against each other, the White Queen can completely beat Charles. Mutants have all kinds of abilities. Sometimes it doesn't matter whether your ability is strong or not, there is also the saying of restraint. For example, Eric and Charles, both of them have strong superpowers and high potential, but they are beaten by the White Queen alone. Chapter 47 Mutant Levels. Mutants have a variety of abilities, and there is a lot of difference in strength between people with different abilities. The X gene in mutants is the experimental result of the ancient gods. The X gene lurks in the human body and has infinite possibilities, so it also leads to the diversity of abilities. Because of many factors such as each person's natural physique, personality, living environment, and acquired development, the awakened superpowers are very different. In Marvel's setting, mutants can be roughly divided into 5 levels. The first stage is Delta. Mutants of this level are superpowers who have failed to evolve. About 50% of mutants are at this stage. They have superpowers with major defects, weakness, and strong side effects. The second stage is Gamma. They have superpowers beyond ordinary people, but have defects that seriously hinder their lives. 30% of mutants belong to this stage. Such mutants usually cannot control their abilities, or their bodies are mutated and their appearance is different from that of ordinary people, and they cannot be eliminated as they wish. The third stage is Beta. Mutants at this stage have powerful superpowers, minor defects, and cannot control their abilities freely. About 15% of superpowers are Beta. The fourth stage is Alpha. They have extremely powerful superpowers without major defects. Only less than 5% of mutants are Alpha. The fifth level is Omega level. This is the most powerful mutant level, which can control matter and energy, has unlimited potential and even immortality. It is not an exaggeration to call it the god of the world. All Omega level mutants are Alpha level, but not all Alpha level mutants can reach Omega level, and there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of occurrence. Level is just a reference. When the ability is restrained, low-level mutants can also kill high-level mutants. For example, Charles, his telepathy can spy on other people's thoughts and control their actions. In the strongest period, through the amplification of the mind device, he can even use mental power to kill humans all over the world. But Charles himself is very kind and will not kill people. And all he needs is a helmet that can block telepathy and a pistol, plus enough ruthlessness. Even ordinary people can kill Charles if they find an opportunity. The same is true for Eric today. His ability has not been fully developed and is still between the Gamma level and the Beta level. As long as there is no metal, there is a plastic pistol, or a pure wooden bow and arrow, or a strong hand-to-hand combat, such as Ip Man, Eric can be killed with his bare hands. A single ability, even if it is powerful, is easy to be targeted. Only with diverse abilities can we make up for each other's shortcomings. Unfortunately, the number of mutants is already scarce, and there are only a handful of mutants with multiple abilities. Therefore, it is important for mutants with different abilities to match each other. Only in this way can they not be defeated one by those who are interested. Regarding these issues, Charles has no time to think deeply. His ability is interfered by the White Queen, and telepathy cancels each other out, allowing the two to form a restraining trend. For a while, no one can do anything to the other. Sorry, there are also telepaths on the other side. I don't think I can help tonight. Charles was a little frustrated and a little excited. Because from childhood to adulthood, except for Raven and his long-separated brother, this is the first time he has come into contact with other mutants. Just when the White Queen and Charles were in a stalemate, Torrent Genos attacked. 2 rapidly rotating tornadoes appeared in his hands. After they were released, the 2 tornadoes grew against the wind and easily lifted the 3 approaching speedboats. Oh my god! Seeing the powerful mutants on the opposite side, Charles tactfully returned to the cabin to hide. He is a professor. Fighting is not suitable for him. At the same time, Eric, who was knocked into the water by the White Queen, emerged from the water and used his ability to control the anchor of the cruise ship to attack. The heavy anchor and the thick iron chain flew up under Eric's control, like a black python, and smashed towards Sebastian Shaw. Sebastian Shaw did not choose to resist, but took Emma and Jiliu into the cabin to hide. Eric was already crazy. No matter who dared to stop his revenge, he had to die. The heavy anchor pierced the cruise ship in an instant, then circled and pulled in another direction. The iron chain behind the anchor quickly contracted, and almost instantly flattened the top of the cruise ship. It's incredible. The soldiers on the patrol ship were stunned when they saw this scene. After Sebastian Shaw, Genos, and Emma escaped a round of attacks, they came to the nuclear submarine below through the cruise ship and escaped underwater. Eric, who has the ability to control magnetic fields, can clearly feel the existence of metal around him. As soon as the nuclear submarine started, it attracted his attention. Eric, who was blinded by hatred, didn't think much and immediately he used his own ability to control the underwater nuclear submarine, and he was determined not to stop until Sebastian Shaw was killed. Unfortunately, Eric's ability was limited, and he was in the water, with no leverage, and it was very difficult for him to face the nuclear-powered submarine. In the end, he failed to hold the nuclear submarine, but was dragged into the water. In fact, Eric was overwhelmed by anger and didn't know how to break the surface. If it were Han Shaoqing, even if he couldn't hold the entire nuclear submarine, wouldn't he be able to remove a few important parts of it? If it really didn't work, as long as he fixed a point and tore off a piece of iron from the nuclear submarine, he didn't believe how far the flooded nuclear submarine could run. Unfortunately, Eric had lost his mind and didn't think so much. He stubbornly held the nuclear submarine and didn't let go. He didn't have the ability to breathe underwater. After a while, he took a few gulps of seawater and still refused to let go. Feeling Eric's situation, Charles immediately telepathically asked Eric to let go. Eric got stubborn and refused to listen to advice. Today, one of him and Sebastian Shaw must die. Charles immediately jumped into the sea and pulled Eric desperately. The two future leaders of mutants hugged each other in the sea, full of passion. Unfortunately, Han Shaoqing was far away in the UK and could not witness this historic scene. In the end, Charles used all his strength and telepathy to pull Eric, who was as stubborn as a bull, out of the water. At the same time, the two also formed a lifelong bond. Because they had a common goal, Eric and Charles formed an alliance. In order to deal with Sebastian Shaw and the mutant team led by Shaw, Charles came up with the idea of forming a mutant team. In a word, we must have what others have. After that, with the help of Mora, Charles, Raven, and Eric met Hank McCoy in the CIA. Hank McCoy is also a mutant, but his abilities are mainly reflected in the development of the body and brain. He is a knowledgeable scientist with physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people. His shortcoming is that he has a pair of big feet that look like human hands. The few people hit it off immediately. After a period of research, Hank created a device to strengthen telepathy. Through this device, Charles's mental power can be strengthened and his detection range can be expanded. Although it cannot cover the whole world, it is more than enough to cover a country. With the help of this instrument, Charles and Eric began to look for companions across the country. Chapter 48 Mind Communication. In a suburban manor in the UK. Han Shaoqing, who had obtained the documents for Altria, was watching an 18-inch black and white TV on the sofa. The manor originally belonged to the vampire Ryan Simmons. After Ryan died, Han Shaoqing and Altria occupied it. Having the ability does allow you to do whatever you want. It is not difficult to occupy the industry. Ryan is originally a vampire, often hiding during the day and coming out at night, and changing identities makes many things inconvenient. Things in daily life are handed over to a few blood tribesmen to deal with. The so-called blood tribes are humans, but in order to gain eternal life, they are willing to become the running dogs of vampires and in turn harm their fellow human beings. They often secretly buy blood, or capture humans to feed their masters, looking forward to being converted by vampires that day. For these people who have lost their humanity, Han Shaoqing has no mercy, and most of them are directly destroyed humanely. There is only one housekeeper and 2 servants left, and Han Shaoqing uses the blue hand of Shuangchuan hand to change their memories and become puppets. After that, the housekeeper came forward to change Ryan's will, and then bribed a well-known lawyer, and a set of procedures were followed. Altria's identity was implemented and she officially became the owner of the manor. Compared with the lazy Han Shaoqing, Altria is very self-disciplined and insists on exercising regularly every day. Han Shaoqing is not lazy, but he is definitely not diligent. His strength is basically obtained by punching in. This kind of powerful power that comes without work is very unfair to those who work hard. But it is really addictive. Maybe others may work hard for a lifetime, but they may not get as much as Han Shaoqing, who accidentally punches in. Just ask if you are angry. After watching a boring British short drama for a while, Han Shaoqing, who was lying down like GEU, controlled the TV button remotely and changed the channel. Today, Soviet Foreign Minister Mr. Jimmy Ko warned that the United States deployed missiles in Turkey. It means an unprecedented threat to the Soviet people. But he also emphasized that the Soviet Union will not take military action first. Seeing the news on TV, Han Shaoqing finally came to his senses because he realized that the plot of X-Men, First Class has begun. Ever since he met Namor, Han Shaoqing had a hunch that the plot of X-Men would appear. Because Namor is the first mutant to appear in Marvel. If there is the first one, there will naturally be others. For Han Shaoqing, these mutants are all good targets for punching in. The opportunity to quickly enhance strength should not be missed. Let the butler order 2 tickets. That afternoon, Han Shaoqing and Altria set off and flew to New York. After flying for almost 10 hours, it was already late at night when the plane arrived in New York. After a night of rest in the hotel, Han Shaoqing prepared to take Altria to the New York temple to punch in early the next morning, but felt a strong telepathic ability on the way. Han Shaoqing immediately gave Altria a mental protection, and then telepathically transmitted, "Who are you?" "I am Professor Charles Xavier. I didn't expect to meet a telepath." "It's great. We are looking for companions." Charles's mental voice came, and Han Shaoqing said secretly, "It's you, so smart." Han Shaoqing just thought about it in his heart and didn't pass it on. Although they are all telepathy, there are still many branches, which belong to different ways of using mental power, and there are also some limitations. For example, Han Shaoqing and Namor's telepathy is mainly aimed at marine life. Charles and Emma's telepathy is mainly to control humans, and animals can also be controlled, but they can't know the thoughts of animals. When telepaths meet, they generally can't spy on each other's thoughts, and the triggering mental power is very different. Charles's mental power is the best on Earth, but he still can't sense Han Shaoqing's true thoughts, unless Han Shaoqing opens his heart and doesn't interfere. But this is impossible. Charles is a good person, but there are some things that the fewer people know, the better. Han Shaoqing has many secrets and doesn't like to share with others. "You can call me the King of the Sea, or Master. It's nice to meet you, Professor Charles." Standing on the street, Han Shaoqing began to communicate with Charles across the air, and at the same time emphasized the identity of King of the Sea. "So you are the Aquaman who saved the Titanic. I have heard about your deeds. It is great to meet you here. We need your help." When the Titanic was attacked, the British and American high-level officials jointly covered it up because of the appearance of Godzilla, and issued a password. But for Charles, who has telepathy, the secrets that the agents kept secret are not secrets. After staying in the CIA for a while, Charles accidentally discovered the truth about the Titanic. Charles had heard about the Aquaman who could coexist peacefully with the Titan monster Godzilla, but he didn't expect to meet him so soon. Now they are forming a mutant team to fight against the Hellfire Club. If they can invite Aquaman to join, the success rate will be greatly improved. Han Shaoqing could roughly guess what Charles was thinking, but he still asked knowingly, "Did you encounter any trouble?" "Yes, there is an extreme terrorist named Sebastian Shaw, who wants to provoke a war between the United States and the Soviet Union. If he is not stopped, it is likely to trigger the Third World War." Charles's inner voice became serious. This matter concerns the safety of all mankind. It can be said that if there is a slight mistake, human civilization may regress to prehistoric times. I didn't expect that there would be such an evil person in the world. Professor Charles, don't worry, as long as I am still alive, I will never let his conspiracy succeed. Han Shaoqing sent a righteous voice and strongly condemned Sebastian Shaw's actions. It's not that Han Shaoqing has a strong sense of justice, but this matter is indeed not to be ignored. In the original plot, the X-Men finally defeated Sebastian Shaw and stopped the war, but there were many coincidences. Now in this world, Han Shaoqing dare not be sure that things will unfold 100% according to the original plot. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. Once the Soviet Union and the United States go to war, nuclear bombs will fly everywhere. If you leave it alone, maybe you will be sitting at home when bombs come from the sky. Han Shaoqing doesn't think he can withstand the bombing of nuclear bombs at present. Whether it is for personal safety or from the perspective of human justice, intervening is the safest choice. What's more, participating in the first battle of X-Men can also take the opportunity to check in, so why not? After talking with Charles, Han Shaoqing agreed to meet at 177A Bleecker Street in Manhattan. Chapter 49 The Seal of the Red King of Zhakong. According to the clips in Doctor Strange, Han Shaoqing knew that the New York Temple was located at 177A Bleecker Street in Manhattan. It took about 40 minutes to take a taxi from the airport, and Han Shaoqing and Altria arrived in front of the New York Temple. The magic here seems to be very strong. Seeing the New York Temple in front of her, Altria felt different. Han Shaoqing explained simply, "This is the New York Temple, built on the 3 major nodes of the earth. There are huge spiritual veins underground to provide energy, so it is naturally extraordinary." Altria asked, "What are we doing here?" "Get something." Han Shaoqing did not explain, not because he did not trust Altria, but because the secret of the clock-in system should be known by as few people as possible. Although Altria was summoned from other worlds by the clock-in system, she did not know the existence of the clock-in system, but just thought she was summoned by Han Shaoqing. There are too many powerful beings in this world, and there are many people who can spy on people's hearts. Altria knows too much, which is not a good thing. The two walked into the temple. As before, Han Shaoqing and Altria did not encounter the wizards guarding here to stop them. Soon after entering the hall, the clock-in system prompt sounded. Ding! The host is currently in the New York Temple and meets the clock-in conditions. Do you want to clock in? Check in. Checking in, 10 seconds countdown, 10, 2, 1, check in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Constantine's Red King Seal. Red King Seal, a symbol of ancient alchemy, first seen in the 17th century. In the alchemy system, it refers to sulfur, which also corresponds to the sun. It is a powerful male element. With the help of spells, it can make hidden monsters appear and break through darkness and illusion. Do you want to receive it? Han Shaoqing observed the surrounding situation and did not find the mage observing secretly, so he chose to receive it immediately. The next moment, a ray of light projected from the void onto Han Shaoqing's arms. Above, 2 complete alchemical arrays were formed on Han Shaoqing's arms. The alchemical array looks like a circle, with a flame triangle and 3 arrows shooting from the center. At the same time, Han Shaoqing also received relevant information about the seal of the Red King. The so-called Red King is a term used by ancient Western alchemists to refer to sulfur, the most commonly used raw material in alchemy. The opposite is the White Queen, that is, Mercury. Alchemists believe that sulfur and mercury can transfer energy through fire to create all things in the world. This process is the process of the combination of the Red King and the White Queen. The Red King and the White Queen are opposite to each other and belong to 2 poles. Based on the binary 2-level law, alchemists set many opposing symbols, such as King and Queen, red and white, sun and moon, gold and silver, sulfur and tribute, day and night, light and darkness, lion and eagle, wind and fire and earth and water, dry and wet, up and down, etc. It can be understood as the yin and yang poles in the 8 diagrams, with the red king equivalent to yang and the white queen equivalent to yin. Early alchemists believed that there were 2 essential elements in all substances, which they often marked as sulfur and mercury. In the later period, it gradually extended to sulfur, tribute, and salt, which also corresponded to the 3 aspects of human body, mind, and spirit. The full name of the Red King's seal is, Perfect Red King Magician's Sulfur. The way to use it is to put your arms together and say I command you to appear in the light, which can break the darkness and illusion, and all the illusions can be removed. Even the existence of the archangel level cannot escape. It does not have a combat power bonus, but is an auxiliary ability. However, if it is against opponents who are good at using illusions, it has a strong restraining effect. Shaoqing, your hand. Seeing that 2 unprecedented magic array patterns suddenly appeared on Han Shaoqing's arms, Altria thought that Han Shaoqing was cursed, and immediately drew her sword and took a fighting stance. Fortunately, Han Shaoqing was quick to stop Altria, otherwise, if she continued to strike with this sword, the London Temple might have to be rebuilt. I'm fine, this is a formation to break the illusion, let's leave. Han Shaoqing didn't know what Gu Yi was planning, but he entered the temple to punch in again and again, and the other party gave him convenience. It was not good to repay kindness with ingratitude and let Altria demolish other people's territory. He didn't believe that Gu Yi hadn't discovered his existence until now. As the most powerful supreme wizard, Gu Yi controlled the Eye of Agamotto and could spy on time and cause and effect. It was not an exaggeration to say that he knew 500 years before and 500 years after. The time traveler might be able to hide from the god King Odin, but he could never hide from the supreme wizard Gu Yi. Since Gu Yi was unwilling to see him at this time, there must be some considerations, and Han Shaoqing couldn't force it too much. Maybe when the time comes, everything will have an answer. However, what Han Shaoqing didn't know was that there were far more people who noticed that he had traveled through time than the supreme wizard Gu Yi. Time is a delicate thing, and a slight ripple may have a serious impact. Therefore, time needs a guardian, and the Time Mutation Administration is a special department that guards time. Because of the appearance of Han Shaoqing, an outsider, the Time Mutation Administration has been very busy recently. Many employees want to destroy Han Shaoqing humanely. Because Han Shaoqing's appearance has interfered with history, causing many time branches in this space and time, and even the sacred timeline has reached the critical point of the red line several times. In order not to affect the stability of the sacred timeline of the multiverse, the 3 Time Guardians of the Time Mutation Administration made up their minds and stripped the universe where Han Shaoqing was. From then on, the universe completely deviated from its original trajectory, and no one knew what the future would be like. It's not that the 3 Time Guardians didn't want to directly eliminate Han Shaoqing, who shouldn't have appeared. But first of all, Han Shaoqing is not a time offender, but an outsider, and is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Time Mutation Administration. Secondly, the other party has someone above him. Well, in fact, the second one is the key point. The 3 Time Guardians not only failed to wipe out Han Shaoqing from the source, but also gave up the universe where Han Shaoqing was. They had to let their subordinates follow Han Shaoqing and do their best to repair the situation. Try their best to make history follow the original trajectory. To this end, the Time Variance Administration also launched a special operation called Death is Coming. Their target is the people who should have died on the Titanic but survived. What bad intentions can the Time Variance Administration have? They just want these people to die once. To arrange more than 1,000 people's accidental death, this workload is not an easy task for the Time Variance Administration. So far, with the unremitting efforts of all employees of the Time Variance Administration, more than 300 lucky people have been successfully sent away. And the outlaw Han Shaoqing is still unaware of this matter. Chapter 50 The Human Heart is Unpredictable. On the streets of Manhattan, Charles and Eric sat in the car waiting for the red light. Looking at the endless stream of people on the street, Charles sighed. I can feel all their thoughts, their wishes, their ideals and ambitions. Eric, we are doing something incredible. Can we help them? Really? Eric was skeptical. The childhood shadow of the concentration camp made him unable to trust others, especially those American politicians. In his opinion, these people were no different from the German rioters of the past, but they were more kind. Looking at Charles beside him, Eric said meaningfully, identification is only the first step, and then it is concentration, testing, and elimination. Those politicians are not trustworthy. I stayed because of you. I know that we have a common enemy, dealing with Xiao and those extreme Soviets. With telepathy, Charles knew Eric's feelings very well, but he was still willing to believe others, even if he saw the dark side of human nature. That's the case now, what about later? Eric asked. Charles fell into silence. He could feel the CIA agents' rejection and fear of mutants. Some people think that these mutants are aliens, and some extreme individuals even want to capture them as experimental subjects, or destroy them to eliminate future troubles. Charles was unwilling to talk more about these things, and could only make the greatest efforts to change other people's views and let humans and mutants live in peace. Eric did not agree with Charles's point of view. He believed that if anyone attacked mutants, they would fight back intact to let the other party know how powerful they were. Charles could not convince Eric, and Eric could not convince Charles. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Charles changed the subject. Let's talk about the future later. It's just around the corner. Eric didn't talk about any sensitive topics anymore and asked, is this Sea King powerful? Charles nodded. He is a multi-powered person with telepathy and can control marine life. His strength and speed are beyond ordinary people. He should be stronger than Logan I met before. Speaking of Logan, Eric was a little unhappy, that Lone Wolf has a bad temper. If you hadn't stopped him at that time, I would have taught him a lesson. I didn't stop you at that time. Charles smiled. Then he stepped on the accelerator, drove across the road, and stopped in front of the cafe opposite the New York Temple. Here. Han Shaoqing, who was drinking coffee with Altria, saw Charles and Eric enter the cafe and waved hello. Charles Xavier, currently working for the CIA. Eric lands here, nice to meet you. Charles and Eric both seemed friendly and introduced themselves first. Han Shaoqing, English name Master, nickname is Aquaman. I am also very happy to meet fellow mutants here. Han Shaoqing's words were half true and half false. Anyway, Charles couldn't see through his thoughts, so he said whatever he wanted. The word fellow easily drew the relationship. Then Han Shaoqing introduced Altria beside him. This is Saber, you can also call her King Arthur, she is my good friend. Hello. Altria nodded at the two of them, looking a little cold. Aquaman, King Arthur. Is it popular for mutants to have nicknames now? After hearing this, Eric felt that he also needed a high-sounding name, otherwise he would be very faceless in the circle. The four sat down, and after a brief exchange, Charles began to get straight to the point and invited Han Shaoqing and Altria to join the team. Han Shaoqing was interested in joining the game, so he immediately agreed. After paying the bill, Han Shaoqing and Altria got into Charles's car and came to the CIA base. When I got off the car and walked into the CIA, I found that the agents and staff here would intentionally or unintentionally keep a distance when they saw Charles. Altria looked around and said, the people here don't seem to be very friendly. It's my fault. My ability is telepathy, which allows me to see other people's thoughts, so. Charles smiled bitterly. Since he revealed that he could sense other people's thoughts, most of the agents here kept him away like a thief. Recently, he is still studying a device to block telepathy, just to prevent Charles from snooping into his thoughts at will. This is normal. Everyone has a past that they don't want others to know. It's more or less uncomfortable to have someone who can know your thoughts around you. Normal people can't stand it, not to mention that these people are agents, and they are exposed to state secrets. They didn't shoot Charles directly, which was very restrained. In fact, Charles was lucky that he came to the CIA first. If he was invited to the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau first, when his ability was exposed, it is estimated that he might be classified as a Gatling suicide case on the same day. See through people's hearts. Hearing this, Altria seemed to sigh. If she had this ability at the beginning, perhaps the ending would be very different. Eric on the side said, people will be uneasy because of things they don't understand. They prefer things they can control. This is true for things and for us. People's hearts are unpredictable, suspicious, and fickle. This is why the world is so colorful. Other people's opinions are not important. Just be yourself. We don't live for others. As a human being, happiness is the most important thing. Han Shaoqing seemed more casual and free, which was also his true thought. However, if you want to be free and free, you must have strong strength as a backing, otherwise you can only go with the flow or be swallowed by the waves. Most people are helpless. How many people can live out their own lives? After that, Charles took Han Shaoqing and Altria to find Mora for filing and filled out a simple information registration form at the CIA. For example, name, age, nationality, ability, etc. Han Shaoqing and Altria naturally would not fill it out truthfully, especially ability. In the plot of X-Men Days of Future Past, Eric, Emma, Red Devil and others have become mutants or arrested and killed by the government. It is because their ability information is known by others. Once the cards are revealed, it is easy to be targeted. So Han Shaoqing and Altria only filled in one or two commonly used abilities and dealt with them hastily. After filling in the information, the two got the CIA agent license, which is considered mutant privilege. Mainly because it is a special period now, and the CIA needs mutants to deal with Sebastian Shaw. To put it bluntly, they just want the mutants to fight each other, preferably both sides will suffer and perish together. Han Shaoqing is not interested in being an agent. The main purpose of coming here is to contact mutants, punch in, and see if he can poach them.